Now, or a couple of hours? I'm expecting a visitor I really need to see. Couple of hours is fine. Master Sergeant Roth fit Ky's model for Mackenzie much better than the callow lieutenant. Ky noticed that he and Martin looked each other over and came to some apparently favorable, mutual conclusion. Roth brought with him a variety of Mackenzie contracts. Captain, I'm glad to meet you. Heard from our people at Sabine you did a fine job coping with those pirates. Not much choice, Master Sergeant. Your lieutenant tells me you're in a real bind here. The look on Roth's face was eloquent. Ky remembered it well from Mac Robert. The lieutenant is not too experienced, he said. Your OIC had a medical emergency? He told you that? Roth scowled. He doesn't... Sorry, ma'am. But he shouldn't have. Well, let's see what you have, Ky said. We both seem to have a situation that would benefit from cooperation. Thing is, we can't get through to our headquarters, Roth said. We aren't sure that the local Ansible manager is being straight with us. He's not, Ky said. You know that? His eyebrow shot up. I have sources, Ky said. Your own G2? You could put it that way. She wasn't going to compromise Raph's situation if possible. We know he's not straight, but we haven't defined how bad it is. So, what are your mission parameters? My mission priorities are what you'd expect, Ky said. Survive, find other surviving Vattas and protect them, find out who's doing this and how, and intervene. Makes sense to me, Captain. You seem to have the intelligence, we have the muscle. What would your strategy be if we were partners in this? Unblock Lastway's Ansibles first, then work out from there. Collect a surcharge from other users to bankroll the project that far. If we're out in space, we're harder to find. If we unblock communications, it'll be easier to figure out who's blocking them. Once the financial Ansibles start coming online, trade should resume, including bank transfers, which will make everyone's life easier, including yours. So you'd like us to do what? Be the muscle you are. This ship is old, slow, unshielded, unarmed. I'd rather spend money hiring you than try to turn it into a warship. But I don't have much. As you may have heard, most accounts are frozen, not just yours. We have the money we made in trade, selling the cargo we had when we came. Ma'am, if you can provision us, I believe the old man would not be displeased at a contract that puts us back in contact with our people. I believe I can do that, Master Sergeant. But what about your lieutenant? Will he sign off on this? I certainly hope so. Our ship captains aren't directly in his chain of command, but they'll lean on him. Another thing, Ky said. I've had a subcontract under Mackenzie, but I've never been the contract holder. Who calls the shots in something like this? You? Your OIC? The ship captains? Employer defines the mission, but has no direct command of Mackenzie personnel. Ship captains command ship crew in space. Troop commanders command troops, but under the captains in space and independently otherwise. In something like this, I'd advise stationing a Mackenzie NCO as liaison aboard your ship, and your communications would be through him or her to our senior ship captain in space, or to the OIC otherwise. Would you anticipate any station or groundside actions? Possibly station, not groundside. I would, however, like the option of direct consultation with your ship captains, captain to captain, should anything come up in space. If they're protecting my ship, they may need to give me data quickly. Oh, that's fine. It's just that you can't tell them what to do, other than to carry out the mission you assigned in the first place. Then let's get it nailed down. Get your lieutenant to sign off on it, and I'll contact the banks to release funds. I presume you'd rather provision yourself than have a sieve do it, Yes, ma'am, that would be ideal. Our immediate need is for rations. If the captain will take my advice, release just enough for, say, 3 days' rations for 100 troops, and your liaison can contact the ship captains and find out their needs. That would come to... He looked blank a moment. Just under 5,000 credits. Fine, Ky said. There's just a couple of things, Roth said. I'm sure it's not a problem. You've had a contract with us before. I know your record. But it's something I have to say, since you're the primary contractor here. Please don't take offense. All right, Ky said, wondering what was coming. Are you now, or have you ever been engaged in slave trading? No, she could not keep the shock out of her voice. Sorry, ma'am. I'm sure these don't apply. It's just routine. I have to ask. It's regulations. He looked embarrassed, but went on to the next. Are you now, or have you ever been engaged in transporting goods you knew to be stolen? No. Now that she knew the kinds of questions coming, it was easier not to react to them. Are you now, or have you ever been engaged in piracy? No. Are you now, or have you ever been in possession of a letter of marque issued to you by a planetary or system government? Shock again. She paused, and Roth looked up. Ma'am? I do have one. From Slaughter Key. It was waiting when I got here, but... Roth looked worried. You didn't have it at Sabine, did you? No, I just said... Because that would screw everything, ma'am. You're a privateer. No, Ky said firmly. I'm not. I didn't ask for it. It was here when I got here. And I'm not sure it's valid anyway, because the government... Ma'am, I'm sorry, but this is a serious problem. I'm going to have to call Captain Penzig. Can you explain? We don't do contracts with privateers. Legal problems. It's against regs. There have been a few cases, but... You say you haven't used it? No, I haven't used it. It was here when I got here, and I've been sitting in dock. That's something, he said, but he didn't sound convinced. The thing is, ma'am, the term is possession of a letter of marque, not proof that you've operated using it. Can you prove that you didn't have it before you arrived here? I've got the delivery receipt somewhere, Ky said. Quincy would know, probably. I'll just go back to dockside and call Captain Penzig, Roth said. Ky started to ask why he wasn't calling Lieutenant Mason, but refrained. She didn't want to deal with Mason anyway. She hoped someone would straighten out the legal angles. It would be the worst sort of irony if a letter of marque that Slaughter Key undoubtedly did not want her to have kept her from getting the help she needed now. In a very few minutes, Lee spoke up. Captain, you've got another call from Captain Penzig. Penzig looked grim. So, Roth tells me you weren't a privateer at Sabine, but now you are. Was that some kind of reward from the Slaughter Key government? No, Ky said. This is what happened. She went over it all again, finishing with, so I don't even know if the letter is valid now. There's no way to contact them. The Ansibles are down. Huh. The problem is, Captain Vatta, that under the law relating to privateering, possession of a valid letter is construed as sufficient proof that the holder is in fact a privateer. Ky hadn't known that. And we don't contract with privateers, since that blurs the line of responsibility should anyone question the legality of proceedings. I'm not following that, Ky said. Penzig sighed. I could explain it, but better if our legal staff did. Look here, Captain. We're both in a cleft stick. You need our protection. We need your money. I believe you when you say you have not committed any acts based on the authority of that letter. Under these circumstances, I think a limited contract might be possible. But you would have to agree not to use that letter of marque while we're in contract. And I must warn you that the contract will likely be rescinded as soon as we're back in contact with our headquarters. As you say, the letter itself may be. Is that acceptable? Ky hadn't ever planned to use the letter of marque while with the mercenaries anyway. Yes, that's acceptable, she said. For our own protection, I'll have to have that clause added to the contract, Penzig said. He sighed again. I'll have our legal staff transmit the changes. Any other surprises? Not that I know of, but I didn't know about this one, Ky said. Shortly after that, Master Sergeant Roth reappeared with the revised contract. Ky signed it, and Roth transmitted the details of the contract to the Mackenzie station and the ship captains. The lieutenant, predictably enough, thought the Mackenzie contingent should get more money, but within the hour they had an agreement. Ky called the bank and had 5,000 credits transferred to the Mackenzie account. The men'll be pleased with this, Roth said. They were not looking forward to survival rations or being put in cold storage. Ky had not realized that last was a possibility. Frozen soldiers? She repressed a shudder. One favor, she said. Could you find me someone other than that lieutenant for a liaison? Roth grinned. Yes, ma'am. I think we can do that. Chapter 14. She was finally getting somewhere, Ky thought. Whoever was attacking Vatta, it wasn't her fault for having killed Python at Sabine. Stella's contribution increased her resources considerably, and hiring the Mackenzie local force at least ensured that they were on her side and couldn't be hired against her. That had to help with her first priority, survival. RAF. She wasn't sure of RAF, but factions within ISC causing the breakdown in Ansible communication made a certain sort of sense. She stretched. It had already been a long, long day. Perhaps a nap. The exterior comm line lit, and Lee answered. Yes, the captain's on the bridge. Just a moment. He turned to her. It's Captain Penzig again. No rest for the wicked was the ancient expression, but it seemed to apply to the virtuous just as well. Ky sat up in her command chair and flicked on the screen. Now that you've hired us, Captain Penzig said without preamble, what exactly do you want us to do? I assume not sit here like a target for your enemies and eat up all your credits. The habit of command, well honed by conflicts, conveyed the impression that she should have an entire plan of action laid out already. Roth had only been gone a half hour. No. We need a situation report as soon as possible, Penzig said. Our intelligence considers the threat level to Vatta's ships and personnel extremely high. Too high to come aboard for a conference? Ky asked, interrupting what looked to be a lengthy harangue. No, he said. When? At your earliest convenience, Ky said, hoping that would be at least enough time to eat something. And if not? What could she feed them? What courtesies did mercenary ship captains expect from employers? Half an hour, then, Penzig said. Expect 3 of us, myself, Captain Garner's exec, we can't both leave our ships, and Master Sergeant Dolan. Oh, and an escort, of course, but they'll remain in your docking area. Fine, Ky said. I'll expect you then. Drat. She was hungry. She was tired. She was not in the mood for a strategy conference right now. But they were coming, and she was the host. They've been eating station-side food, as Ky had been saving space for shields or weaponry. So she called down and told Quincy to organize some refreshments for the coming conference. Fresh nibbling stuff, nothing that needs cooking. At least 2 wearing protection, one of them armed, she said. And make it quick. They're coming in a half hour, and I want to get cleaned up. And don't let that miserable puppy get loose. Right, Captain, Quincy said, though she sounded as if she was laughing. The pup's all right, in his way. He's in everyone's way, Ky said. Stella, in Ky's cabin, was deep into computation. Ky hoped it was their financial status being brought up to date. I'm showering. We have company coming, Ky said, on her way into the head. Who? Stella asked. Our new employees. Strategy conference. You'll want to be there. Martin, too. Let him know. Then she was into the shower, twisting the knob for a hard pulsing spray. She toweled off quickly, pulled on her bathrobe, and went back into her cabin. Stella turned around from the desk. That was fast. Fast showers are a specialty at the academy, Ky said, yanking underwear out of a drawer. Vatta dress blue, she decided, dressing in one swift flow of movement while Stella stared. Ky, it takes me that long to get my clothes off the hanger, even if I know what I'm going to wear. Ky buttoned the jacket. So? I'm impressed, that's all. Why do you want me at this conference? I don't have any background in strategy. There are 3 of them and 1 of me, Ky said. Yes, I'm the employer, but I still want better numbers. All right. Will these clothes do? Yes, you're businesslike. You may not need to say much. In other words, shut up and you'll handle it. No. But I'm introducing you as a source of information and also as my financial officer. Vatta's financial officer. You can look grave when money is mentioned. Grave concern, Stella said. Her face settled into exactly such an expression, and Ky grinned. Excellent. Martin represents something they understand. He's so obviously ex-military. We have 5 minutes. Let's go set up the space. Quincy had sent Toby and Mahar up to straighten the wreck area. Ky had them go into the galley and lay out some platters and plates in readiness. You invited them for dinner? Stella asked. No, but I suspect employers are expected to offer refreshment. And since we're already feeding their troops, I might as well feed these officers. The food should be arriving shortly. The officers arrived first with their escort. Ky welcomed them aboard and led them to the wreck area. Penzig she had seen on screen. In person, he was half a head taller than she was. She could feel her spine stretching in response. The exec off the other ship was a stocky, balding man about her own height with bright blue eyes. The enlisted man with hash marks up his sleeve was, she assumed, Master Sergeant Dolan. He looked as if someone had hacked him roughly out of cast iron. He gave her an appraising look and then a slight, sharp nod. Please be seated, Ky said. Refreshments are on the way. She hoped they were. She had expected them by now. The dock area's grocers weren't that far away. Thank you, Captain Penzig said. This is Lieutenant Commander Johansson, Captain Gardner's exec, and Master Sergeant Dolan. He looked at Stella. And this is Stella Vatta, Ky said, ignoring Stella's married name. She wanted the implied heft of the Vatta name. She is my senior intelligence officer as well as acting CFO for Vatta Family Interests of Slaughter Key. And this is Gordon Martin, who's in charge of our security measures. Do you have other Vatta family members aboard? Penzing said. Yes, a survivor of the attack on a Vatta ship at Alray, but Toby's a little junior for this conference. I see. Master Sergeant Roth explained that you would prefer another liaison than Lieutenant Mason. That made it necessary for myself, as senior ship captain, to contact you. Would you care to explain your objection to Lieutenant Mason? She could not tell from his tone if he was displeased by it or not. Lieutenant Mason told me he had no combat experience, she said. While I have no doubt that the training he received was thorough, I would prefer to deal with individuals who have actually seen action. Ah, he told you? Yes. How else would I have known? I see. So, hiring mercenaries, you expect and demand experience. That makes sense. He smiled at her. Do you perceive your need as including ships as well as ground troops? Yes, Ky said, wondering what this was about. Very well. I realize that our command structure is unfamiliar to you. But if you define the mission you assign to us as including ships for more than mere transport, then I, as senior ship captain, become the ranking officer, and I may appoint anyone I choose as customer's liaison. You have not asked, but I will tell you that my combat experience is extensive. You are welcome to peruse my file. He handed over a data cube. I'll take you at your word, Ky said, hoping that was the right response. His smile broadened. Apparently it was. Well then, I think Master Sergeant Dolan will do very well for on-station or on-planet liaison. And once we're beyond the first stages of planning, Lieutenant Commander Johansson will be your fleet liaison. Will that suit? Perfectly, Ky said. She had no doubt of Johansson's combat experience. He had that look. As I understand it, you have defined our mission in terms of protection of yourself and any family members, discovery of the source of the attacks, and counterattack against this organization. Is that correct? That is my mission, Ky said. My resources may not extend to obtaining your assistance in all of it. Understood. But first and foremost is your safety and security, and that of your family members whose locations we know. 3, isn't it? I would advise you most strongly, Captain Vatta, to depart the station immediately. We are more able to protect you in space than here, where I understand you and your crew have already been subject to attack. We cannot move our docking slots to cover your flanks, for instance. There are other ships already docked there. However good your dockside security, there is no way to protect you against attack using the exterior of the station. I see, Ky said. I had hoped the external monitors we have would be sufficient. You think not? They were not at Allway, Stella said, where Toby's ship was blown up in dock. I was told it was with mines placed on the ship from outside, probably by agents using the maintenance hoppers. And I know Ellis Fabry had external monitors. All that class did. Well then, we'd better take advice. But I have a few questions. Captain Penzig, I have been waiting to complete resupply in anticipation of installing a defensive suite and possibly some weapons. They're on hold at Milmart. What's your advice there? If you can afford better shielding, and have it delivered within a few hours and install it yourself, fine. Otherwise, my advice would be to load and go as quickly as possible. I can offer crew assistance in that, if it will speed you. Stella, contact Milmart for me and get a delivery estimate on the defensive suite. I know Quincy can install it en route. Then tell Elaine to order in supplies. Leave just enough room for the defensive suite if Milmart can deliver it dockside in 2 hours or less. And while you're at it, check on whoever Quincy sent out for supplies. They should be back by now. Stella nodded and left the room. You have someone overdue? Penzig asked. Yes, Ky said, a pair of them. Damn it, they were only going as far as the grocer's down the way. With permission, sir, I'll check on that, Dolan said. Penzig crooked an eyebrow at Ky, and she nodded. They had the resources, and for the moment it was hers. Names? Dolan asked. Just a moment, Ky said, and went to the comm unit, flicking it on. Quincy? Yes, Captain. Who'd you send out for food? And have you had any word? They aren't back yet? Jim and Mahar. They weren't going far. I told him to get whatever was available at Farm Boys just down the way. Stella's going to ask you the same questions in a minute, Ky said. McKinsey personnel are going to go look for them. Ky gave the names, descriptions, and destination to Dolan. She had a sick feeling in her stomach. Dolan nodded and left the room. Before Ky could say anything, Stella came back. Milmart says they can't deliver for at least 6 hours, but it's available now. Want me to find a delivery service? We'll take care of that, Penzig said. If you'll authorize our pickup. They do know us. He smiled. Will do, Ky said. I notice you don't have an implant, he said. You haven't replaced the one damaged at Sabine. Your surgeon advised me to wait 6 months, Ky said. Stabilization of neural repair or something like that. Had it checked? Haven't stopped, Ky said. Life became interesting. I see. Would you like one of our surgeons to evaluate? Not at the moment, if we're kicking out of here as fast as possible. Ky wasn't at all sure she wanted a McKinsey surgeon investigating her brain anyway. Any seizure activity? Sensory abnormalities? No, I'm fine, I think. Why? Only that it would be simpler if you also had an implant. But you're right, this can wait. Collecting your defensive suite shouldn't. If you'll contact Milmart with authorization, I'll get a squad over there right away. Excuse me, Ky said. The secure lines are all on the bridge. She left them there, taking deep breaths on the way to the bridge. She had not anticipated that events would move with such speed. And yet, why not? If you hired military, you expected action. Or you should. She felt stupid and slow, and she hated that feeling. On the bridge, she opened up one of the secure lines to the bank and authorized a draft to Milmart Exchange for the cost of the suite, and then spoke to Milmart authorizing McKinsey personnel to pick up the equipment. So, you've hired mercs. Well, you've hired good ones, the accounting manager said. When will they be picking it up? Soon, Ky said. Within the hour, I should think. By the way, your policy statement states that you maintain customer privacy and discretion. Oh, sure. Nobody wants anyone to know what they're buying or who for. Don't worry, Captain Vatta. We've been doing this for years. Are you sure you don't want that weapons suite? I'm sure, Ky said. She wasn't at all sure she trusted that casual assurance of discretion, but she had no choice, really. Lee cocked an eye at her as she shut down the line. Things moving, Captain? Indeed, Lee. We'll be undocking today. Soon as we can load up this defensive equipment and supplies. Start the ball rolling with the station about that. She shook her head. And I thought, once I got back to Belinta with that load of tractors, that everything was going to be simple and boring again. He chuckled. Somehow, I think you aren't cut out for boring, Captain. Ky shook her head at him and went back to the rec area. You'll want the authorization number from Milmart, she said, handing it over. They're ready for pickup at any time. The bank's released funds, and they promise discretion for what that's worth. Penzig pursed his lips. Milmart's pretty good about it. They've made their reputation and their fortune by keeping their mouths shut. But they're big enough now that leaks could happen. He looked blankly into the distance for a few moments. Ky knew he was accessing his implant. Well, that's taken care of. Now, how about a loading crew? Good idea, Ky said. I was just... Captain, that was Lee poking his head in. Raph's on the line. He says he needs you. Now what? Ky excused herself again and headed for the bridge. Raph, looking a bit rumpled, looked out of the screen at her. We have a situation, he said. Your crew are alive, but we're all being detained. By whom? Ky said. The Garda. That idiot Jim got into some kind of row with someone. The beauteous Mahar backed him up. And there's a body in the produce department of Farm Boys, and another in the bakery, and a blood trail out the back, which is what I noticed when I was on my way back from... Another errand. And no one called me? They say they've tried twice, and the line was busy. They're trying to take statements. I wanted to sit in, they wouldn't let me. I'm not listed as a ship officer, but they remember Jim from a previous encounter. What is that, boy? Some kind of explosive device in human form? Ky ignored that question. So what is the situation now? Do you know? I know they're being detained, and from the look on the desk sergeant's face, Jim won't be seeing anything but a lockup for a while. Mayhar has those wide eyes. They think she was lured into trouble by a bad boy and is too young to have good judgment. But it would help if you could show up with some legal aid. At least they let me call you. I'll be there, Ky said. She met Captain Penzig in the passage. He looked grim. Master Sergeant Dolan just reported. I heard, Ky said. Some kind of dust-up in the grocery, and my people are in custody. I have to get over there. Not without an escort, he said. And if you don't mind, I'd like to come along. His mouth twitched. Getting my people out of trouble with local law enforcement is something I've done too often before. Do you have a local attorney? Not really, Ky said. I took advice on the disposal of cargo originally consigned to Lenora, but that was purely commercial. I'll have Joe send someone along. Again that blank look. Ky ducked into her cabin for her formal captain's cape. No use trying for anonymity in this situation, and hurried down to the dock. She couldn't take Martin along. He needed to be dockside to receive and load the cargo coming in. He looked grim as she told him what she knew, but nodded when she said the McKinsey squad would go with her. Ky felt marginally safer surrounded by them, but still scared. She was sure that a gifted assassin could find some way to kill her anyway. The section Garda station was some distance away. Outside, 2 men in uniform stood guard, scowling as the group came toward them. You can't go in there like that, one of them said. What are you up to? Keeping Captain Vatta alive, Captain Penzig said. Since the station refused to give her any protection, and she's already been attacked, she hired professionals. Glares. Excuse me, Ky said, but I believe my crew need me. She stepped forward. The guard said nothing as she led the way in. Inside, Raph lounged against the wall, straightening when he saw her. His expression remained ironic. Ky nodded at him without speaking and went to the desk. I'm Captain Vatta. I understand you have been trying to reach me? Couldn't get through, the man said without looking up. When he did, his eyes widened. You brought them? It seemed wise, Ky said, since my crew and I have been attacked on station before and the Garda have refused to give us protection. You have too many enemies, he said, and so you hired mercs. It's not illegal, Ky said. I would like to see my crew members, please, and find out what the problem seems to be. Problem is, that murdering ruffian you have in your crew just killed another 2 people. Ky felt her brows go up. I do not have murdering ruffians in my crew. If by another you're referring to the man I shot, that has already been adjudicated as self-defense, and the dead man was part of the gang that attacked me. 3 of you people have killed someone on this station. I'd call that serious cause for concern. Most people make it through a lifetime without killing anyone. Most people aren't attacked repeatedly by someone trying to kill them. Self-defense isn't murder. There was no attack. He shot a poor old lady as lived in the neighborhood for 40 years, thereabouts, and... Ky's heart sank. I suppose you've done the forensic matching already, Captain Penzig said, peering at the ceiling as if he found it interesting. Well, no, but there's no need. Nobody but him and that girl had any weapons, and she only had that pistol bow. And the second body? Ky asked. Dock worker. Only been here a month, but nothing against him. And the third, Raff asked from behind them, found the owner of the bloody footsteps yet? I told you before, there was no blood trail when we looked. If you're one of this lot, I'm not surprised you lied about it. I think I'd better speak to your shift supervisor, Ky said. He's busy with that crew of yours, the man said. You can wait until he's free. You seem to think you're special. His gaze went past Ky to the door. She turned to look. A lean man in McKinsey uniform with a lock case strode in. The escort moved smoothly aside and closed in after him. Captain Penzig, said the newcomer. I got here as fast as I could. Thank you, Major, Penzig said. Captain Vatta, this is Major Gron, our legal affairs officer. What seems to be the problem here? Gron asked. The problem is, this Vatta's crewman's been in trouble over and over since she docked. The clerk nodded at Ky. One thing after another. Illegal biologicals, and now he's killed at least 2 people. Is alleged to have killed 2 people, Gron said. I believe this station operates under the General Code, does it not? Well, yes, but things are a little different out here. Gron cocked his head to the right. Either you operate the General Code, or you don't. Which is it? The General Code. Mostly. And that means that accused persons have the right to legal representation, including during interrogation. Isn't that right? I'll have to check, the clerk said, reaching for a button on his desk. Go ahead, Gron said. I'm sure you'll find that's the case, and when your officer in charge confirms that, tell him that legal representation is here. But you're military, and the accused is Civ, her crewman. She has retained our assistance, Gron said. Her legal problems are our legal problems. The clerk muttered into his equipment, then looked up. All right, you can go back. She can't, nor any of the rest of you. Gron didn't move. A ship captain is highly legally responsible for crew behavior and damages to a station under the General Code. Isn't that right? Yes, very grudgingly. Then Captain Vatta is also a party to the accusations and has a legal right and duty under the code to ensure that her crew are being treated appropriately and to have access to all pertinent information. She's coming with me. Oh, all right, but nobody else. He got up to show the way. No one else, Gron agreed. He nodded at Ky. After you, Captain. They passed a large office and 2 smaller ones. The corridor turned left, and she saw 2 doors, each with an armed guard outside. One opened as she approached, and a short, stout man in a business suit looked out. If it isn't Major Gron, he said with no enthusiasm. Inspector Pilgrim, Gron said, mirroring the lack of glee. How nice. The last time you were here, Pilgrim said, that was a mess. But not our mess, Gron said, so I am in hope it is not our mess this time. Only if you make it yours, Pilgrim said, which I hear you have. Frankly, were I you, I'd have been a little more weary of taking employment from a Vatta. That with a sour look at Ky. Oh? What do you have against Vattas? Gron said. They have enemies. People don't have enemies all over the galaxy for no reason. Probably been up to something for years and finally got found out. Until recently, have you had any complaints against Vatta's ships or crews? Well, no. That's just because we didn't realize. Or because Vatta's enemies have nothing to do with Vatta's wrongdoing and are entirely self-motivated. Everyone's guilty of something, Pilgrim muttered. Never met a civ who wouldn't lie. Or a law officer either, Gron said. Enough. You're interrogating members of Captain Vatta's crew without legal representation present. I am now here. I will be present for one and Captain Vatta for the other." "That's by the code," Gron said. "You have a male and female in custody, right?" "I'll sit in with the male, and Captain Vatta clearly should sit in with the female." Pilgrim looked as if he'd bitten into a sour fruit, but nodded, and opened the door wider. Ky got a glimpse of Jim, with a blackening eye and hunched shoulders, at a table inside. Then Pilgrim nodded to the next door. "The girl's in there. I haven't gotten to her yet. You can go in." Gron nodded at Ky, and she went into the next room. Mehar sat at another table, watched over by 2 guards. "Are you all right, Mehar?" Ky asked. "Yes, Captain. I'm sorry." "We have legal assistance now," Ky said, interrupting. "Major Gron from the McKinsey Military Assistance Corporation. You will have a representative while you're interrogated." "I don't know how it happened," Mehar said. "We had just picked up some fruit, and we came around the end of the radiated display." "You should wait until Major Gron gets here," Ky said, hoping she was right. "I'm really more interested in how you are." "I wasn't hurt. Jim fell down when the display was hit and fell on him." "Display?" "Yes, they had a tower of cans and something hit it, probably a solid slug, and fell. Jim was right beside it, and the cans landed on him. It was far enough back so I ducked, and then I heard the shots." "I'm surprised they missed Jim," Ky said, "if he was down and in plain sight." "Whoever it was just shot at everything," Mehar said. "The lights above me shattered. I heard lots of people screaming and things breaking and falling." "And you?" "I hit the deck, Captain. I didn't see anyone shooting at me, so I just lay there. Then the Garda arrived. They said we shot some people, but it wasn't us." "Did you see anyone?" "There were people in the store when we got there. Just people. I didn't really notice them, except for one of the quad humods. I think it was a he, didn't need a basket. I watched him pick up plums and apricots and apples all at the same time and use the 4th hand to twist the bag ties. We were supposed to hurry, Quincy said, so we just picked out the fruit and went on." The door opened. "Ah," Major Gron said. "Captain Vatta, this is Mehar Maher?" "Right," Ky said. She glanced at Mehar. "This is Major Gron of McKinsey. He's their legal officer." Major Gron came in and sat down. Pilgrim followed, looking even more sour than before. "Mehar, have you given a statement?" I tried, sir." "That's my job," Pilgrim said. "Well then, get to it," Major Gron said. "But try sticking to evidence this time." All right. Ms. Maher, what's your version of this?" Mehar, with nervous glances at Ky and Pilgrim, told how she and Jim had been sent to buy refreshments and gone to the nearest grocer's, where the trouble had landed on them. "Why did you start shooting at everything?" Pilgrim asked. Gron snorted. "Inspector, you're making rash assumptions." He turned to Mehar. "Did you fire your weapon? Did Jim?" "No, sir. I tried to tell them that." "Did you see who was shooting?" "No, sir. I never saw anyone with a weapon. But things were crashing down, the lights blinking, and people screaming." "You never shot anyone." Pilgrim was clearly dubious. "Which gun was yours?" "Gun, sir. I didn't have one. I had the pistol bow, but no bolts loaded. They're in that belt they took off me when they brought us in. Jim had a gun, but he didn't have time to get it out before stuff fell on him." She looked at Ky. "I tried to tell them he hadn't fired, but they didn't listen to me." "2 people are dead, Mehar," Ky said. "They had to consider that." "I assume the store had vidscan going," Gron said. "Have you reviewed it? Or checked the weapons for discharge?" "No," Pilgrim said. "Well, that seems to be a good first step. Not that I'm trying to teach you your business, but Captain Vatta was on the point of departure, and I believe had already signed on to the departure queue. If these people are not guilty, Then here's a way to establish that quickly. Pilgrim scowled, but agreed to review the store's vid scan with them. There on the screen, both vid scans played in synchrony. The left aisle and part of the middle, the right aisle and the rest of the middle. Jim and Mahar heading down the left, pausing to pick up fruit from this bin and that, then turning, coming up the middle aisle as if to head toward the bakery, and then, as Mahar had said, shots, broken lights. You see, Gron said, pointing. They were on the far side of this set of display racks when it started, and the old woman went down. They could have. There are muzzle flashes back there, Gron pointed again. Pilgrim boosted the IR sensitivity and the flashes shone bright. Well away from Mahar and Jim. They've got chameleon gear on. Look at those blurry places. Ky spotted 4 altogether, 4 shimmery blurs, all emitted bursts of heat and light. Pilgrim ran the scan backward and forward several times. Now it was clear that 4 customers entering just after Jim and Mahar had suddenly blurred, the blurs moving swiftly past those 2, to set up across the far end of the store. So it wasn't them at all, Ky said. I suppose not, Pilgrim said. Clearly he wished it had been. They were waiting for your crew members, Captain Vatta, Gron said, for anyone coming out of your ship. Whether to kill them or simply cause you trouble, I don't know. But the sooner you get off station, the better. Not without my crew, Ky said. I can release them, if you're really going, Pilgrim said. This may not be your fault exactly, but your presence certainly has caused trouble. We're going, Ky said, though I don't like being blamed for something I didn't start. We have an escort to take Captain Vatta and her crew back to the ship safely, Gron said, so we will not need to call on your forces. I don't have spare men anyway, Pilgrim said. Fine then, go. He waved his hand. All you ever bring is trouble anyway, you traitors. Ky opened her mouth to say something, but Gron shook his head at her, and she nodded instead. I hope you have no more trouble, she said. Chapter 15. Nothing disturbed their passage to the dock. Ky arrived just as the defensive suite was being delivered by McKinsey personnel. Jim, go let the medbox check you out. Mahar, stand by for the moment. Jim, walking a little unsteadily, wandered up the access and into the ship, following the squad with the cartons and lifter. Any other supplies to come aboard? Asked Lieutenant Commander Johansson. Ky looked at the status board just inside the docking tube. No, we could squeeze on another 5 days' rations, but that's about it. We'll undock within the hour. Is that fast enough? I hope so. He tapped the bulge in front of his ear. Our people report unusual external activity, repair bugs, that kind of thing. Not right here, but enough of them that traffic control is expressing annoyance. I'd like you a solid 10 kilometers off station. Ky tapped her handcom. Quincy, how soon can we undock? Without blowing seals? We've got a place in the queue in 58 minutes with the tug Missy May. In-systems ready to warm up. Station seemed glad to have us going. There's a concern, Ky said. Ask station if anyone else is in our way if we're a little quicker. I'm on my way to the bridge. Bring the in-system drive to standby. She turned to Johansson. I'll see what I can do. Our slot is 57 minutes. Right. He signaled to the McKinsey NCO in charge of the loading group. We'll get out of your way, but watch the area. The squad that had delivered the packages came out the hatch on the double. Ky looked at Martin, who was standing nearby. Let's start buttoning up then. Yes, Captain. On her way to the bridge, Ky felt her skin tightening. She could imagine one or more of the little one-person repair scooters easing up to the hull, planting mines. Her ears registered the pressure fluctuation as the hatch sealed. She passed the medbox alcove. Jim sat hunched over the diagnostic module, holding something to his face that she hoped would take care of his black eyes. Stella, in the galley, turned. Ky shook her head and went on to the bridge. Lee was talking to the station. "We're small. We've undocked without a tug before." The face in the display had a sour look. "And we've had ships undock without a tug that puts us at risk with reaction." "You won't feel a thing," Lee said. "That's what they all say," the duty officer said. "Just a little squirt, that's all. And we end up having to expend fuel to counter the rotational effects." "Well, if the tug can hurry it up." "They can't. There's a traffic jam up on Ring 5. Some idiot kids decided to hold some kind of rally in repair scooters. Tug would have to risk collisions to come now. I don't see why you can't wait." Icy tingles ran down Ky's spine. Someone wanted them delayed, still on station when something went wrong. "Captain Vatta here," she said, silencing Lee, who had his mouth open to reply. "We have received a credible threat involving those same repair scooters. What's current traffic status on this ring?" There are a couple of non-scheduled scooters. Probably just those kids coming around Dock 4B. A sector away. What was the maximum acceleration on those scooters? The only external scans she had were focal scans of a few hull locations, not wide area. "Sorry," she said. "We're departing now. We believe that those scooters may intend to plant mines on our hull." "But they're just kids." "Maybe," Ky said. To Lee, she said, "Shut down all external access, Lee." To the duty officer, "We're shutting off externals. We'll be pulling out as soon as the boards go green. Slowly, I promise." "You Vatta," the man said. "If it weren't for you—" "I didn't start this," Ky said. "Air's clear. Water's clear. External comms clear." "Close curtain," Ky said. Unlike their emergency undock from Sabine Prime, she was not going to cause any more damage than she could help. The ship, external attachments retracted, lay in the docking bay with no more physical connection to the station. "Confirm curtain sealed," the duty officer said. "Formal clearance." "Take us out, Lee," Ky said. "Maneuvering," he said. The deck didn't so much as quiver, but the instrument showed their relative motion. Ky said nothing. Again, unlike their earlier emergency undock, they weren't using the in-system drive, but the less powerful altitude controls. Ky switched on near scan as soon as the nodes had cleared the station's blanketing structure. "There they are," she said, 2 tiny dots, just showing around the curve of the station. Their projected course took them directly to what had been Gary Tobai's docking bay. As she watched, they angled outward. "We're not clear yet, Captain," Lee said. His fingers twitched on the controls, 1 meter per second, and the acceleration was only 0.001 meter per. "In system," Ky said. "In system hot," Quincy said. "We're too close. We could give 'em a wobble," Lee said. "We'll give them worse than that if we blow up this close," Ky said. "I want the drive up. We'll engage as late as we can, but no later." The tiny dots crawled nearer. They couldn't go far, but they were faster than the ship. "Minimum coming up," Lee said. "Rotate the ship parallel to the entire station axis," Ky said. "We'll do less damage that way." That took precious seconds, and the 2 tiny craft were within what Ky considered throwing distance when she said, "Engage, 1/4 power." Gary Tobai's rotation and the shove of the in-system drive sent them off at a solid 10 meters per second acceleration. In the scan, the two dots crossed paths and curled around, trying to chase them, but they'd already opened a distance. Repair scooters, Ky knew, couldn't top a 10 meters per acceleration, and quickly used up fuel at that rate. One of them, though, closed distance. Not just your ordinary repair scooter, then. "You're being pursued," the station duty officer said in a surprised tone. "I noticed," Ky said. "Half power," she told Quincy. The ship opened the gap again. Something flashed in the scan behind them. The first dot vanished and the second boosted back toward the station. "You might want to intercept that one," she said to the duty officer. "You might learn something to your advantage." Right. "Where do you want to go?" Lee asked. "Right now, I just want enough distance to be safe," Ky said. "Maybe 10 kilometers. Gloucester to Gary Tobai." "Gary Tobai," Ky said. The screen flicked twice, then steadied on Captain Penzig's face. "Our scans report an explosion near your position. Any damage?" "No, we're fine." "We recommend you continue on present course for 6 hours, Captain Vatta." "But we—" Ky swallowed the rest of that. 6 hours, right." His face relaxed. "We'll be in touch on a secured link, Captain. Gloucester will cover your retreat. Scapa Flow will remain on station for the present." On her near scans, the Mackenzie ship Trace edged out, carefully staying between them and the station. "Station's not mad at us," Lee said. "Who do they think might take a pot shot?" "There's a lot of spare armament," Ky said. "Someone else could have made a critical purchase from Milmart, after all." So we're not really safe until we clear the system, is that it?" Ky thought about pointing out that they weren't going to be safe anywhere, and decided against it. "Well, the farther away we are, the safer. It takes a lot of power to run one of the big beam weapons. Missiles, though. We'd better get our defensive suite up and running." Ky turned to her comm again and called Quincy. "How's the installation coming?" "Installation? I just got the last carton unclipped." "Well, chances are we'll need it now, or we won't need it at all," Ky said. A silence on the other end. A mutter she couldn't quite hear, then, "I am definitely retiring after this trip, Ky. Captain, I am too old for this. I'm supposed to fit these things in 1-meter intervals. Do you have any idea how much climbing that involves?" Quincy didn't sound scared, just annoyed. "Toby's young and agile. So is Jim. Martin probably knows how to install that kind of thing. And maybe Raph can help." "Raph? You'd trust him with our defenses?" "We need the suite installed and running, Quincy. Whatever it takes." "Right." Ky sat back, fingers drumming on the arm of her seat. They were alive, by the margin of a few seconds. They were back in space, where spacers belonged. And she had an ally now. Maybe more than one, if Raph had been honest about his family name. She thought he was. But alone, with 2 Mackenzie ships and a hole in the bottom of the budget. So they had provisions, but troops ate provisions as locusts ate grain fields. She would have to have money at the next place they stopped. She needed to spread the cost of all this. But how? "Ky, have you eaten?" Stella, sandwich in hand, peered around the entrance to the bridge. "Since when?" Ky asked. "That's an answer of sorts. I've made sandwiches. Here's one." She handed in a plate piled with neatly cut triangles. "You cook?" Ky said. She had not suspected Stella of any domestic skills. Stella grimaced. "Sandwiches aren't cooking. And I told you I could scramble eggs." I'll just send some down to the others. Good idea, Ky said. Now that they were, well, not safe, but definitely safer, she was hungry. That snack intended for the visiting officers had never been delivered. She put the plate between herself and Lee. Both of them ate in silence for several minutes. Then Lee looked at her. Do you think we'll be attacked now? I hope not, Ky said. She put down the sandwich she was eating. It's all happened so fast. At least we have help this time. We can actually do something. He picked up another triangle of sandwich. You have a plan then. I will soon, Ky said. Actually, I have a plan now, and we're succeeding in the first objective, which is staying alive, with mobility unimpaired. And next? Find and aid any family members we can before they're all killed. Figure out who's doing this and how to strike back. Same as I said in the first place. And you trust the Mercs? They hold to contracts, the same as we do, Ky said. What happened last time wasn't their fault, and we were paid well for our trouble. Yes, but... He chewed a moment in silence, then swallowed and went on. Is there any chance we'll get back to regular trading? I don't know, Ky said. Nobody's going to be doing regular trading as long as the Ansibles are down. If that's taken care of, and as long as our enemies aren't attacking us directly, we ought to be able to go back. It won't be the same, of course, with all the damage Vatta sustained. We'll have to rebuild the business. Even as she said it, she wondered if it could be done at all. It had taken generations to build Vatta from that first ship to the shipping empire it had become. She cocked her head at Lee. Why? Are you ready to go find another ship? Is adventure looking less attractive than a few days ago? He shook his head. No, Captain. I'm just considering the ironies. The ironies? Yes. Your father picked me as a junior pilot to Riel, as you know, on the basis of my safety record. My reputation in the trade was as a solid, serious young pilot with no wild tendencies. He didn't know, because it would have done my application no good, that I had always wanted something more excited than piloting a trader. But when my parents were killed, I needed to find a job quickly, and I was a year too young to qualify for military training. I thought it was a tragedy at the time and was prepared to be miserably bored for the next 50 or 60 years. I realized soon enough that even civilian piloting had some adventure in it, but it was still missing something. You still crave adventure? Ky asked. Even after seeing it close up? Yes, Captain. If you decide not to go back to ordinary trading, don't worry about me quitting, is what I mean. If you want me, that is. You're a good pilot, Lee. Of course I want you on the ship. Let's just not have too much adventure, all right? It's your call, Captain. He grinned and finished another sandwich. Ky was still thinking about the next step and the 5 beyond that. She needed money. Traders got money by trading or by providing a service. They'd sold all they had to sell. What service could she provide as the target of malicious attack? What resources did she have? What she had to sell, Ky realized suddenly, was protection. As long as she had Mackenzie, she had something other traders might want. Captain Vatta, this is Lieutenant Commander Johansson. Captain Vatta here. Our sources confirmed destruction of one stolen repair bug, and the other has been taken into custody. I understand you may have some information on the Ansible problems. Yes, she said. We have an individual with considerable expertise in ISC internal affairs. At the moment, he's helping install the defensive suite we just loaded. That takes precedence, Johansson said, but we'd like to talk to him. I'll let him know, Ky said. He's not actually part of my crew. We have a partnership agreement at the moment. He helped my cousins get off Alray in one piece. Ah. Another thing, Ky said. If I'm reading our contract correctly, there's nothing to prevent your escorting a few more trading ships, is there? In convoy, you mean? We usually have more ships for that, but you're thinking of spreading the cost. Yes, of course, but also establishing the legitimacy of Vatta Transport again. Right now, the other trader captains don't want to speak to me in case our problems are contagious. To get shipping contracts, we have to get some of that cleared off our reputation. If I can offer safe, or at least safer, transportation somewhere, anywhere, it should help. Good point. We'd want to vet potential participants, though, and we'd be limited. Make up a list of those you'd approve and give me a target number, Ky said. As word gets around last way about the attempt to blow us at the dock, captains should be getting nervous and anxious to leave. They may be more willing to listen to me now. Will do, Captain Vatta, he said. When he signed off, Ky went down to see how the installation was coming along. We're working on it, Quincy said. She had the installation routine set up on the screen. All the telltales still read pending. It's a good thing the holds aren't stuffed with ag machinery. We have to have these sensor units in every ship space, just about. I've got Jim on that job. He's got a good manual dexterity, at least. Raph? With Jim at the moment. I don't know how much help he is. If he's not essential here, there's something else he can do. We need to deal with the Ansible problems. Quincy gave her a sharp look. You trust him that much? Ky shrugged. He's the only one who might know what we need to know. She considered telling Quincy all she knew, or thought she knew, about Raph and decided against it. He and Stella worked together in the past. Quincy snorted. That's a recommendation. I mean, Stella. Everyone knows about her. Not really, Ky said. Everyone knows she screwed up years ago, just as everyone knows I was kicked out of the academy. A different kind of screw-up. Does that tell you all about me? Well, no, but Stella grew out of it, Quincy. And she's the family I've got left. Vatta stick together. I suppose. Quincy shook her head. It's a new world, and I don't much like it. None of us does. So we'll make a better one that we do like, Ky said with more confidence than she felt. That's what great-grandfather did, and we can do it too. I hope so, Quincy said. So much lost. So many dead. Quincy, are you getting enough sleep? This doesn't sound like you. I can't sleep, Ky. Not enough. I keep seeing Gary's face. Your father. Nothing Ky had ever read discussed what captains were supposed to do when elderly crew came apart. She found herself cradling Quincy, holding her gently until the old woman stiffened. Role reversal, Ky said, but it's reversible again. Quincy stiffened. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to be comforting you. You'd known Gary longer than I had. Same with the other elders of the tribe. You've lost a lot of friends. I've lost a lot of acquaintances. Neither's easy. She watched Quincy's face relax gradually as she kept talking. I'm all right now, Quincy said finally as she straightened up. Good, Ky said. Let me know when Raph's free, or if you need more help with this. I can use a socket wrench myself, you know. Oh, I know, but captains have other things to do. True enough. My next move is to spread the cost of our military assistance among the ships I hope will convoy with us to wherever we're going. When we figure that out. That's a good idea, Quincy said. But do you think they'll come? What you said before. Situations changed, Ky said. We were almost blown in dock. Others have to be feeling anxious. That's what I told Mackenzie anyway. I bet some of the smaller independents will sign up. Raph ambled in from the far reaches of the number 3 hold. Quincy, Jim says he's ready for the next set of attachment pins. Ah, Raph, Ky said. Can Jim get along with Toby's help, do you think? Easily, Raph said. Why? Do you have something else for me to do? He put an edge on it that made Ky's teeth itch. Yes, she said crisply. Quincy, let me know when the installation's complete, so I can let our escort know. Raph, come on with me, please. They settled in the rec area. Ky stepped into the galley, noting that Stella had left it spotless, and brought out a pitcher of water and 2 glasses. Raph got up and came back with a lime and a small knife. Before Ky could say anything, Raph spoke. You were much on Stella's mind a few years past, Raph said. He did not look at Ky directly, concentrating instead on taking the peel off a lime in one smooth, even curl. She had no idea why he wanted a peeled lime. Oh? Ky waited. Yes, she spoke of you quite a bit. Apparently you were being held up as an example of a properly brought-up young Vatta daughter. Courteous, cool. Butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, is how she put it. Not at noon in midsummer. Straight arrow. Never makes mistakes. He glanced up. Ky said nothing. You annoyed her quite a bit. Stuck-up young prig, I believe, is what she called you. Born to be a military martinet. All rules and rigidity. Is that how you remember it? Not quite, Ky said. He would be getting at something, but she couldn't yet tell what. She wasn't going to let him drive a wedge between her and Stella. I don't know who in the family was telling her that, but I was getting the lectures on how good girls didn't want to be spacers or soldiers, and what made me think I had the qualities necessary anyway, and why wouldn't I settle down with a nice boy from one of the other good families? And why didn't you? Raph asked. This time the look from those bright eyes pinned her, as neatly as ever her brothers had pinned the bugs they studied. You're good-looking enough, and Stella managed to find a boy she liked, who caused her a lot of grief, Ky said. I heard about that. Besides, you ought to know about family ambitions. You went rogue, too. Raph winced dramatically. Ah, a palpable hit. So you claim that you went rogue by going military. Or was it by being kicked out that you went rogue? What did happen? Nothing that concerns you, Ky said. She didn't need to talk about that with this man, whom even Stella did not seem to trust completely. Oh, but it might, Raph said. Things like that last a while when you're young. It hasn't been even a year yet, has it? Seeing as you're the one in charge of this affair, I'd like to know how stable you are. Stable enough, Ky said. Stable enough not to worry about what you think of my stability. Ouch, he mimed, sucking a pricked finger. Sharp as a tack you are. Stella said that too. Don't you ever wonder what else she said? Not really. Ky gave him look for look. Stella's probably said a lot of things, as I have, that she wouldn't say today. Makes no difference. Maybe. The last of the lime peel came free. Raph arranged it back into the shape of a lime. The lime itself, held in his left hand, he dropped into his water. Do they grow these where you came from, on Slaughter Key? Limes? Yes, in the garden. We don't have a citrus orchard. Tick, as I recall, is your family's main cash crop. Valuable. Mild, euphoric, and stimulant. Various fractions also useful in pharmaceutical manufacturing. Yes. Ever taken tick tea and added lime? No, Ky said, wondering where this was leading. Don't. Not a good idea. Chemical reactions make it taste bad and give a headache like being slugged with a rock. He sipped his lime water, shook his head, and dropped in the peel. The thing is, people are always mixing things they shouldn't mix. Limes and tick, guns and butter, morality and— "Not that lecture," Stella said, coming into the compartment. She had changed into a one-piece garment that looked like brown plush, and her gold hair shone against it. "Raph, you ought to be ashamed of yourself." "It's true," Raph said. "It's trite," Stella said. "You peeled that lime for her, didn't you?" She grinned at Ky. "It's leading up to why you and he should get into bed together, even if it doesn't work out. Because mixing unlikes is inevitable or something. The lime peel trick is supposed to demonstrate his manual dexterity and fascinate you with inchoate possibilities." "Worked with you," Raph said in what was almost a growl. "Not really," Stella said. "I already wanted to try it." "You almost put me off with the professorial bit." "I admit to being impressed by the lime peeling." Ky looked at Stella. "I thought you said—" "We weren't involved," Stella said. "I just slept with him, and that was it." Ky wondered if that was true. She could not imagine sleeping with someone and not being involved, though she had been involved without the sleeping with. Was the look Stella gave Raph now really that cool? Raph, meanwhile, had a stubborn expression that Ky did not want to see aimed at her. "You still," Raph began. "I thought we were going to be discussing strategy," Stella said. "Isn't that right, Ky?" "Right," Ky said, switching tracks with some effort. "Now that we have some military assets, we can start doing something. Do we know enough?" "We know enough to get started," Ky said. "If we wait until we know it all, we'll wait forever." On this she was confident. She saw surprise on Raph's face, but Stella just nodded. "But I have a few questions for Raph." "And what are those?" Raph asked. "Does ISC know that some of its station managers are corrupted? Will there be repercussions from them if we remove one or two?" "Remove, as in—" "Kill," Ky said. Raph went still all over for a moment, then one hand twitched. "There's not another quick way to get communications back up here," she went on. "The station Polidity has no interest in listening to me. They aren't suffering. They think they're better off as they are. Other shippers are suffering, but they're scared to do anything. Any legal approach will take weeks to months, and he'll get away while doing more damage. We need him gone, out of his position permanently and quickly. That will give us some legitimacy in the eyes of the others." "Killing's a bit extreme," Raph said, in a voice devoid of resonance. "Don't you think?" "Not in this instance," Ky said. "Ky," Stella began, then stopped. She shook her head, then went on. "Ky, Vatta's not ever been that way." "Vatta's not ever been at war," Ky said. "We didn't start it. I want Vatta around at the end of it. So, Raph, what do you think ISC's reaction will be?" He was silent a moment, then folded his hands and gave her a steady look. "I think if there's sufficient evidence of his treachery, they will overlook an accidental death. At least in the sense of taking no reprisals against other Vatta. I think they will be upset, however. It sets a bad precedent. ISC has never allowed anyone, government, commercial entity, whatever, to judge its people." "They didn't take care of it," Ky said. The edge in her voice surprised even her. She saw in their faces that they were both startled. It cost lives, is costing lives. My position is that I am doing what they would do, and they had best accept it. You sound almost as if you're threatening ISC, Captain. She did not miss the shift to formality. If that is so, then I must remind you where my primary loyalty lies. I hold your partnership agreement at present, Ky said. If you forswear that. He winced. I know that. But you are asking me, perhaps asking me, to breach an older trust. I don't think so, Ky said. As an ISC agent, however covert, you are being asked to consider whether this ISC employee is guilty. Oh, he's guilty, all right, Raff said. No doubt at all. Deep in the conspiracy. I have the evidence, too. I was on my way back to the ship with it when your people got in that trouble in the store. Well then, what would ISC do, assuming they had the resources at hand? He'd be... all right. He'd be dead. We do have an enforcement arm that is not subject to any governmental restrictions. So, do you want me to take him? He looked haggard now. Ky wondered at that. Would you? She asked. He stared back, his expression grim, and did not answer at once. She went on. I expect you'd wait for orders from home. I expect you've had to do it. And don't like it. Not much, Raff said. His voice was breathy with the effort to keep it light. Then leave it to those who do, Ky said. Stella drew in a sharp breath. Ky did not look at her. What I ask of you, as the ISC representative, is agreement that he is guilty, that there is sufficient evidence, and that a quick removal is in the best interests of... Her voice failed for an instant, remembering too well in the best interests of the service. Of ISC and its customers. Raff nodded. That I can do. I do not see a conflict between the partnership and my loyalty to ISC in making such a report. Good, Ky said. She smiled, but neither of them smiled back. Stella looked as if someone had hit her in the stomach. Raff simply continued to look grim. I'll tell our liaison. They'll want to talk to you about the evidence. It would be a good idea for me, for someone from ISC to have custody of it, Raff said, and to give them authorization. Do it, Ky said. We might as well clean up the whole mess while we're about it. Lee can set up the secure line for you on the bridge. You surprise me, Raff said as he got up. He left without saying anything more. Stella put out her hand as if to touch Ky's arm, then withdrew it. Ky? I almost feel like I don't know you. I mean, when you said leave it to those who do, you didn't mean yourself. She let that trail away, then shook her head. Of course not. You mean the Mercs. I suppose they'd have to. Ky's stomach tightened. On the one hand, Stella was her closest family member. She should tell Stella the truth. On the other, she could not face what she expected of Stella's reaction. Not right now, anyway. Later, maybe. I'll need a complete assessment of our financial situation, she said instead. I'm going to try to get a few other ships to sign on with us as a convoy under McKinsey protection. We can spread the cost that way. But even so, we're going to have to be careful. That defensive suite wasn't cheap. Stella nodded. Right. And good idea about the convoy, Ky. Thanks. It'll depend on how scared the remaining traders are about attacks in dock. Chapter 16. Ky made it to the bridge before Raff was through talking to their liaison. He looked grim. Lieutenant Commander Johansson looked satisfied. "We'd like to have your agent aboard for this," Johansson said, "as he has ISC authorization." "Raff?" Ky said, looking at him. Raff grimaced. "My value to you and ISC both is at least partly in my being known only as a ne'er-do-well. If I'm part of the hit—" "I didn't mean part of the team," Johansson said. "In fact, we'd rather not have you. We have enough unknowns in the equation already. But aboard ship here, in direct communication, ensuring that our people got the right evidence. Then only a shipload of your people would know who I am," Raff said. "And how many is that?" "Do you really think—" Johansson began, then stopped. "All right. I see your point. Even if they don't know your name, information could be stripped from them. Disguise?" Raff gave Ky a strange look. "Could I pass as Vatta, Captain?" "The only Vattas declared aboard are me, Stella, and Toby," Ky said. "You'd have to have been, hiding out on Allway or something. Maybe a Vatta ne'er-do-well? Old Uncle Jonas, ditched from the family for, I don't know." "Being a ne'er-do-well," Raff said. "It doesn't have to be specific. Whether I got the second upstairs maid pregnant with twins or embezzled to cover my gambling debts. Years ago, and no one knew it, I'd been erased from the family tree. Of course, that doesn't explain how I know what I know." "Bad boys don't explain," Ky said. Raff shook his head. "You are entirely too knowing for a young sprig of Vatta virtue, Captain. I begin to think you've spent some time in the back alleys of the universe yourself." "So, is that the story?" Johansson said, clearly impatient with their badinage. "All right. I'll use the same cover name," Raff said. "I was suddenly recalled to a sense of family duty when the Vatta ship blew up at Allray. Or Stella seduced me, whichever is more believable. And Captain Vatta here put my nefarious skills to good use." "Coming aboard may be a problem," Ky said. "You know, well, maybe you don't. But we don't have a standard passenger lock, only the emergency. At least the hatch would work smoothly now." "We'll send a pod," Johansson said. "Do you need a suit as well?" "I have a suit," Raff said. "I might just mention how much I hate wearing it." "You might get yourself into it and start checking it out," Ky said. "Give some women command and they go. All right, I'm going." Ky turned to the vid screen. "Any progress on the convoy specs, Commander?" "Yes, we can handle 4 ships, including yours. I'll transmit the list of those we think acceptable, ranked by our preference, which of course need not be yours. And there's a red list of ships we would not accept." "Fine, I'll start contacting captains at once." Captain Soline Harper of My Bess looked just as forbidding as the first time Ky had talked to him. But at least he didn't cut off the contact the moment he saw her face. "You've probably heard we've hired McKinsey for our next voyage," she said. "I heard," he said. 2 warships to a trader is pretty hefty protection, I'd think." "So it is," Ky said. "Would you be interested in convoy space?" "Convoy?" "McKinsey assures me that they can protect 4 ships in fairly close convoy." "Where are you headed?" He wouldn't have asked that much if he hadn't wanted to come, she knew. "Haven't decided yet," Ky said. "Where were you bound?" "Nowhere, until I can be sure of communications, but I'm eating up profit sitting here." "Communications here will improve shortly," Ky said, hoping she was right. "If you're interested, a convoy share will be 1/4 the escort cost, minus the Vatta basic contract. 10,000. 10,000? What, you think I haul platinum or something?" 8. 9, Ky said. For you. Done, he said. He would have gone to 10, she knew, if she'd pushed, but 9 was a big help, and his goodwill might be a bigger one. In Vatta accounts here? On safe arrival, Ky said. Ah, his face relaxed. Now he looked tough, but not vicious. That's honorably done, Captain Vatta. You'll want another 1 or 2, will you? You have someone to recommend? Polly Tendell, independent, fairly new. Broke off from Dillon 4 years ago. Seems a decent sort. Kind of rough around the edges. Ky glanced at the McKinsey list. Tendell was there, though not in the first 5. All right. You want to contact her? I can. Same terms? Yes. A half-hour later, Ky had the rest of the convoy lined up. Harper's My Bess, Tendell's Lacewing, and Sindarin Gold's Beauty of Belle. All the ships had passed muster with McKinsey and, according to the transmissions from the station, all were in the process of clearing for departure. As the contract specified, McKinsey had control of the convoy, and thus the rendezvous point. Ky let them handle it. She spoke to Raff before he transferred to the Gloucester, then tried not to hover over her engineering crew as they finished installing the new defensive suite. She could not resist loading the installation manual to her own workstation, where she could follow their progress without interfering. She caught herself yawning and remembered that many hours ago she had been wishing for time to take a nap before the McKinsey officers came aboard. Had she really been awake that long? Another jaw-cracking yawn, and she decided that awake might not be the right term. She called down to engineering. What now? Quincy asked. Sorry, Ky said. Just letting you know I'll be in my cabin, hopefully asleep. You need a break too. I had one, and it's about time you did. I'll put anything new on your board. Stella, when Ky came into her cabin, said the same thing. And someone will call you if they need you. You know that. Yes, cousin, Ky said. She should shower, but she was on the bed asleep before that thought ended. When the call came, she'd had almost 5 hours of sleep. It was Raff on the McKinsey ship. I'm going to have to go with them, he said. I can't explain how certain things work and how to secure the evidence needed without compromising my other oaths, he grimaced. Not as part of the, main team, but in a separate group. These people don't trust me, which I suppose is natural, so they won't let me go to the local office alone. If it's necessary, Ky said. Oh, it's necessary. Raff glanced aside, though only his face appeared on the screen. Ky was sure he was conveying the presence of an auditor. Well then, Ky couldn't think what to say. Be careful seemed both unnecessary and insulting. I believe Lieutenant Commander Johansson wants to speak to you, Raff said, turning away. Captain Vatta, Johansson said, coming into pickup range. The other ships in the convoy are now beyond primary danger range, headed for rendezvous. Your representative has convinced us there is sufficient reason for the actions planned. I must now formally ask if your orders concerning ISC personnel remain. Yes, Ky said. All right, just checking. We're scheduled to start the operation within the hour. The transfer of your representative and certain other personnel. What's the plan? Ky asked. You mean in detail? Yes, Ky said. Johansson frowned. It's need to know, ma'am, he said. I don't think you should be too concerned. We studied this in the academy, Ky said. I'm just curious to know how you'd go about it. He looked askance, eyebrows high. You studied how to set up a takeout? Yes, it was a part of Special Ops, Level 2. Slaughter Key must be an interesting place, he said. Suppose you tell me how you'd set it up, and I'll tell you if you're right. Ky thought back to Colonel Aspen's lecture. You can do it with a minimal team if you have to, she said. Sniper and spotter. Better is a half squad, and better yet, a squad. Squad leader commands the squad, but the spotter ranks the sniper. Ideally, you've got plenty of intel about the area. You have routes in and out planned. You are hot on comm, half the squad spread, covering the routes, the other half in reserve. So, what do you know of the station manager's routine? Not much. I know the ISC offices are on Hub 3, and I'd presume the managers would be the most secure. Raff knew. They knew Raff knew. They had Raff aboard with them. Almost. Quite central anyway. He lives on the same hub, 2 sectors away. Travels any of 5 routes, all distinct, and has staggered random times for arrival and departure. Once he's past the first intersection, he can be almost anywhere. Tagger? We were told to tag if possible. Tags are traceable. We prefer CAD. You know what that is? Ky did. It was considered the latest and best method of remote identification. So you'd have a plan and internal line of travel from each of his known alternate routes, plus a way of detecting if he's off track and getting someone to him. Here, you'd probably use your people who were stationed here in the recruiting and consultancy positions. They know things about the station that aren't in the public specs, I'd bet. They do, Johansson said, without elaborating further. Now you need some kind of disturbance, Ky said. Something to cover the moments around the hit. Give the sniper time to break down the weapon and move out of the range of concern. Lots of ways to do that, but there's another place your local staff could help. Bet they've made friends with people on station. You do have the main elements, he said, but I still see no reason for you to know the specific details. One of the rules you haven't quoted at me yet is, there's no such thing as secure communications. You're right, Ky said. She didn't want him to be right. She wanted to see it all, learn it, but in this instance, learning could be followed by dying. Though she was paying for them to take the risk, that didn't justify making it bigger. She left it alone there, not asking how big a team would go with Raff to secure evidence and get the Ansible working properly again. Hours crawled by. She didn't know when to start worrying, when to stop worrying. They were still in close enough to pick up some near-comm chatter, but Ky could make little out of it. Ship to ship, the convoy reported in as they cleared local traffic control. Ky, on her own bridge, waited for what she could not really anticipate, except trouble. Going back to sleep was not an option. Instead, she munched on food she barely tasted and tried to concentrate on the operating manual for the defensive suite. Finally, the ready light on her McKinsey-installed SecureComm winked. Ky keyed in access. Got 'em, was the terse response. Clean. Employee's agent reports Ansible hookups restored and backfiles accessed. Estimates less than 15 minutes to open Ansible contacts and file dumping. If anyone else has a working Ansible, Ky said. The backfiles should be interesting, though. We already have someone working on ours, Johansson said. Lee turned to her. Captain, the last way Ansible reports 8 blocks of stored messages for Vatta personnel. Haul or wipe? Haul 'em all, Ky said. Somewhere in there might be a clue to what exactly is going on. Ship chatter rose around them as the last way ISC operation opened the equivalent of vast ears and tongue and began responding to everyone. Evidently, Vatta messages hadn't been the only ones sequestered. Hailing Vatta ship Gary Tobai, came from Tyndall on Lacewing. What happened to the Ansible? We've got a mass of backfile messages. Seems to be working better, Ky said. That's all I know. We've picked up 8 blocks ourselves. Coincidence bothers me, Captain Vatta. Tyndall's narrow, scarred face tightened. I prefer no coincidences. Seems a good one to me, Ky said. We leave, things get better. Might mean less trouble ahead. And maybe I don't need a convoy protection. Maybe not, but you signed a contract. So I did. Well, people always said trading with a Vatta you had to watch your credit balance. I wonder if this is happening everywhere or just here. Time will tell, Ky said. 10 minutes. 20. Ky forced herself not to pace back and forth. The secure line blinked again. She picked it up. Yes? Team's out safely, including your man. Genius with the comm stuff, our fellas say. Everyone's on course. The squad will be picked up by our courier. Ky went to tell Stella that Raph was safe. She took along the 8 blocks of back messages. Some were sure to be proprietary information, and she couldn't ask anyone else on the ship to go through them. How are they sorted? Stella asked. By date, I think, Ky said. I haven't really looked yet. But isn't that how back files are usually organized? We can hope, Stella said. Have a spare reader? Use this one, Ky said, nodding to her desk. We can isolate it from the rest of the ship. Oh, of course. Stella loaded the first cube. I haven't done the dating conversions yet, but I think this is from before the trouble started, which would mean the ISC manager here was fiddling with Vatta data in preparation. Let me see. She pointed to the screen. Just the kind of routine notice Vatta HQ sent every 5 days to all ports. Corporate news update. No hint of trouble. Ky looked at the bulletin, its format familiar to her for years. The linked VT in blue and red. The summary of tons shipped, % on-time deliveries, % expedited shipment bonuses earned, lists of retirements, promotions, new assignments. Her own name leapt out at her. The change in ship name from Glennis Jones to Gary Tobai as the result of uncontrolled conditions. The successful delivery to Belinta, and her promotion from contingent captain to list captain. Had it been her status as contingent captain that had convinced Furman he could order her around in the Sabine mess? Successful delivery at Belinta. It must have been posted just as I arrived, because trouble started shortly after that. I got a ping from my ship about trouble, and was on an Ansible uplink to Vatta headquarters when I lost the connection. That's when things got really interesting, because a team of assassins came into the Captain's Guild. You didn't tell me this before, Stella said, eyes wide. And we've had how much time to chat, Ky said. Anyway, it'll be in my log, the universal date. Let me check. She pulled out the notebook. Here. You keep a paper log? Yeah. Anyway, it's 13.34.75. What's the date on that message? It's 13.32.75. Where would you have been then? Ky paged back. Unloading cargo, Belinta Station. After that, I went down planet hunting cargo. We were headed for Lenora, but had another several cubic meters of space. I was trying to come up with enough to finance a refit of the ship. She'd been destined for scrap originally, but the hull is sound, and I thought maybe I could save it. I don't have a paper log, Stella went on. It's in my implant. She tapped her head. Universal time, also 13.34. Odd, really. Even with Ansible transmission, how did they set up almost simultaneous attacks light years apart? Unless they used all local talent, ship schedules just aren't that precise. We had a course on interstellar terrorism, Ky said. A large enough organization with enough financial support and enough lead time. And we don't know how many planned attacks didn't go off on schedule because the Ansibles went down. Did all Ansible traffic at Belinta go down when you were cut off? No, at least no one said anything. The Slaughter Key consul on Belinta told me the Slaughter Key Ansibles were down, but when we left, Belinta seemed to be working fine. It was such a low-traffic system, I'm not sure anyone would have noticed. Did you call out on it? No, I didn't. I figured the bad guys knew exactly where we were, and we should get into space, go somewhere else, try to outflank them. I still can't figure out why anyone would want to do it, Stella said. Okay, attack the monopoly, I can see that. But why disrupt all communications? Why not just display the ability and bargain from there? If we knew that, we might know why Vatta was chosen as another target, Ky said. Did those ISC couriers tell you that ISC ships were being hit? No, but then they didn't tell me much. Not even the route we were taking. Which suggests to me they were worried about attack, Ky said. I hope Raph can pry more information out of the local Ansible before we clear space. Something about all this just doesn't make sense. Why Vatta? We were important on Slaughter Key. And we're a major shipper, but we're not the only major shipper, and Pavarotti hasn't been hit that we know of. But we are, after the Sabine thing, known as a friend of ISC, Stella said. Even before that, corporately, we've supported them in discussions with other shippers. And our unarmed ships travel on scheduled routes, making them easier to find than ISC couriers, which don't. Point. Ky rubbed her face. So if I hadn't been so prominent at Sabine, if I hadn't been so obviously in tight with ISC, maybe none of this would have happened. Stella touched her arm. Ky, I don't think it's your fault. No one back home even hinted it was your fault. They didn't have time, did they? Ky said. A few could have, but they didn't. You can't blame yourself. Oh, yes, I can, Ky said. I certainly can, and I do, in part. I know it's not all my fault, but I didn't make things better. Hindsight's no good if you don't use it. I just don't want you taking all the responsibility. Not all, just some. A mistake I don't intend to make again. Though how she was to avoid it, she had no idea. Wars are won by those who make the fewest mistakes, one of her instructors had insisted. Stella looked at her with an odd expression. Ky, is that coming out of your military training, or have you really changed that much? Changed? Well, I don't want to insult you or anything, but back when you were a kid, before you went off to the academy, I thought of you as kind of a dreamy, impractical sort. You'd come out of it to do something hopelessly romantic, like champion some natural-born loser. We were always hearing about your lost pups. Ky felt her neck getting hot. Hard to lose a family identity even when it doesn't fit, she said. You should know about that. Stella's face hardened. True enough. But you were different. Was I? Ky turned away. They even had me convinced that I was too soft-hearted and soft-headed. If everyone tells you... What did they tell you, Stella, that led you to that first mess? Stella's eyes widened in shock. Then she looked thoughtful. I suppose everyone always made a big thing out of how pretty I was. Joe was the smart one, Benji and Tack were the strong athletic ones, and I was... Oh, look at Stella. Isn't she adorable? And good grief, Stefan. You'll have to use a cannon to keep the boys off her. I couldn't outscore Joe. She was brilliant. And I never wanted to outsweat Benji and Tack. She paused. So, are you telling me you aren't soft-hearted and an easy mark for stray pups? When we have a literal stray pup on this very ship? Ky snorted. Puddles isn't my fault. Oh, I suppose I could have let the locals kill the beast. But they annoyed me. You saved the dog to spite the Garda? Stella said, brows arched. More or less, yes. And it might prove useful yet. The vet's assistant said this breed makes good watchdogs. I suppose if you have foot-tall assassins, it might be of some use, Stella said. But otherwise? Was this the time to confess to a family member her self-discovery at the moment of killing Python? No. Stella would be spooked, and she needed Stella's support. I'm not just an idealistic, nice girl, Ky said. Her voice sounded rough to her own ears. Any more than you're just a sexy pushover for handsome men. Thank you for that, Stella said, in a voice that could have been expressing either anger or amusement. So we're both renegades, are we? The surviving senior family members, barring Aunt Gracie, who is a renegade in her own way. I suspect, Ky said, her good humor restored, that Vattas have always harbored a fair number of renegades. Do we even know how our great-great-great-grandfather obtained his first ship? I do, said Stella. It's in my secured files. And I'm afraid you're right. He was not entirely respectable. She shrugged. Was he a privateer? Ky asked. Privateer? Maybe. Definitely a raider of some kind. At least for a while. Why? Remember that letter of Marque? I was thinking maybe it runs in the family. But you didn't ask for it. You aren't using it. Yet, Ky said as she got up to leave. Stella stared. Down in engineering, Ky found Quincy hunched over a screen, reading through the installation instructions again. Toby sat on the desk, with Puddles upside down in his lap. The pup looked ridiculous, kicking one stubby leg as the boy stroked his belly. Jim, across the compartment, leaned on an upright, scowling. How's it going? Ky asked. It would be going fine if that idiot dog hadn't eaten a corner out of one of the cartons so we didn't have all the connectors. We spent hours hunting and we're still missing one. I think I can cobble something together. I hope. Quincy gave the pup a poisonous look. Toby hunched over it protectively. You aren't going to space it, are you, Captain? Toby asked. No, of course not, Ky said. But we probably need to confine it somehow, out of the way. Not in a shipping carton, Quincy said. It eats them and then throws up. I told you, Jim began, but Quincy silenced him with a gesture. Jim thinks if we give the pup the run of the ship, it will learn where everything is and be less trouble, she said. I think it would be disastrous. As with that carton, I can just imagine us arriving someplace, wherever we're going, and finding that our saleable cargo has been converted into dog messes. Dogs can be, trained, can't they? Ky asked. Her family had never kept dogs. Cats, horses, birds, and some of the small arboreal creatures, mingus, but not dogs. She'd had friends with dogs, and those dogs didn't seem to be much trouble. They made their messes outside. Of course, here outside was a hostile environment. Didn't we pick up some supplies from the vet? And the book on training, Jim said, nodding. They can be trained to use a box or something, but it takes time. You've trained a dog? Ky asked. Not myself, but I've watched an uncle. Ky was about to say, it's your dog, you found it, when she glanced at Toby. The look he gave her said more than words. Toby, she said instead, you're caught up on your classwork, aren't you? Yes, Captain. Quincy, how many hours a day do you need Toby's help? Quincy pursed her lips. Right now? Not at all, really. Systems are all green, and the rest of this ship is software alignment. Why? Because I need him to do something else. Toby, that pup's your responsibility. I want you to keep it out of trouble, train it, take care of him. I know Jim found it. She glanced at Jim. But Toby, you've had a dog before, and Jim has other duties. If you need help, ask for it. But primarily, I want this to be your job. Is that fair?" His face lit from within for the first time since he'd come aboard. "Yes, Captain. I'll make sure he's not in the way." "I'm sure you'll take care of him," Ky said. She felt a pang of guilt. The boy had been through horrendous stresses, and she'd spent how much time making sure he was doing all right? Next to none. "I hope he turns out to be a good little watchdog for our dock area, on stations where dogs are allowed. But be sure to keep me informed how he's coming along." "Captain, could I change his name?" "His name?" "Puddles just isn't a good name for him." "What would you name him?" Toby glanced at Quincy. "How about Rascal?" "Sounds good to me," Ky said. "Now get Rascal out from under Quincy's feet so she can get on with her work." "Yes, ma'am." The boy scrambled up, all ungainly legs it seemed, and headed for his cabin with Rascal, now awake and wiggling wildly in his grip. When he was out of sight, Quincy cocked her head at Ky. "That was well done, Captain. Annoying as I find that animal, he'll be good for Toby." "And you won't be distracted while finishing the installation," Ky said. "I certainly hope not," Quincy said. Chapter 17. The convoy moved out on a slow arc. No incoming ships had been detected for days, but Mackenzie had still advised a careful approach to the jump points. "If there's trouble, that's where it will be," Johansson said. "Ships going for a jump point are usually at max delta V. They can't maneuver, and they offer an easy shot. What you want to do is go in slow, in formation, looking tough and preserving your ability to maneuver." Behind them, another ship left last way, but on a vector that gave no concern. It looked to be headed for a different jump point. Stella, working through the accumulated messages, found that the last way ISC manager had been holding up Vatta messages there, or some Vatta messages at least, since the last scheduled Vatta departure, some 8 standard months before. If any Vatta ship had come through, they'd have been told there was nothing pending, Stella told Ky. They were working in Ky's cabin, and the remnants of a hasty meal were stacked on the end of the work table. "You should have had all this when you arrived. Most of it's not that important. Updates on prices, margins, that kind of thing. The 5-day bulletins I've put into the database for pattern analysis. Nothing's shown up yet. I can't figure out what good it would do to keep a Vatta ship at Lastway out of the Vatta loop, though. When were you originally supposed to arrive at Lastway? Did you have scheduled deliveries?" "No, nothing with a late penalty, but we did have a tentative schedule. Let me see." Ky called it up. "That's interesting. We were originally scheduled to reach Lastway a day or so before the attacks on Vatta started. So you'd have been there, incommunicado, rather than on live Ansible hookup to Slaughter Key. Easy meet, no warning. I wonder if they specifically sucked off Vatta messages at the other stations where Vatta was hit. Still doesn't tell us why Vatta was a target," Ky said. "No, but it's clear the plot was laid before you even went to Sabine," Stella pointed out. "Then they had to rush assassins to Belinta or find local talent before you got back." She sat back. "What would you have done, Ky, if you came out in Belinta local space and had been told of the attacks? Would you have docked at Belinta?" "I don't know," Ky said. "I never thought of that. I might have docked at their station to complete delivery, but I wouldn't have gone on planet." "They must have been frantic," Stella said, "scrambling to adjust to your movements, knowing that you were the most dangerous Vatta to leave alive." "Me?" Ky had not considered she might be considered a special threat. "You. Of course, not just your military training and your relationship to your father, but what you'd shown you could do at Sabine. Now, I would wager some of Aunt Gracie's diamonds that you are well above their threat recognition level. Ky felt a surge of satisfaction. I hope so, she said. Let them worry. It was ridiculous in a way. She still had only the one small, slow, unarmed ship. Mackenzie would desert her as soon as they had instructions from their headquarters. The other traders in the convoy were her putative allies only so long as they had Mackenzie protection. Even so, imagining an enemy being afraid of her felt good. And now that you're officially a privateer, that's even more reason for them to worry. Ky looked at Stella, startled. I'm not really, you know that. Remember what the Mercs told you? Stella's perfect brows arched. Possession of the letter, whether you use it or not, constitutes presumption of intent. But our enemies won't know about that, Ky said, will they? And I don't see that it makes much difference. For all the license the letter gives me to cause mayhem, there's not much mayhem I can cause with this ship. I'm sure they know about this ship. She pushed aside the existence of those mines in the cargo holds. For now, I'm just a trader captain. I'm not ready to hunt anyone down. You're a trader with 2 hired warships, Stella pointed out. That takes you out of the just a trader class right there. You had your mercs go in and kill some crooked ISC employees. And even though that was done with ISC authorization via RAF, it was still done by your orders. Put that way, the raid on the ISC office did sound like the sort of thing privateers were reputed to do. Legally, I'm not sure, Stella went on. If you hold this commission from Slaughter Key, does that mean that anyone contracting with you, for military services anyway, is actually working for Slaughter Key? Ky stared at her. That can't be right. Dim memories of military law classes cluttered her mind. But they had never studied the legal ramifications of letters of marque, she was sure. It's not exactly a commission anyway. They're not paying me anything, and they're not giving me specific orders. I can just trade if I want to. But you don't want to, Stella said. You want to protect and help family members, and you want to find out who attacked us, and you want to take them out. That's what you said. Yes. I see conflicts of interest, Ky. Mind you, I'm completely in favor of rebuilding Vatta as a trading empire. Locating, helping, protecting our remaining family. Destruction to our enemies, all that. But when I consider this thing, she nodded at the folder, I see problems you may not have considered. You have to decide whether you're fighting for Vatta or Slaughter Key, for instance. Both, Ky said. The ISC thing affects both, surely. It does now, Stella agreed. In the long run, though, those are 2 different interests, and you need to know which has priority. So do I. You. I am carrying your father's implant, remember? The Vatta Command dataset. If you consider the recovery of Vatta your first priority, then you are the right person to take possession of it. But if you rank Slaughter Key's interest above Vatta, then I'm not sure. I suppose you're glad now that I haven't put it in, Ky said, astonishment and confusion putting an edge on her voice. Yes, Stella said calmly. She sat back, folding her arms. Until I knew about the letter of marque, I had no doubts. Now I do. My interest is entirely family, I assure you. I still believe, like Aunt Gracie, that you are the one person who can help Vatta survive, if it can be done at all. It will take all your ability, though, Ky. If Vatta is not your top priority, we're doomed. I saw this letter as giving me a better chance to save Vatta, Ky said slowly. Not a conflict of interest at all. A tool? Yes. I've always thought the interests of Vatta and Slaughter Key ran together. Whatever I needed to do to help Vatta would in some way help slaughter Ky. Even as she said it, she realized how naive it sounded. Certainly the government of Slaughter Ky had decided that its interests were separate from Vatta's. For now, that may work, Stella said. Someday, though, those interests will be in conflict. You need to decide now which has priority, before you have to make that decision in a crisis. Quincy's call to announce that the defensive suite installation was complete came as a welcome interruption. You managed it without Toby's help? Ky said, half joking. Quincy didn't laugh. The boy's very smart, she said. Good with his hands, too. He was helping. It was that dratted dog. But yes, we've got it in. Whether or not it works, I'll tell our escort, and then we'll test it, Ky said. She called the bridge and had Lee contact Johansson. He says go ahead, Lee said a few minutes later. They'll observe with their scans and let us know if it looks right from the outside. Do the honors, Quincy, Ky said. Quincy started the initiation sequence, and the defensive suite's control board lit up, segment after segment showing green telltales. This over here is the active shield function, Quincy said, pointing. And this is the electronic countermeasures here. They say the shields are up and look good, Lee reported from the bridge. No gap spotted, but they want me to roll her once to be sure they've scanned the entire hull. Go ahead, Ky said. Can they tell anything about the ECM stuff? Another pause, then Lee said, No, they say not without launching something at us, and they'd rather not. I feel the same way, Ky said. We'll have to take that part on trust then. How about power consumption, Quincy? Right on target, Quincy said. Our in-system has plenty of reserve power. It's speed we can't get out of her. Good job, Quincy, Ky said. You and your crew should take a couple of shifts off, except for the usual. Thanks, Captain. We'll do that. This is a new one for me. Now, can I tell Martin to restow the cargo? Yes, or rather, I'll speak to him. I think we should keep access open to as much of this as possible, for repair in case of damage. I thought the whole point of this was to prevent any damage, Quincy said. You aren't planning to get into a space battle, are you? Not if I can help it, Ky said. But dangerous times. It's just a precaution. Martin and Elaine had spent the time it took to install the defensive suite, working out the most efficient way to restow the cargo. Ky looked at their figures and agreed with Martin that the odor barrier crates should be readily accessible. She hoped they never needed those mines, but if they did, she wanted them easy to find and use. Raff returned to the ship shortly before the transition into FTL flight. Ky and Johansson had agreed that they should first check on an automated Ansible in the next system over. The convoy captains accepted the course without comment, except to point out that there was no profit where there could be no trade. McKinsey personnel locked in the jump coordinates in the nav computers of all ships. Someone could change it, but that would both break the contract and alert them that the ship was probably part of the conspiracy. Jump insertion went smoothly. They had planned a 13.2-hour jump to the neighborhood of the nearest automated Ansible platform. I suppose you want me to check out the Ansible itself, Raff asked. Ky nodded. And how are you going to explain that one to the ship crews? Your expertise in communications, Ky said. They know about some of that already. Yes, but last time it was just a simple file switch, or close enough they believed it was. This time, I have to get in there and muck with the hardware and the software, all of it proprietary. And how would even a renegade Vatta know that? I'm sure you can come up with something, Ky said. He gave her a dark look, then shook his head. You really are a piece of work, Ky. Captain, you should have been born into a pirate family, not a nice, staid bunch of law-abiding traitors. As staid as the Dunbargers? Ky asked. A hit, a palpable hit. All right, let's see. After being booted out of the bosom of your family, our family, I managed to sucker ISC into hiring me for a time, then quit in disgust because they expected me to keep regular hours. His face settled into a sullen expression that went perfectly with not wanting to work regular hours. How's that? That works, Ky said. Within hours, that Ansible's message bins were unblocked and contact restored with Lastway and other working Ansibles. An easy fix, Raph said when he came back aboard. Just as I said before, it's a form of sabotage that's quick, requires no special equipment, and is easy to reverse. Unfortunately, it's difficult to make impossible. So if the raiders come back, they can undo my fix quickly. Would ISC reimburse you for fixing this if they knew about it? Ky asked. You want a bonus? I'm thinking of the others in the convoy, Ky said. If there's some profit in stopping to fix Ansibles, then they'll be more willing to do more of them. Ah, there might be, but I can't promise. And calling from here would reveal where we are, which I'd consider a danger. Raiders could follow us by the restoration of access, couldn't they? Yes, but we might be an ordinary ISC repair crew, too. Ky discussed their next destination with her McKinsey liaison. We'd prefer to clear Ansibles between Lastway and our home base, Johansson said. Of course, that's subject to your priorities as long as we're working for you. But there are several automated Ansibles along the way, and some excellent market worlds for the others. Let's talk to them all, Ky said. In conference, the other captains agreed. In the next system, they found not only an automated and non-functional Ansible, but also a civilian ship whose beacon carried the familiar Vatta tag, moving slowly along far from the Ansible, as if transferring between jump points. She's a Vatta ship, Ky said. We can't ignore a Vatta ship. Her beacon says it's a Vatta ship, Johansson said. We could say we were, Fitch's Rangers. Would that make us Fitch's Rangers? You have a database of ship registries, Ky said. What does her beacon ID say? It agrees with the call signal, but that's just common sense. That doesn't mean she's a Vatta ship. Or commanded by a legitimate family member. What does your implant? Oh, that's right. You don't have one. This time the disapproval in his voice was clear. I'll check with Stella, Ky said. She probably has the complete list. She'd better. You hired us to protect you and the others in this convoy. All my instincts say that there's something wrong here. It's the classic pirate trick. It's one ship and she doesn't scan armed, Ky said. You have 2 armed vessels. Captain Vatta, you may have almost graduated from a military academy, and I will grant you that you have performed well under pressure at Sabine, but you do not know diddly squat about threat analysis in real life. What if that ship is mined? What if that ship is stuffed with biologicals that could kill us all? I do not have a full hazmat team aboard, and I do not want to die, or see my people die, because I walked into a trap. Ky bit back the angry retort she wanted to make. I appreciate your concern, she said instead. I have no intention of asking your people to risk themselves. But as you recall, contacting and aiding other Vatta family members is high on my priority list. I'll go myself. Stopping it all is risking us. Doing anything but going back into jump is risking us. He wiped his forehead, though he wasn't sweating. Look, you're making the classic mistake that bold youngsters make. You overvalue your own resources and don't see all the problems. Did you ever read that old chestnut about the young officer trying to interdict a river crossing? The defense of Dufter's Drift, Ky said. Yes, the problem is you don't get do-overs, in dreams or otherwise. Maybe the farm family really is loyal, but you can't take the chance. Maybe the ship really is your family's, and everyone on her is loyal and honest, but you can't take the chance. Actually, I can, Ky said. But you see, I can't ask you to. So you carry on to the next jump point, and I'll match courses and see what's what. You have lost your mind, Johansson said. We can't let you do that. We've contracted to protect you. Ky choked back the "you can't stop me" that came automatically and said instead, Look, we want to unblock this Ansible. We'll just put Raph on it, get that job done, and give this other ship a call. See what she does, all right? You're making a mistake. Maybe, but it was in my mission priorities. I know that, but... A deep sigh. All right, here's what we'll do. We'll support through the Ansible repair. Then we'll escort the convoy just outside the system and stand by in case of trouble. With an open Ansible and only a few hours transit time, we should be close enough. Fine, Ky said. When she called the crew together to tell them what was going on, Martin looked grave. I have to say I agree with the Mercs, he said. If you'll take my advice. Not if it means running away without finding out if a Vatta ship needs our help. That wasn't it. But have the defensive suite on and keep the drives warm, even if you decide to match courses. Someone alert at the scans around the clock, and a plan for what to do if we're attacked, boarded. A plan. Who goes where and does what, that kind of thing. Is this something you... Ma'am, my expertise is in security, not full-out combat. I can suggest some things, but whether they'd work, I don't know. And as for ship-to-ship combat, I can't help you. Get your suggestions in order then, Ky said. She had thought of a sudden attack, the ship being blown, but... Boarded? Maybe she should still take Johansson's advice and run for the jump point. But that left a Vatta ship here alone. A Vatta crew who might even, if they'd been in FTL space on a long jump, have no warning that they were in danger. It's going to take us several days to get closer to her. Martin nodded. Fair Colleen had the Vatta blue and red logo on the hull, but she looked battered by years of space debris. No weapons showed on the defensive suite's analysis screen. Her crew had given no sign that they were aware of other ships in the same system, which was sloppy at best. Ky pursed her lips. Ships of that class were brought in for cleaning and repair every 2 years, at which time the logo was freshly painted. Ordinary light shielding protected it for that interval. Stella? Don't look at me. I'm not ship crew. Quincy, I'm going to transfer an external feed to your board, Ky said. What do you think? Fair Colleen. Haven't crossed paths with that one in decades, Quincy said. She's one of ours, right enough, but I don't know what route she's on. Looks a bit battered. That logo should have been touched up before now. Well, Ky said and sat motionless, trying to think things through. Fair Colleen had been a Vatta ship, might be one now, should be one again, since Vatta needed every ship it could muster. If someone else had taken a Vatta ship, one of her ships, she caught herself thinking, she could take it back. Let's give her a call, she said, and nodded to Lee. Fair Colleen answered the hail with commendable promptness, and in moments her captain was online. Osman Vatta, his broadcast ID stated, stocky and dark, his black hair liberally salted with gray. He looked at Ky with an expression she could not quite interpret. Whose are you? He asked. Whose? Whose kid? I'm sorry, you're a captain, but to me you're a kid. I was just wondering whose. Gerard's, Ky said. When he still looked blank, she added, Gerard Avendetta Vatta? Oh, old Moneybags Jerry. He gave a harsh snort of laughter. Gods, girl, you don't look anything like Jerry. Luckily. Very few people, most of them now dead, had called her father Jerry, and she didn't like his laugh. Don't look at me like that, he said, sobering. I didn't mean to make fun of him, but he always was a bit stuffy. So, he sent you out to straighten out this mess, eh? Mess, Ky said. Something was very wrong, but she couldn't figure out what. This whole thing with the banks, Osmond said, credit and all. I mean, he is chief high financial mucky-muck, so it makes sense that you being his daughter. He didn't know. He didn't know, or he was a far better faker than she thought he was. That's the Ansibles, Ky said. When ISC gets them back up. Not what my fella back on Harmon told me. Said someone was going after Vatta, and our credit was shot. Did your fella describe what going after meant? Said someone had taken pot shots at Vatta's ships. Made me nervous, that did. Nervous was not the word Ky would have chosen to describe his expression. Tense, alert. But nervous? She should tell him, but she was reluctant and didn't understand why. Look, as your old Jerry's kid, daughter, I mean, you can clear up the financial end, can't you? Talk to the bankers and such. I have a load of cargo, good stuff, too. Where was it bound? What route are you on? His gaze wavered. Well, I'm kind of independent. Experience. Family connections. Been a while since you came in for refit, hasn't it? Ky said, forcing sympathy into her tone. Oh, the ship's fine. No problems there. It's just, I can't draw on company funds, they tell me, on account of whatever this mess is. Stranger and stranger. Not all Vatta captains were on fixed routes, but most of them were. Profit lay in reliability. Senior captains vied for the most profitable routes, wanted the least variance in their schedules, and while this man looked like a Vatta, they weren't the only family in the known universe with those features, that coloring. He had shown some knowledge of her family, but only what an outsider could have picked up from public sources. He had cargo. He could sell the cargo, set up a ship account. She'd done that. Ky touched the control requesting an emergency interruption. Almost immediately, a red light flashed on her board, winking urgently. She looked down, then back up at the comm screen. Excuse me, I've got a problem here. I'll be right back. She cut the connection and opened the internal comm. Anyone get anything on this one? Stella spoke up. The ship's on a list from 10, 15 years back as active, but on current lists as an adjunct. Which is? I'm not sure. It might be undercover work or something. I was on an adjunct payroll for a year or so. Osmond, I'm fairly sure he must be Laszlo Vatta's grandson. Though there's another Osmond. How old do you think he is? Apparent age, or was that a disguise? Voice analysis suggests 60s, Raph spoke up. There's that little burr, of course. He could be a heavy drinker or addicted to something that's aged his voice. That'd be Laszlo's grandson. He's not on the current captain list, Ky, Stella said. I can't get into the old personnel stuff. It's in the command data set. The one you didn't install was unsaid but clearly communicated. A Vatta remittance man, Raph said in a smug tone that made Ky want to hit him. Skeleton in the Vatta cupboard. So, why's he in a Vatta ship? Ky asked. Adjunct, Raph said. They let him take a ship, but he's not authorized refit, and I'll bet he's not authorized access to company funds, except his remittance. He sounds like a con man to me. He's trying one on. He knows headquarters is down. He doesn't know we have a command data set. Martin said, "I don't like the whole setup. He sounds too glib, and I find it hard to believe his crew didn't pick us up on scan a long time ago. We haven't tested the defensive suite against concealed weaponry. The mercs weren't trying to hide theirs." "Quincy," Ky said, "the senior engineering watch were all below, by Martin's plan." When the old woman answered, she said, "Did you ever hear of an Osman Vatta, related to old Laszlo?" Quincy's gasp was clearly audible. "That bastard! What's he done now?" "Well, he claims to be the captain of Fair Colleen, which right now is matching courses about 100 clicks away. I gather you know something about him?" "Rotten little devil," Quincy said, "smooth as an egg and no morals at all. Fools you because he's not overtly mean, but he doesn't care for anything but himself and doesn't see why anyone would." "Our defensive suite says he's unarmed," Ky said. "I don't see how he can do us any great harm." "Don't bet on it," Quincy said. "If he's here and talking to you, then he sees a profit to himself in it. Figure that out, and however slimy it seems, that's what he's up to." "Here in the middle of nowhere," Ky mused. "What is he doing here anyway? Just randomly jumping from one unoccupied system to another? He's a long way away from any regular Vatta route." "Trouble," Quincy said. "He's trouble through and through." "Quince, what did he do? Any specifics?" "Well, I was only aboard a ship with him once. He'd gotten in a fairly serious scrape with his apprentice voyage. Gambling debts he tried to cover with the ship's account. His father, Laszlo's son, Banalji that would have been, hauled him home and supposedly straightened him out. He was in his 20s when I ran into him again. I was engineering second that voyage, pulled off my regular ship because their first was injured. He was third in command. I heard scuttlebutt that he was under some suspicion of having done something earlier in the trip. But he was a Vatta. The idea was to straighten him out. Well, among other things, he liked pretty faces, didn't matter what gender, and he was putting moves on an engineering junior. I told him off for it, and he tried to bribe me." "Bribe you?" Ky could not imagine that. "Oh, yes," Quincy said. "I wasn't a gray-haired great-granny back then. He didn't fancy me, I don't think, but he was willing to try if it would shut me up. It didn't. He tried to get me fired for insubordination. The captain wouldn't hear of it, and I watched my back very carefully for the rest of the voyage. Good thing, too, as there were several accidents that could have been fatal. His father died young." "So," the knot in Ky's stomach tightened. "It may not have been an accident that he's here, or that he wants to travel with us." "I don't see how he could have figured out where we'd be," Quincy said. "That much could be accidental." She didn't sound as if she believed it. "Jump options from Lastway, how many were there?" Stella asked. "It's not that." Ky's mind raced, throwing up an image of their route since leaving Lastway. "If they have those shipboard Ansibles Raph mentioned, and they've tracked us by the restored Ansible functions, then here is the next logical place for us to go. Another node in the web, a mostly uninhabited system with multiple jump points. Couldn't we intercept their communications?" "No more than with any Ansible," Raph said. "And thank you for sharing that little secret with everyone, Captain." "You undoubtedly have others I don't even know," Ky said. "And that one, if it's operational, isn't going to be secret for long. Once others realize that the only way for certain things to happen is ship-mounted instant communications, they'll deduce its existence." "I suppose. I still think." "Think it later. The question is, what do we do now? If I refuse to talk to him again, he'll know we know something's wrong." "Wouldn't you?" "He'll expect you to have an implant. Surely that would tell you he's not on the main list. I guess he can't tell I don't. A germ of an idea sprouted. She went back to the exterior comm. Sorry, she said to Osman. We've got this pet someone brought aboard, and it keeps getting into trouble. A pet? You let your crew have pets? The tone carried the implication that only young, inexperienced, sentimental captains allowed pets aboard. Special case, Ky said. She could feel her neck getting hot. But back to your problem. What do you understand is going on? I don't know, he said. Frankly, I've been out on my own, pretty far out, not paying much attention to what's going on back home. But it sounded like trouble, so I came back to see what I could do. To help or scavenge? That was the question. Quincy's story was probably true if this was the same man, but 20 years and more had tamed many a wild boy, her father had always said. We don't blame people for who they were if they act well now, her mother had insisted. She wondered what Raph would be like in 20 years, and pushed that thought away. It's pretty bad, Ky said. Hard to tell with the Ansibles down, but it looks like someone has it in for Vatta. Heard anything about your family? They're dead, Ky said flatly. A moment's shocked stillness, then his face creased into a scowl. That's monstrous, he said. You poor kid. I mean, you're not a kid, I can see that, but still. Poor old Jerry dead. How'd they get him? He wasn't on a ship, was he? No, Ky felt again that reluctance to reveal details, at least yet. I wasn't there. I only heard they died. If the Ansibles come back up. I can't believe it, he said. His gaze was direct, his expression exactly what it should be. So why this reluctance? Just Quincy's belief? That wasn't fair. Look, he said with sudden determination. I can help. Let me help. Either of us alone. We're just a single ship, easy to ambush. But the two of us, I don't mind telling you I've rambled around in some pretty rough places. This old ship wasn't the worn-out hulk she looks like. We could help each other a lot. Family sticks together, eh? Blood thicker than water, all that? Sincerity flowed out of him like water out of a spring. Ky could not believe he was anything but a rogue coming around, except for the bitter memory of another sincere, pleading voice, Mandy Rocher and his problem that had become her disgrace. I can't figure out why, Ky said, talking just to keep the talk going, trying to think behind the chatter. Why would someone, anyone, take after Vatta Transport? We've got a better record of service than, say, Pavarotti. Oh, lass, we're rich, that's why. The rich are always a target. Not that rich, Ky said. I can imagine an envious minor shipping firm resenting us, but it would hardly have the resources to attack us so widely. Well, no, he said. But this attack on the Ansibles, Vatta's always supported ISC's monopoly on Ansible services. Could be it's our allies got us in trouble. Or could be part of the Humod base stock controversy. What? Was this just a distraction, thrown out to make her lose track of his argument? There's growing friction, you know, between the base stock worlds that want to preserve what they call human nature and the Humods. From the base stock point of view, we're all Humod because we have implants. Makes us mech deviants. I don't suppose you've run into many base stalkers. Only the Miznari, Ky said, back home. Good grief, are they still around? He sounded genuinely surprised. I'd have thought they died out long ago. Went in for natural childbirth, I thought it was. I meant places like Allgreen and Purity. They're not on regular Vatta routes, but I've traded there. Took me for a criminal, they did, at first. No one has cranial implants, not even fertility mods. One of my old crew was a four-arm genetic, and immigration control wouldn't even let him off the ship at the station. You'd have thought he'd been able to spit sperm straight into their precious daughters. Sorry. Did that shock you? She had to do better with her face. I'm shocked that anyone would refuse entry to someone just because they had 4 arms, she said. Would he believe that? Oh, good, he said. I remember Jerry was something of a prude, and I should have thought before saying anything. But I'm glad you're old enough not to flinch at a little physical reality. His laugh grated. Ky smiled, but followed him into this side topic as if really interested. So, do the people on Purity avoid all medical care? No, but they're strict about its limits. No genetic modifications, and no modifications that enhance normal human ability beyond a half sig above the mean. Of course, that means their mean intelligence is well below that of most of us. But they get along reasonably well on their own world. Are they Misnari? No, they're evangelical heurists, whatever that is. Doesn't help them in any business dealings, I can tell you that. He laughed again, with a wink that invited Ky into his scam, whatever it was. She wanted to wipe the screen, but knew better. It's the weirdest combination of paranoia and gullibility you've ever seen. They're terrified of some outsider cheating them. But they make it so obvious what they're afraid of that it's easy to make whatever profit you want by just doing something else and pretending fear of their suspicion. So the rogue hadn't reformed. So you prefer Humod planets? Well, not the extremes. It's like some of them make themselves ugly on purpose, you know. But a lot of them are just like real people, only with extra. Pretty much think like us. He peered at the screen. You do have an implant, right? Of course, Ky said, as if offended. Got it at 7, like everyone else. So you have a current Vatta update? 'Cause I haven't updated in a while. Been out of touch, you see. Not really current, Ky said. I was on my way back, actually. He couldn't know anything different unless he was as bent as she suspected, and then it didn't matter. As you probably guessed, this was my first trip. So I'm just a probationary captain, as it were. Only the most basic data set. When I got home, I was going to get the full one, but things happened. I see. He looked down a moment, then suddenly back up, with a sharp glance that seemed intended to startle. Then his face softened again. Well, we shall do well enough, I guess. Youth and enthusiasm, age and experience. We'll be partners, shall we? But we are already family, Ky said, as if puzzled. She had been half expecting this offer or demand. Isn't it forbidden to make private contracts of partnership within Vatta? His brows went up. What? You think I want to cheat you? No, not that. Worse than that. But she had had 4 years, almost 4 years, in which to learn that earnest and tedious explanation of well-known rules had its uses. But Dad said nobody should make private contracts because we should all be working for the benefit of Vatta as a whole. Private deals, he said, were like stealing from the company. And I want to save Vatta. Now his expression shifted to benign amusement. I forgot, he said. You are Jerry's daughter. Of course you would be a stickler for all the rules. But my dear, this is an extraordinary situation. We may be the only surviving Vattas. Or do you know of others? Ky felt a chill roll down her back. She was not about to reveal the existence of Stella or Toby. You're the first Vatta ship I've met since this happened, she said. And I suppose, for your first voyage, they stuffed the ship with faithful old retainers rather than family members, eh?" he asked. "Pretty much," Ky said. "I hired a couple myself along the way. So, under the circumstances, we should cooperate and be partners. Fine, if you don't want to enter into a formal partnership. I understand that, given your father. But we can do better together than either of us alone." That was true, if partners were true to their defined mutual goal. Otherwise, one could gut the other even more neatly than a stranger. Ky was tempted to refuse and depart, trusting her new defensive suite to handle anything he was likely to have aboard. But what if he knew more about the conspiracy and the attacks on Vatta than he'd yet revealed? "Where are you going next?" Ky asked, deliberately furrowing her brow. "I don't know if we can." "Look," he said, exuding a fatherly concern that bordered on sickening. "I'll go with you. Wherever you go, I can help keep you safe." He paused for her reaction. Apparently she had not hidden it well enough. "I'm sure you're brave and resourceful. Vatta doesn't breed idiots or cowards. But you need someone to watch your back. I won't even pull seniority." On screen he shrugged, spreading his hands. "You're Jerry's daughter. He was our CFO. You can take over if you want. I just don't want to see us die out because we couldn't work together for mutual profit." He wanted her more than she wanted him. Why? And how had he known that her father was Vatta Limited's CFO if he had been gone so many years? Unless he was legitimate in some covert way, as Raph claimed to be with ISC. "I suppose," Ky said. "Look, why don't you send me your cargo info, and I'll compare it with what we've got and decide where to go next." "We share," he said. "You send me yours, too." "Fine," Ky said. "I'll get my cargo master to port it over for you." He would learn nothing from their cargo list except that they'd bought low and hoped to sell high. He would certainly not learn about the mines she had aboard. Either kind. Chapter 18. He thinks I've got a probationary captain's implant, with incomplete data. Nothing he needs to upload to his implant, for instance. Ky sipped a mug of nutrient-boosted tea while she waited for Osmond to send his cargo list. "I'd be a lot happier if you had an implant at all," Martin said. "And the Vatta command set would give you everything you need." "Certainly would make my head an attractive target, wouldn't it?" Ky said. "If he thinks I'm ignorant, inexperienced, idealistic, and rule-bound, I'm the perfect front person for him. A dupe he can enjoy duping for a long time before he finds it convenient to kill me. You do realize he'll try." It was not a question in tone, only in Martin's expression. "Of course," Ky said. "I don't expect anything less. But he will find me tougher to kill once he's thoroughly convinced how simple it will be." "You continue to surprise me," Raph murmured. "Good," Ky said. "Since you're the best model I have for how Osmond Vatta thinks. He's supposedly got a history rather like yours." He blinked at her. "You really think I'm that bad? I swear I never put pressure on the unwilling to have sex." Stella shifted in her seat. He looked sideways at her. "I haven't forgotten that lime," Ky said. The others looked at her oddly. Raph ducked his head. "That was only an invitation, not pressure." "Quite true," Ky said. "And if I thought you were that bad, you would not be alive on this ship." "I shall watch my step," he said, with a demureness that lay uneasily, like thin silk over a steel blade. "Nonetheless," Ky said, "Raph is my only current contact with the kind of life we think Osmond's been leading. So when I try out ideas on him, his reaction may help me predict Osmond's." "As long as you don't get us confused," Raph said. "I assure you," Ky said. I can keep you separate in my mind, even without an implant. Suddenly, Raph's eyes opened wide. Ky, Captain, call the Mercs. Now. What? Why? Just do it, he said. No longer languid, he sat upright, alert. Our whole plan is to let him think we're alone, harmless, helpless in this system. If you don't call, Raph said, you won't have the chance. He has an Ansible on that ship. He's one of them. How do you know? And why now? I know, Raph said through clenched teeth. Don't ask more, I know. He's not just Vatta's rotten egg. He's deeply involved, and he's using his shipboard Ansible to call in your enemies. I think he wants to toy with me longer, Ky said, and I still want to know how. For the time it takes them to get here, maybe. Then he'll betray you, and there won't be time for talk. How far away are the Mercs? Next Ansible over, I hope, Ky said. But how do you know he's got one? Captain, let's go to your cabin. What? I need to speak with you privately, Raph said. He was still tense, pale, his eyes locked on hers. If you must, Ky said. She looked at the others. Call me if anything changes. Make sure everything's ready. Always, Quincy said. Ky led the way to her cabin. Raph followed her and shut the hatch without asking her. What is this about? Ky asked. Just listen, Raph said. There's another new tech I didn't tell you about. You have a shipboard Ansible of your own, she said. Or some way to detect Ansible activity? He tapped his head. I have one here. Miniaturized. Implantable. The power system's not adequate, so I need to hook up to an exterior power source or link to an existing, working Ansible. Ky blinked. You have an Ansible in your head? Yes, small, underpowered, but nonetheless workable. Experimental tech, of course. So far as I know, the only working model. I got it direct from the lab. You must not tell anyone. I won't, Ky said. She was still fascinated. So that's how you know he has a shipboard one? How do you know he doesn't have an implant like you? They smell different, Raph said. At her expression, he sighed, shook his head. They had to hook up a lot of weird connections to make it work at all. Humans have a lot of olfactory receptors we don't really use. Apparently tied to the biochemistry of the planet we originated on. They tied the detector function to that. It's supposed to let me know when I'm in range and could tap power from an Ansible, but my brain insists on giving me smells. I hope they're pleasant, Ky said. She could not help staring at his skull. Every angle she could see. It could not be possible to fit an Ansible in there. Most of the ones she'd seen, the outsides anyway, were the size of a small ship. Memorable is the word I'd choose, Raph said. Whatever on our home planet smelled like that must not have been good for us. At any rate, I know he has a shipboard Ansible and that he's just activated it. Now will you please call the Mercs on the system Ansible before he blows it or something? You think he'd blow it? He wouldn't want you calling for help, now would he? I wonder why he doesn't just use the system Ansible now that we've got it unplugged. Because he knows we'd notice that, and he thinks his shipboard Ansible can't be detected. That alone should tell you he's up to no good. Oh, right. On the bridge, Ky began the setup for an Ansible connection and turned on the ship-wide intercom. We have a situation, she said. Quincy, bring the defensive suite active. Our friend over there is contacting someone. We don't know who. Probably not someone we want to know. The Ansible connection winked green, and she entered the McKinsey codes she'd been given. The light lag to the system Ansible seemed interminable. She watched the chronometer ticking off the seconds. Outbound signal. Inbound signal. Trouble, Captain Vatta? Johansson must have been sitting beside the comm shack. Ky had never appreciated instantaneous communication so much. Possibly, Ky said. The ship was Vatta, and the captain, a Vatta, troublemaker, apparently. It's not a threat, but he's just made an Ansible call. Can your agent strip it? No. Advise you go max power and head for jump point, Johansson said. Right into whoever's coming in? Ky asked, and our in-system slow, if you recall. The idea is that they blow by you while they're still having down-jump turbulence fouling their scans. Shortens your vulnerability, though there is a risk, as I said before. And you? We do have responsibilities to the rest of the convoy, Johansson said. But I'll see what I can do. Was he really going to leave them hanging out there alone? Or had that been a message designed to confuse an eavesdropper? Ky hoped it was the latter, but he certainly wasn't going to share his plans over an open Ansible connection. That made sense, but it didn't make Ky happy. She looked at Lee, whose expression was more alert than anxious. You heard the man, she said. Aim us at the jump point, and pour on the power. Not emergency max. We can't outrun much of anything, but we can open distance. She called back to Fair Colleen. We're outbound, and I've decided on a destination. Wait a minute, that was sudden. What happened? It was what you said about the HUMOD issue. It just occurred to me that the right market for a third of my cargo is one of the HUMOD worlds. Look at the list. With the Ansible here working again, I was able to get a little market data. We're off for Garth. Coming? But wait, girl. Captain, sorry. You don't want to go to Garth. I don't? Why? Well, just slow down there and we'll talk about it. You don't just make decisions on the first bit of info you get off a public board. How do you know it's accurate? Look, Ky said, finding it easy to simulate impatience. We hung around in this system a lot longer than we meant to, waiting for you to match courses and then chatting. No disrespect to an elder Vatta, but if we're going to rebuild the company, we can't do it by sitting out here telling family stories. We need to be trading. I may be young and ignorant, but I know that much. Of course we need to be trading, Osmond said. Rushing into things can get you in worse trouble. How do you know the folks after Vatta won't be waiting for you in Garth? Because they're on the way here, was on the tip of Ky's tongue, but she said instead, I don't, but the only way to find out is to go there. I have some specialized electronics that will suit their HUMOD market. Just lying around, they were, and I got them at a good price. But, so are you coming, or shall we meet later somewhere else? She had half an eye on the ship's near scan, which showed the range between them widening more slowly than she'd like. I'll have to get my in-system drive up. I'll follow you. Fine, Ky said, and flicked off the link. He'd track her vector and report it, though if the allies he'd called were already in jump, it wouldn't help them. Raph, she said. Yes, he was close behind her. Is there any way at all that the ships can communicate between each other while in FTL space? No, not that I know of, anyway. The advanced tech on the PIN Ansibles allows a ship in FTL to contact a fixed Ansible platform, that's all. Good. She flicked on the ship-wide comm and explained the situation. What we're doing is running for the jump point. As soon as we can jump safely, we will. We don't know where Osmond's allies are, or how fast they can get here. We are fairly sure he has no weapons capable of damaging us, so we're not in immediate danger. What if they get here before we can jump? Lee asked. We're at least 18 hours from the jump point. Are the Mercs coming? The Mercs are not telling me or anyone else what they plan to do, but I'm hoping they're on their way. We'll deal with the other if it happens." "Why did you even go talk to that old idiot?" Jim asked. He must have been near the engineering comm station. "Wouldn't it have been smarter to ignore him? Like the Marque said?" "Jim," Quincy muttered. "The only way to find out if he was legitimate or not was to talk to him," Ky said. They were all probably thinking the same thing, but lacked Jim's brashness. "But Quincy told you shifts ago. And she told us about him." "Jim!" Ky could imagine Quincy trying to push Jim aside and shut him up. "I just don't get it. We could have been halfway to somewhere else by now." Ky's temper boiled over. "You could be all the way to somewhere else in about 2 minutes. There's an airlock." Silence, complete, throughout the ship. "I'm sorry," Jim muttered finally. "Good," Ky said. "Whether I made a mistake or not by talking to Osman will be clear in a day or so. In the meantime, we can increase our chances of survival by anticipating the bad guys and thinking of ways to make their task harder." "We could put out a message on the Ansible," Raph said. "We've cleared several along our back route. It will go somewhere, even if it isn't picked up for a while. All stations, all recipients. Tell them about dear old Uncle Osman, or Cousin Osman, or whatever he is." "Good idea," Ky said. "You draft the message, then let me see it before you send it." "Do we have any ship weapons?" Raph asked. "Not offensive weapons, or rather, we have the pop gun equivalent that all ships carry now. It wouldn't penetrate his ship. He may or may not know that." "He's boosting," Lee said, "but he's not going to keep up with us." "He wants a safe distance," Ky said, thinking aloud. "He's got the power to overtake us, but he won't. His scan trace will point to us but keep him out of trouble." Which meant he was expecting help, though she didn't say that. "He thinks," Raph said. Ky glanced at him. His expression was feral. "Aren't you supposed to be drafting that letter?" "I have. I forwarded it to your desk." Ky managed not to snarl. Of course, he had an implant. He could do that while she was limited to indirect input. If only she'd been near a real clinic where they could test and see if it was safe to put an implant in. She could have had the basic module. "Don't be smug," she said. "You and your implant." She opened the file on her desk. The letter looked perfectly straightforward. She hoped it was. She opened a query link to the system Ansible. "Almost 2 minutes to contact." "You're close to that 6 months you mentioned," Raph said. "You could put one in now." "No medtech," Ky said, watching the winking light that indicated the message was en route to the Ansible. She wasn't about to wait for confirmation that the Ansible was ready to receive. "True, but it's possible to put them in without. I have. Changing implants is sometimes very useful." "Risky." "Not really. You can get a headache, and you can be disoriented for a few hours. I try to do it overnight. Lie down, pull one, and insert the other. You do have to know sterile technique." "Which I don't," Ky said, "so I'll wait, thank you." "I do know sterile technique," Raph said. "If it would improve our chances of survival, I'd be glad to help." He would be glad to get his hands on the Vatta command database, however briefly. She could only deal with one trickster at a time, and Osman was the immediate threat. "I think not," Ky said. "I can't make the ship faster or add weaponry. For plane maneuver, the brain I have will work just fine." She hoped. A command implant would give her faster control of ship systems. It might even work with Fair Colleen's systems. "Glad to hear it," Raph said. "Is there any other assistance I can offer?" "Don't know yet," Ky said. "I'll let you know if I think of something." She turned to Lee. Do you know the nearest mapped jump point? It's the one the Mercs went to. There's another, half point farther. So, the Mercs should get here first. Maybe. If the bad ones didn't use an unmapped point, if they were just off scan, they could do a short jump in and be here in a few hours. We have enhanced scan, but the range is still well under system's radius. Any idea what vector they might use? No. Why? Diversions, Ky said. The one thing that even defensive shields have trouble with is random mass. Raph snorted. What? You're going to throw out some cargo? You might call it that, Ky said. If you consider mines cargo. Mines? You're familiar with the concept? She could not keep all the sarcasm out of her voice. Yes, I just didn't know you had any. And you said you didn't have weapons. Didn't have offensive weapons. I have some mines. Not many, and maybe not enough. We'll see. When will you drop them? When I see the whites of their eyes, Ky said. At his expression, she had to laugh. When I know what vector they're coming in on, she said. Or if Cousin Osman gives us any trouble in the meantime. I hate to waste a Vatta hull. You surely don't think you can get it back. If I can, I intend to, Ky said. Vatta Transport needs hulls. We've lost several that I know of, not to mention the capital investment in our headquarters. We make money by trade. It takes hulls to haul cargo. So, Cousin Osman's hull belongs by rights to Vatta, to me, if it comes to that. Raph stared. You're either crazy or brilliant. I'm not sure which. Neither am I, Ky said. Time will tell. You seem amazingly calm about this. Are you scared at all? Ky wondered if there was any way to explain, and decided it was a lost cause. Not excessively, she said instead. Fair Colleen had increased her boost. On the ship-to-ship, a light blinked. Osman wanted to talk again. Ky didn't. Anyone with the shipboard ensemble had to be part of the conspiracy. There they are, Lee and Raph said together. On the enhanced long scan, 2 tiny dots. Ky reached over and flicked a button. Both turned red. She spared a moment of thankfulness that the defensive suite's designer had included a remote weapons detection function, and that she'd opted for the more expensive version. Weapons hot, Ky said. They must be expecting trouble. Or a quick, easy kill, Raph said. Do you want me to plot their course, so Lee can concentrate on piloting? You know how? It didn't surprise her. Interstellar navigation, in its simplest form, was a matter of looking up tables of figures and inserting them in the navigational computer. And having Raph on navigation would be better than Cheryl. Competent though she was, Cheryl was better off not on the bridge right now. Yes, Raph grinned. I can still surprise you too, Captain. Anyway, if you have a way to use those mines, I want you to be free of all distraction while you do it. The enemy ships, she presumed they were enemy, since they had not contacted her, had emerged from jump at high velocity and were braking only slightly. Ky interpreted this to mean that they were getting data on her directly and instantly from Osman on Fair Colleen. She looked at their own trace. The old ship could not accelerate any faster, and she had to conserve fuel for maneuvering. Lee, cut her back. We want to look like innocents heading for the jump point. I'm going to have a little chat with Osman and see what he tells me. When she clicked the comm back on, she started talking as soon as Osman's face appeared, with the wavery edge characteristic of diverging signal sources. Well, cousin, are you coming? Ky asked. I have the feeling it's not healthy to stay in one place too long. Who would hang around in a deserted system like this? So he was going to try to keep her ignorant. Surely he had noticed trouble on the scans. Looks like a fine, quiet place for raiders or pirates to me, cousin, she said cheerily. Surely they have rendezvous points far from heavily traveled routes. How would anyone know we were here? Oh, I don't know. Blind luck, maybe. Wait. She pretended to look away. Imagine that. I have 2 blips on my screen. What do you have? Blips, oh, those. Those are friends of mine, you might say. It's why I don't have to worry about raiders. The slightest emphasis on I, the slightest smugness in the tone. Don't worry, Kylara, honey. We'll take good care of you. Will you? Ky asked, in the mildest tone she could manage. On the scan, the 2 ships closed distance steadily. It looked as if they had tracked and analyzed her course and were planning to intercept to killing distance. You didn't mention your friends before, cousin. Who are they? My dear, you really don't need to know. It's better if you don't, in case. He paused. She could fill in that blank easily, in case she escaped to tell the tale. The Ansible status light went from steady green to red. So they had blocked the Ansible again. Told you, Raph said softly, just out of pickup range. And now the Ansible's not working, Ky said to Osman. He shrugged. Those automated Ansibles aren't as reliable. I've learned over the years. Were you trying to send a message? Thinking of it, Ky said. I guess I'll have to wait until we get to the next one. A stupid exchange. Surely he had detected her transmission to the Ansible, and surely he knew it had succeeded. But in following his misdirection, she might learn something useful. Your friends are coming in very fast, Ky said. If you hadn't told me they were your friends, I'd worry about an attack. They were coming in spread formation, perfect for attacking a single ship and preventing its escape by any sudden maneuver. Not that her ship was capable of much evasive action. They'll take care of us both, Osman said, in their way. His smile no longer looked open and benign. It had a predatory edge to it. Ky considered the scan before answering. If those were military ships with high-performance drives, and surely they were at least equivalent, they would be in range for beam weapons within 6 hours. Was it Osman's job to keep her calm and ignorant until then, loafing along on a course that made interception and attack easy? Had he done this before, setting up innocent traders for pirate attacks? Had he been involved in the Sabine thing, one of Pison's allies? And what would he do when he found out that her shields held against them? She smiled into the screen and saw Osman's expression stiffen before his mouth widened again. I'm so glad you're here, Ky said. It means a lot to me to have a senior Vatta captain's advice. My advice? I still say you shouldn't hurry off to Garth, he said. Let us escort you, at least. A convoy would be safer. You won't have any trouble catching up with us, as you can tell. We have that old-fashioned, slow in-system drive. I'm sure you have better. Well, yes, but you young people are always in such a hurry. Take it from me. Haste in dangerous situations can be fatal. So can sitting around waiting to be shot, Ky said. Look here, cousin. I'm glad to have your protection and your company, but I'm not going to take your orders. You're definitely Jerry's child, Osman said. Too bad. Too bad? Ky's stomach lurched. Here it came, whatever it was. I might have found a use for you, Osman said, in a tone of such fake geniality and regret that Ky wanted to gag. After all, a daughter of the great Gerard Avendetta Vatta, niece to Stavros, the Vatta CEO. You might have been very useful, but his expression hardened. But you are just an arrogant, spoiled bitch, fit child to the man who cost me my proper life, the life I should have had as a senior Vatta captain." He couldn't resist boasting. She had read that about certain kinds of criminals, but she had never seen it. "Your father and uncle, the pair of them, stuck-up arrogant prigs that they were. They used me. They ruined me, just to get a step up the corporate ladder. As if they never did anything wrong. As if a Vatta heir weren't worth twice what some sniveling engineering apprentice was. Stupid slut. I gave her a necklace." The veins bulged on his forehead, she noticed. The old rage still consumed him. "And now, Princess Kylara, Jerry's precious daughter, I'm going to destroy you. I only wish Jerry were here to see it in the moments before I blew him away." "I'm so sorry to disoblige you," Ky said. Her heart was racing. She hoped he would interpret it as fear. "But I prefer not to be blown away." "Prissy mouth. What you prefer doesn't matter. You have nothing on that ship to defend yourself with. Nothing. Oh, I know you bought a defensive suite at Lastway. We got word of that. No fear. But it's not worth a minimum on a credit, because we have a deal with Milmart. They sell only worthless junk to Vatta, and we don't destroy them." Ky stiffened her face, but too late. He leered at her. "Ah, I see you hadn't discovered the flaw yet. You will, about the time your ship comes apart around you, or I have a better idea. If you're the honorable sort like old Jerry and want to save your crew, or some of them, you can always cut your drive and surrender. I'll wager they'd rather live than die, and while I won't promise to make your life pleasant, I have no quarrel with unrelated crew, unless, of course, some of them were involved in my embarrassment." He chuckled. "Go ask them, why don't you? I can wait." Ky cut the connection. Lee stared at her, wide-eyed but silent. Raph showed no emotion but the pulse beating in his neck. "That was interesting," Ky said. Her mouth was dry, her voice not as steady as she wished. "So he's got a grudge against Vatta because my father threw him out, and he's sure our defensive suite won't work. I wonder if that's even true. I can't imagine that Milmart stayed in business if they're that easy to bribe." "Captain," that was Quincy on the ship's intercom, "we have a problem." "What's that?" Ky asked. Her voice sounded normal again. "Well, I didn't spot this at first, but there's a problem in the defensive suite. Not in the scan components, but in the shields. I wonder why the McKinsey scan didn't pick it up," Ky said. "They had us arm it and said it looked solid." "Yes, I know. I thought that meant it was working too. But Toby was bored having to watch that miserable pup, and I gave him a stack of instruction cubes to keep him occupied. He went looking for that missing component we replaced from stock, found it, and then thought there was something odd about it. He says it's not what the manual calls for, and the shields will go on all right, but not actually protect against a strong hit." "Can it be made to work?" "Yes, if we have time. Hours. The hardware is mostly okay. The software could be, but the installation instructions we were given were wrong. We need to uninstall the software, replace the non-standard components of the hardware, then reinstall. 7 hours, probably. I know it took longer last time, but then we were unfamiliar with the equipment." A voice in the background. "Not now, Toby," Quincy said, half into the intercom. "But—" "Not now," Quincy said, then into the intercom. "I'm thinking at least 7 hours." They didn't have 7 hours. Not now. Ky tried to think. Shieldless, they were easy prey, as easy as they looked. Quincy, where are the other crates from McKinsey, the ones labeled Model 87-TR-5003? Number 1 hold, why? Because we need them, and we need them now. And the ones I called the odor barriers. Get 'em out, unpack 'em, and call me when you have them laid out on the deck. Let me tell her, came faintly from the intercom. Toby, of course. Pity for the child who had lost all his ship at Allway and was probably going to be dead in a few hours gave her patience. Let him talk, Quincy, Ky said. Go on, Toby. It won't take that long, Toby said. I was going to tell Quincy, but she called you right away. I located the places where the component needs changing and pre-positioned everything. I wouldn't do it without asking, Captain. I know that would be wrong, but I thought it would be all right to do that much. Good for you, Ky said. Would it shave the time enough? Is Jim down there? And Raph, he'll come down and help. You can show them where all the points are. Martin, too, but she might need his help with the mines. Yes, Captain. Some of them are kind of hard to get to. But you can wiggle in. Fine. Quincy. Yes, that from a different station, obviously. Toby's done part of the work already, he says. Located all the ones that need changing and put out the components needed. Time saved? Maybe an hour, maybe more, Quincy said. You're trusting a 14-year-old kid? Quincy, it's that or nothing. We don't have 7 hours. We might have 5.5. He found the problem. He went part way to solving it. I have to go with him. Right. I'm pulling your crates now. And I'm sending Raph down to do the software changes. Give Toby who's ever free and let him lead them to the locations. Raph had already left when she turned around. Lack of initiative wasn't his problem either. Lee, you have the bridge. I've got to go check out those mines myself. I bought the kind we studied in the academy. If they're glitched, I'll know how to fix them. She hoped. If it was something simple like an unattached connection. The other mines, the ones Mac Robert had sent, were more specialized. Stella was waiting between the bridge and the recreation area. How bad is it? And what can I do? Very bad. And if you've got the expertise with software, you can go down to engineering and help Raph. Hosman? A grudge against our parents. I wonder if he's the real reason Vatta's under attack, though his grudge sounds very personal. He could have hit Vatta without involving ISC, but he wants our parents' children in particular. He doesn't know you're here, or Toby, and won't. Come on, I have to go check out something. Chapter 19. The row of mines looked eerily like those laid out on the deck of her academy class on defensive ordnance maintenance procedures. Then there had been only 15, 1 per study group of 4, and those had been unarmed. Were these the same, only deadly? Or were they as useless as Osmond said the defensive suite was? The bulbous forward end, with its navigational circuitry and the plump cylinder holding the explosives behind, each, she was relieved to note, with the proper plastic guard inserted to prevent accidental detonation, the knurled section that could be unscrewed to allow a variety of propulsive and altitude adjustment components, depending on need. These came with the basics only, self-contained reaction engine and simplest of the altitude adjustment components. Ky had not been able to afford the extras. Still, a rock could destroy a spaceship if the product of mass and acceleration came to enough force. Her instructors had been clear about that. Martin, how familiar are you with these things? He shook his head. Sorry, ma'am, but it's been years since I armed or disarmed one. I know what they are, but ordnance wasn't ever my specialty. That was a disappointment. You better go help reinstall the defensive suite then, she said. I'll work on these. Ky loaded the instruction tab into her hand display and was reassured to find that what she thought she could do first was in fact what she should do first. She pulled out the bundle of safety cords that had come in the command packet carton, freed one, and slipped its magnetic clip into a slot on the detonation control panel before removing the plastic guard that had served the same function. Now that mine couldn't detonate no matter what mistake she made during the examination and programming. She red-corded all of them first, then opened the navigational compartment of the first. Another glance at the instruction manual refreshed her memory. The mine's innards still looked familiar, and all the parts that should be there were. A purple-coated wire caught her eye. It should have been attached, there. She clipped it in place and opened the next control panel. The same purple-coated wire to reattach. Very simple sabotage, easy to fix if you were looking for something wrong. Did that mean she was missing something subtler? She hoped not. She didn't have time to disassemble each completely. Another look at the instruction manual, altitude adjusters, main engine controls, each with one disabling wrong connection. She glanced at the chronometer. 10 minutes gone. 10 times 21 was 210 minutes. Too long. She had to move faster. But carefully. And how was she going to place them without Osmond or his allies noticing? All very well to place what amounted to explosive rocks in the enemy's path, but that required accuracy. If their drives were on, they'd be detected, could be avoided. She didn't have enough to create a broad barrier behind the ship. She needed a way to get them away from her ship that Osmond couldn't detect. She had 4 of them done when Lee called down from the bridge. "He's hailing us again." "He can wait," Ky said. "He's offering the crew their lives if we overpower you, and reward if we deliver you alive." "So are you going to take it?" Ky asked. Lee snorted. "Not me, Captain. I don't believe him." "You don't have to tell him that," Ky said. "If he thinks he's got a taker, he might tell his friends to hold their fire." "I thought of that, but I didn't want to do it without asking." "Do it," Ky said. "Every minute helps." Even as she talked, her fingers raced over the tasks. Open a hatch. Find the loose connection. Reattach. Check that the other components were normal. Close and seal. Open the next. "And if he closes in, maybe we get a new hull." "Suits?" Ky paused, hands still for a moment. Their suits might save them, or condemn them to a slow death outside the ship. They'd be clumsier in suits. "Not quite yet," she said. "But tell me if he closes, and be sure you don't let him know you're doing it." "Right, Captain. I'll need another crew member to act the part of the mutineer. Who should I get? Raph?" "Not Raph," Ky said instantly. Osmond would see Raph for what he was, and while he might believe that Raph would turn on her, he would not trust anything Raph said. Her mind flicked through the personnel files. Elaine? Sherry? Mitt? Bia? No. Osmond might recognize any long-time Vatta employee. Not Martin. He was too obviously military. "Jim," she said. "You'll have to explain it to him. I don't have time." "Will do," Lee said. Ky went back to the mines, surprised to find that she was already on the 6th. Her mind wanted to wander off to the best deployment again, but she dragged it back. She must not make any mistakes here and now. 6th, 7th, 8th. Then Lee piped down to the nearest speaker the conversation he and Jim were having with Osmond. "Just disable her," Osmond said. "You don't understand." Jim's voice sounded tense, whiny with the Belinton nasal accent. "She's killed mutineers before. She's dangerous." "So am I," said Osmond. "If you don't get control of that ship, I'll have to destroy it, and you. Look, she suspected trouble before. She thinks she's got a perfectly loyal crew now." "And most of 'em are, I'm sure," Lee said. "I mean, she's not bad, exactly." "Do they want to live, or are they happy to die loyal?" Osmond asked. "Ask them that. Not all of them. That old fool Quincy, I'm sure, would rather burn than betray a Vatta." His voice had acquired a sneer. "But that's the choice. Work with me, or die. And you don't have much time. No, leave the connection live." He didn't trust Lee and Jim, and no wonder. "I can't do that," Lee said. "If she comes back to the bridge, she'll notice. She told me not to answer." "Where is she now?" "All over the damn ship," Lee said. "She's checking on everything, but I know she'll come back in here. And anyway, we have to get some others. 2 of us, me and Jim. We're not enough. If that Quincy finds out." Ky was fascinated by Lee's glibness. Either he had some experience she didn't know about, or she had corrupted him in the past several months. She suspected both. "How many do you think will join you?" "Allie," Jim said, speaking up. "She's unhappy anyway. She doesn't like that new cargo master, she told me." "Mitt might join us," Lee said. "And he's good in a fight. Cheryl probably." "Like you said, Captain, Quincy's no use to us, and she's the one most likely to tell our captain." "You can have 20 minutes, Osmond said. "Then report back and tell me how it's going." "What if she's on the bridge?" "If you've got 4 people and you can't take down 1, you're useless," Osmond said. "Right," Lee said. Ky finished the 9th mine, her mind now racing on the larger problem. Or was it a problem? Maybe it was an opportunity. He wanted to close and board. If she had a crew trained in Eva, she could send someone over to his ship with a mine when they were close enough. She didn't have a crew trained in Eva. Besides, that would damage or destroy the hull she wanted, and would signal Osmond's allies that the mutiny was faked. If she could knock out his ship's systems, she stopped moving, immobile for long seconds as her mind threw up yet another scenario. Pictures flickered through her mind, almost too fast to follow. Transfer tube, airlocks open, a blurred shape flying through the tube. Not this mine, but one of the others, one of the EMP weapons Mac Robert had sent her. "Quincy, Martin." "Yes, Captain?" "Do we have any kind of machine or something that can throw a, say, 70-kilogram mass about 100, 200 meters? You mean like a hydraulic piston sort of thing?" "No." No, not the answer she wanted, needed. Her mind threw up the picture of Mahar's pistol bow, made it bigger. Back in the dawn of time, people had used big machines of that type to throw rocks or something. But they didn't have time to build one, and it would have to be wider than the escape passage anyway. Could some of the crew, all of the crew, heave the thing down the passage fast enough? Almost certainly not. Twang! The sound of a packing cord coming loose made her jump. Then the plan appeared, bright and clear and complete in her mind. "Quincy, how many packing cords would it take to accelerate that 70-kilo mass?" Packing cords. Packing cords. Ky could see the engineering mind at work, as clearly as if Quincy's implant were printing the figures on her forehead. That's the craziest. But, Elaine, Cheryl, get me all the packing cords you can grab. The priority on purple and green, 3 meters. You'll want some way to fasten them. Yes. And some way to make sure the load was lined up with the internal and external hatches, and some way to be sure that Osmond's airlock was open, and some way to take advantage of the confusion that would result if this worked, and to recover from the mess if it didn't. But she felt a wave of confidence. It was a workable idea, the first she'd had, and from it flowed concatenated consequences, using Osmond's ship as a shield against his allies once she gained control. "Ma'am, that's a very dangerous plan," Martin began. "We have a very dangerous situation," Ky said, "as several people, including you, pointed out earlier. Have you got a better plan? If this works, it will prevent a boarding situation." His plan, if they were boarded, had been complex. She was not at all sure her crew could carry it out, especially the last phase. "I understand that, ma'am. Oh, and Quincy, with just the EMP pulse aimed into his ship, estimate the damage to grapples, transfer tube, and our control systems." She ripped open one of the cartons. "Right," Quincy said, sounding more cheerful, "and send Martin down here." Risks. If this failed, they might actually be captured. That must not happen. Toby must not fall into enemy hands, nor Stella, nor Quincy, nor she herself. She thought it would work. It should work. It certainly could work. But what if it didn't? She called Toby, Stella, and Raph to meet her in the wreck area. They had a right to know the worst before the others, the final elements of Martin's plan, the ones she hadn't told them about before, in case it never happened. "The situation is grave," Ky said. Toby paled but didn't move. Stella, already paler by nature, sat as still. "Hopeless?" Raph asked. "No, not hopeless, difficult, dangerous, tricky, grave. But not ever hopeless." Raph pursed his lips. "Sometimes, Captain Vatta, it is necessary to recognize when there are no viable alternatives." The formality alerted her. "You think there are not?" "We're outnumbered by larger, faster ships, several of them armed with ample weaponry to blow us away if the defensive suite doesn't hold. And maybe even if it functions as advertised. Our enemies have proposed a plan that they claim will save some of the crew. Do you believe that, by the way?" "Of course not," Ky said. "They have no interest in the crew's lives. They assume I do. And this plan involves letting the ship be boarded, so it might be time to eat the bullet." "I think not," Ky said. "I think it's time to have our enemy eat the bullet. It's just that ensuring it goes down their gullet is not going to be easy. And the cost of error might not be a quick death," Raph said, holding her gaze. "That, at least, lies within our power," Ky said. She did not glance at Toby. She did not want to see that awareness enter his eyes. The pup moved suddenly, squirming out of Toby's grip with a grunt. His claws clicked on the deck. "Rascal!" said Toby in a tense voice. "It's all right," Ky said, almost relieved by the interruption. "Rascal's behavior is the least of our problems. I do feel it's imperative that every crew member have the ability to ensure a quick death." "You mean suicide?" Toby asked. She had to look at him now, his brow furrowed with the effort to act calm. His jaw was clamped, mouth in a firm line. "Yes," she said, "but only if it's necessary. If the rest of this doesn't work." My family didn't believe in suicide," he said, looking down. "Neither did mine," Ky said, "for all the usual reasons. But Toby, if Osmond captured you, it doesn't bear thinking on." I don't want to die." "Me neither. I don't intend to die. In fact, I intend to kill Osmond. And my parents also taught me that killing people was wrong. But you're signed to the contract as an adult, Toby. Adults sometimes have to do things they never thought they'd do. If you honestly can't, well, we'll take care of you." From his face, he understood that, too. "Can we kill them?" "I think so. or I'd blow the ship myself." "All right." His face stiffened. Ky glanced at Raph and Stella. "Don't. I can do it myself if I have to." "Will it hurt?" "No," Ky said. Honesty, brutal to the end, forced her to add, "Or at least not as long as Osmond would." She handed out the packets. Rascal was gnawing on her boot. She bent down and scooped him up. He wiggled furiously, managing to swipe his tongue over her chin before she was able to dump him back into Toby's grip. "Here you go, Toby," she said. She searched for something comforting to say and came up empty. What could you say, after telling a youngster he might have to kill himself? There was always the appeal to duty, and what teenager didn't have secret fantasies of being the hero? "You take care of him, and do whatever Quincy asks. You're clever. You may be the one who saves the ship." "Yes, Captain," Toby said. He still looked scared, and no wonder, but his eyes also held a spark of interest beyond fear. I'll try to help." "Toby, you've helped already. You're going to make a fine captain someday." If he lived. If any of them lived. If she had ships for him to captain. But that was her job. Her father had once said that the easiest person to cheat was the person who expected to be cheated. She'd heard that repeatedly from others as well, most recently from Osmond himself. He would certainly expect tricks, but what tricks would he expect? That the mutiny was faked? That her crew would really resist? That she would find out? What would he consider clues that this was happening? Delay, probably. If her crew started equivocating, delaying, he'd think they were up to something. If, on the other hand, they urged him to get with it, from the beginning. She called Lee on the private circuit. "Tell him it's got to be quick," she said. "Tell him you're worried that I'll find out, rally the loyalists, or blow the ship, and it's got to be quick." Then another thought struck her. "Tell him you'll get my command implant." "You don't have an implant." "He doesn't know that. He asked what I had, if I could give him an update. I lied and said I only had the most basic probationary one. But he won't believe that. He wants to think I have an advanced one." "But you don't, do you?" "Not in me. That's why he'll find a view of me unconscious with my head laid open, proof that it exists. It's your safety lever, Lee. If he blows the ship, he loses a treasure. The information in the Vatta command implant. Bargain with him. Tell him you can deliver that, and the cargo, if he'll let you and the crew go with the ship." "But what about you?" "It'll only be for a short time, while you put the vid pickup on me to prove that I'm captive and helpless." Stella shook her head. "It won't do," she said. "It's too dangerous. I'll be you." "He doesn't know what you look like." "You would have vid images from last way," murmured Raph. "If he suborned someone at Millmart, they could have taken plenty of shots." "A wig, makeup," Stella said. "I'm good at impersonation, you know that." "Likeliest thing. He'll want a constant vid pickup, not just the one glimpse." "A bag over your head," Ky said. "That's even safer. But the close-up to show that the implant's out. That has to be my head. No matter what you do with the makeup, your cheekbones don't look like mine." "What about the implants? You have 2 extra now. The one your father sent to Sabine with Furman, and the command dataset, one from him." "What's yours, Stella?" "Currently, admin level 2, lots of data, no command functions." "The one Furman sent would give you good command functions for this ship," Ky said. "I don't want it," Stella said. "Remember, I was never trained for shipboard duties. Without time to assimilate what's in the database, I'd mess something up." "Why don't you give that one to Toby? and you really need to have the command dataset yourself. True, and she'd already thought of that. There isn't time, she said. If I can't make a quick adjustment, I'd be unable to act when they board. Raph says it's possible, Stella said. And you believe him? Ky said. It's his life too, Stella said. The best chance for us is for you to be augmented as much as possible. Isn't that right? It was. Her earlier objections to putting in the implant now seemed foolish. If she had done it on Lastway, or in the safety of FTL flight, they would have had time to cope with whatever problems occurred. Even if it left her completely incapable, Stella could have asked the Mercs for assistance. But she'd left it until the last minute, hoping to wait out the whole 6 months, and now... All right, she said, and turned to Raph. So, is it possible in the time we have left? Possible to do? Of course. Possible for you to regain full function? That's less certain. Probably. You're young, and the implant is presently set to a close genetic match. But it's going to be rough to push the adaptation. Things your brain normally does while you sleep, you'll have to do rapidly while awake, and you'd best do it now. You'll need every minute of time to adapt. Time slipped away, the minutes disappearing far too fast. Ky prepared one of the mines Mac Robert had sent her for its peculiar use and explained to Jim just what he should do when the time came. Martin would take command of the ship's defensive response if she could not. They would have just that one chance to disable Osmond's ship, or part of it. One chance. She did not let herself dwell on the likelihood that they would all be dead in a few hours. They were not going to die. She was not going to let that happen. The picture of Ky unconscious with the implant out, they shot just before Raph put the command implant in. He's going to want a continuous feed, Ky said. He's going to want to know it's not a trick. So we give him continuous feed, or what looks like continuous feed. Jiggly, a handheld remote brought in for the purpose. No vid pickups in the captain's cabin. He'll believe that. Show me with the implant out, with the implant in someone's gloved hand. Then someone putting a pillowcase over my head and tying me up. Then wobbly, panning briefly, before it steadies again on someone else tied up on my bunk. That'll be Stella. Are you sure, Stella? I'm sure, Stella said. I'm most expendable. She wasn't. No Vatta was expendable, but neither were crew. Just be sure he doesn't get me alive, Stella said. Me or my implant. He's not going to get you at all, Ky said, with more confidence than she felt. A few minutes later, they had arranged the setup as well as they could. Ky lay on her bunk and let Raph slide the needle into her vein. Her last thought as darkness took her was a quick prayer that she had guessed right about him. She woke after what seemed only a moment on the dining table in the rec area, feeling sick and disoriented. Raph's face and Quincy's were close above her. Ky, Quincy was saying, do you know who I am now? Quincy Robbins, Ky said, struggling with her tongue, which felt clumsy. Her vision blurred, shimmered, and cleared again, this time with the foreground of text and icons. Quincy's entire confidential personnel file, retrievable by focusing on the icons that brought up additional text. You were married 4 times? That answers my next question, Quincy said. Your implant's working, at least. Sorry, Ky said, putting a hand to her head. It's a little overwhelming. How long? 15 minutes, Raph said. Somewhat to her surprise, data on him also popped up, referencing his association with Stella and filled with query marks. It took a bit longer than I'd planned. This is one complicated implant, and the adjustment routines are tricky. How's your vision?" "Weird," Ky said. Everything she looked at brought up a screen of data. She should be able to suppress that, but so far the usual damping controls didn't seem to work. Had her father dealt with this visual complexity all the time? "How much time do we have?" "Osmond plans to grapple on in about 3 hours, he says." At the name, Osmond's data came up, even worse than Quincy had remembered. He had been sent for counseling, for mandatory psychiatric treatment, for mandatory control implantation, but he'd escaped then. He'd stolen, both by force and by embezzlement. He'd gambled. Dishonestly, he'd tried to cheat shippers and his own ship alike. His approaches to sexual partners were abusive, threatening. His penchant for violence showed up early and never abated. She'd been an idiot, just as Johansson said. She'd risked the remaining Vatta command structure, and only now did it occur to her that she might have sent Stella and Raph aboard one of the escort ships, to safety, with the Vatta command implant, and risked only herself. No time for self-recriminations, though. She felt around mentally, pushing every implant control she could find to see what happened. Dizziness, nausea. She was briefly aware of someone holding a bowl under her mouth, and then plunged again into the data stream. This was not how you were supposed to meld with a new implant. Certainly not one of this complexity, but she had no time for that either. Finally, her vision cleared. She looked at Quincy. No data screen blurred that worried old face. Raph, same there. Her head felt overstuffed. She wasn't sure of her balance, but she had to function. "What do you take?" she asked Raph, "when you have to go on right away?" "Coffee helps," he said. "Here's a mug, unless you still want to spew." "No, my stomach's fine now," Ky said. She tried to sit up, and the room lurched, turned pale yellow, then settled back to normality. "You don't look it," he said, steadying her with one arm and holding the mug with the other hand. "I pushed all the buttons," Ky said. Upright again, she felt better but still strange. She held out her hands. The left one twitched in a slow rhythm. She willed it to be still, to no effect. Her right was steady. "A good thing I'm right-handed," she said, and took the coffee. A few sips later, her vision had sharpened to extreme clarity, and she could feel her blood vessels vibrating. "Enough," she said to Raph. "The extra sensitivity wears off in about 4 hours," he said. 4 hours they didn't have. Ky opened her implant to the ship circuits and for the first time in months felt the direct connection to all functions that she thought she hadn't missed. "How's Osmond taking the video show?" she asked, then realized she didn't have to ask. Her implant linked to the ship's communications, and she had her own view of Osmond's face on half a screen, while also receiving the vid feed he was getting on the other half. She shrank both to an unobtrusive level, listening in to Lee on the bridge. "They're still barricaded in the engine room," Lee was saying. "I can't get a feed down there. They've blocked the pickups." "That would be Quincy," Osmond said. "Well, we can handle her when I get aboard. Where's the implant?" Lee looked stubborn. "I don't want to tell you, not yet," he said. "How do I know you won't just kill us all?" "You don't," Osmond said, "but I won't. I just want your captain and Quincy and the implant. I will take your cargo since you offered it, but then you're free to go. Or join us if you wish." "Some do," Lee said. "I haven't decided myself. It would be strange, not being Vatta." "You'd still be Vatta," Osmond almost purred. "I am Vatta, after all. The Vatta heir, in fact." "That's true, I suppose." Lee looked thoughtful. Ky began to think he'd missed his calling. He was as good an actor as he was a pilot. So why don't you tell me where the implant is? We put it in someone, Lee said, but I won't tell you who. That way you won't want to kill any of us for a while. A shadow crossed Osmond's face, but then he smiled again. Ingenious. I admire ingenuity. She grinned to herself. In that case, he should admire hers. About 10 seconds before he died. Her plan, such as it was, had too many failure points to satisfy her. But it was the only one she'd been able to devise, and it was above all ingenious. She pushed herself off the table and staggered. Raph steadied her again. Your coordination will return faster if you move around a lot, he said. But you're going to fall into walls a few times. Great, Ky muttered. One leg felt longer than the other, then that reversed. Normally, a night's sleep allowed a brain and an implant to work out peacefully what individual differences mattered here. But she didn't have a night to sleep. She had a battle to fight. Someone get me Mehar's target bow, she said. If I can't walk straight, I have to at least shoot straight. And I need my pressure suit. She took a couple of steps, feeling very unsteady, then sat in a chair and stood up again. Here, Captain. That was Mehar herself. Ky quickly damped the data screen that matched her face and voice, and took the target bow with its blunted bolts. Mehar had already placed a pillow on a chair across the compartment. Quincy now held her pressure suit, unfastened and ready. Ky took the bow and aimed it at the pillow. The bolt thwacked into it. Well, that's something. She stepped sideways and nearly fell into the table. And that's something else. Another shot. This one a foot wide. Dance it, Raph suggested. Dance? He did something. She couldn't see what, and music came from the speakers. Come here, he said. I'll show you. Confused and still unsteady, Ky allowed herself to be held, and then he began to move to the music, dragging her along. You do dance? He asked in her ear. Yes. Like all the Vatta children, she'd been given dancing lessons in many styles. Dance was, everyone agreed, a good preparation for spaceflight, teaching body awareness and control. But since the Academy Junior Ball, when she danced with Hal, she had not danced or thought of dancing. Now the music and Raph's movements brought it back. Her body's quarrel with the implant receded as melody and rhythm worked in older parts of her brain. She moved more and more smoothly with him. The tremor in her left hand ceased. She felt the warring components slide into harmony. More than that, she felt warm, alive, happy in a way she had not been since. You dance well, Raph said in her ear. So you're not a cold fish after all. Then moving slightly away, Is that better? Yes, she said, surprised. How did you know? She hoped her cheeks weren't flushed with more than implant effects. This was not the time or the man. Bad experience, he said. Switched implants in the men's room at an embassy ball. Thought I could hide out pretending to be drunk for a few hours, but no such luck. Had to get up and dance. It would have started a war if I hadn't. And just a few minutes later, I was fine. Mostly. Getting shut off that odious woman, though, that took a while. Ky moved around the room again, this time smoothly, and 5 blunts went into the pillow from various angles. Time to suit up, she said. In the suit's privacy, no one would notice what she was feeling. Surely very dangerous feelings on the eve of battle. Raph looked at her, a very knowing look that seemed to go straight to her core, and she looked back steadily, willing herself not to blush, not to react. You'll be fine, he said. He turned to his own suit and began to clamber into it. Chapter 20. The last moments before the curtain goes up. The last moments before the music starts. Ky looked at the stage she'd designed, the music she would start, as Fair Colleen's grapples reached them. As they were drawn closer to the other ship, as the transfer tube bulged out and adhered to the hull around their emergency exit hatch. All the arguments over. Martin still thought he should be where she was, but she had final responsibility. It was her job. Her stomach nodded, then unknotted. She and her father's implant were mostly in accord now, with no more balance problems, no sensory problems that she recognized. She hadn't had time to familiarize herself with all the faculties, the way he had chosen to organize the proprietary information, but the ship command functions all worked. She shouldn't, she hoped, need more than that. Foremost, already set up, were her links to her own ship's functions and those of Fair Colleen. Osmond would have made some changes in the years he'd commanded the old ship, but buried deep in its command layers, in kernels hardened from the attack she planned, should be responses to her Vatta command dataset that he could not anticipate and counteract. If she could get there. In her earbug, she heard Lee describing, breathlessly, the chaos on the ship. "We've got her safe in the captain's cabin. You saw that. And it's secure. But Quincy's done something." "Never mind about that." Osmond's voice sounded impatient. "We'll send a team over to take care of it, whatever it is. But you're sure the captain's secure?" "You can see that," Lee said, sounding grumpy. "I just don't want Quincy to disable the ship and have us stranded out here. That old woman's crazy enough." Via the implant, Ky could tell that the other ship was broadside onto its course, as were they, the safest close maneuver configuration, since neither could fry the other with in-system drives if someone turned them on. This also meant that rotation about the long axis could impart angular momentum to objects shed from the hatch, right back down the course. She had a use for that, if she survived the next few minutes. "Send someone down to open up," Osmond ordered Lee, "or I'll blow the hatch." I am," Lee said hastily. "Jim, go unlock the door." "Why is it always me?" Jim said in a sulky tone for the camera, but in moments he jogged down the central corridor, winking at Ky as he came past her, pulling up the hood of his pressure suit. "Right side," Ky reminded him. He said nothing but nodded. As he undogged the inner hatch, Lee spoke up suddenly. "Jim, look out! Quincy and that idiot Bia are out of the cargo bay." "I'm on it," Jim grunted. "Don't worry." He was now in the emergency airlock, working on the outer hatch. "Damn, this thing is stiff." Ky assumed that Osmond would have an optical link set to observe through the tiny safety window as well as monitoring transmissions. "It's always been a problem," Lee said. "I told you. We had trouble with it at Sabine, but hurry up." "Send me some help," Jim said, making a dramatic lunge at the hatch's controls. "Can't. Have to hold the bridge. Can't let them get to the—" Realistic sounds of gunfire cut him off. "Damn it!" Jim snarled and lunged again, as if frantic. This time he hit the controls, and the hatch opened halfway. He shoved, then flattened against the right side of the airlock as Ky cut the restraining line and the EMP mine, powered by every plastic lashdown cord on the ship, shot past his knees, through the 20 meters of transfer tube, and crashed into someone in a pressure suit, knocking him back into Osmond's airlock. The man had been holding a fat disc that Ky recognized, in that instant's glimpse, as a limpet mine. "Get that hatch closed," she said to Jim, and raced to help him, mentally counting seconds. Damn! Outer hatch dogged, inner. "Womp." Ky opened her mouth to comment. "Womp." Lights flickered, an alert signal buzzed. She peeked through the small emergency viewport in time to see a cloud of debris in her own ship's exterior lights, and the abrupt disintegration of the transfer tube. Grapple lines flailed. Something rattled against the viewport. She ducked, then looked again. Pieces of space armor, trailing clouds that glowed red in the spotlights. Her gorge rose. She swallowed against it. A second and third burst of debris from Fair Colleen's airlock, then a steady stream, and the intership distance increased. The other ship began a slow rotation about her longitudinal axis. Ky realized with horror that the ship's air was bleeding out. The automatic systems disabled by the dual explosion of 2 mines, not one, and one of them a hull buster. If the airlock hadn't already been open, Fair Colleen would have had a hull breach. She imagined the howling gale of decompression, terrifying in the darkness when their lights failed. Some compartments would be spared. Those in pressure suits might survive for hours, even days, but depending on the damage done by the pair of mines, the ship might be helpless. That wasn't what she'd meant to do. In her mind, a tiny voice explained to a non-existent parent that it wasn't supposed to happen that way. It was just supposed to mess up the command systems. She closed the inner hatch of the airlock and shook her head at Jim's questions. She had to figure out what to do now. How long would Fair Colleen's systems be down before the automatic reset tried to restore functions? Would the loss of pressurization change that? How much damage had Osmond's own mine done? How many of his crew were dead? And how much resistance would she face if she tried to board? And was he himself dead? Had he been in the airlock, or was he still aboard, fighting to regain control of his ship and come after her? "What was that?" she heard someone yell. "Them," she said. Her implant displayed data on the debris still impacting their shields, a flowing mass of numbers, dimensions, and presumed mass of particles, their velocities and vectors, hundreds, thousands of tiny impacts. She shut off that analysis as too confusing, checked on her own ship's integrity and systems function, relieved to find that no serious damage had resulted. On her way to the bridge, she stopped by her cabin to let Stella know they had won the first round. "Get this thing off my head," Stella said. Ky helped her out of the pillowcase, the bindings. She followed Ky to the bridge, where Lee had the controls. "Can you snug us in against his ship?" Ky asked Lee. Stella, released from her role as a bound captive, leaned on the bulkhead. "It's rotating," Lee said. "It'll be a tricky maneuver. What's the purpose?" "For one thing, he'll be blind to where we are, even if he gets his main scans back online. We'll be too close. For another, even if he figures out where we are, attacking us will destroy his own ship. In the time it takes him to figure it out, if he does, we have the chance to get in and convert the ship's systems. Or we can just keep clobbering them with successive EMP attacks. And his allies, those 2 warships, will certainly attack us if we're separated from him, but possibly not if we're attached." "You're assuming Osmond's still alive and in control," Stella said. "I hope not, but for now, yes, it's safer that way. At least we're not still attached, and everyone in that transfer tube or airlock should be dead. Controls in all powered suits should be gone too." "Unless he has mechanical overrides," Martin said, arriving at that moment. "But you're probably right. And I imagine anyone aboard is too busy trying to survive to try to get to us." He grinned at Ky. "That was a brilliant idea after all, Captain. But how did you know they'd have a mine with them?" "I didn't," Ky said. "I knew they'd try some trick to disable the crew here. I was actually thinking some kind of chemical weapon. Knock you all down alive, take all the implants." Stella shuddered. "That would have been horrible." "I can match us up to his ship," Lee said, "but it will take a while. I had to get his current vectors, and then match rotation. Do we have enough power to stop the rotation if we're attached?" "I don't know. We can slow it probably. Why? Oh, so we can hide from the other bad guys?" "Yeah, If they shoot, I want that buffer between us. Right. We leave our defensive suite up, though. Absolutely, Ky said. Even if it's not working perfectly, it's all we have. She called Quincy to ask about the progress in the repair. Toby did it, Quincy reported. Better for him to be busy. Oh, and that dratted pup came up with the part he'd carried off before. Toby says it was defective to start with. It's mislabeled. It would have failed when we turned the system on. Toby is quite the little genius, Ky said. He's a good kid, Quincy said defensively. Ky felt her own eyebrows go up. I never said he wasn't. I think we're lucky to have him. And not her own sulky teenage self. Though maybe she wouldn't have been as bad on another ship. Well, fine. Quincy cleared her throat. Are we still expecting boarders? No. Let me put this on all ship. Ky switched channels. Status report, everyone. Osmond tried to double-cross us. Have someone carry a limpet mine aboard. We won the toss. Our mine detonated his, both of them in his airlock. His ship's disabled, losing air out the open airlock. And some of his crew are gone. We're in pursuit now, trying to match courses and rotation. We still have his allies to worry about, but we have a couple of hours' grace. Stay in your pressure suits, but you can open up and have something to eat. A moment's silence, then a cheer from somewhere back down the passage. Does this mean I don't get to shoot anyone? Raph asked. Not at the moment. Too bad. What are your next plans, Captain? I'm working on them, Ky said. I didn't expect what did happen. Don't admit that, Raph said. I was admiring your prescience. I expected treachery, but not that he'd mine our ship before he got you and the implant. He wanted the mine in place, Ky said. That was easy to figure. He could have set it off later, but I failed to consider that both mines might detonate together in his ship, and I should have. Ma'am, with your permission, I'll go remove the booby traps I set up before someone bumps them. Of course, Martin, Ky said. I'd have thought the EMP from the one would have turned off his, Stella said. Don't all mines have electronic controls? Yes, Ky said, but the limpets like his are also pressure sensitive. It's what keeps you from prying them off your ship if you find them before they go off. I got just a glimpse, but it looked like ours hit the limpet square on, with enough force to knock the man carrying it back into the airlock. And then it was just the usual few seconds delay. Well, food sounds good to me, Stella said. I'll be in the galley if you need me. We have a problem, Lee said. Their ship's moving more irregularly. I can still match it, but until something smooths out their motion, our artificial gravity's going to be hard put to cope with the irregularities. Try it, Ky said. I'll let everyone know to expect some problems. Minutes crawled by. Ejecta from the other ship's airlock flashed against their defensive screen, but nothing penetrated. The scan showed the other ship's complex motion. The airlock was forward of the ship's center of mass, so its effect as a maneuvering reaction engine had created an erratic rotation rather than a smooth roll about the center axis. Lee edged Gary Tobai in slowly, using the nav computer to model and then match that eccentricity. If we aren't matched exactly, their greater mass could give us a fatal whap, he said. The least relative motions close to their center of mass, that's where we should grapple. Near scan's accurate enough, but there's too much data with all that junk she's spewing. You think it's too dangerous? Ky asked. Dangerous? Yes. Too dangerous. Compared to what, I'd have to say. I don't want to lose that ship, Ky said. If it keeps losing atmosphere and tumbling, it could be ruined. Or Osmond might find a way to get it back in operation. If only she'd had a trained boarding team. The military could do it, if she'd had a squad of Slaughter Key Marines, but nobody on her ship, except her, and she could not leave the ship, could go out there, board a tumbling ship, and deal with whatever was inside. If the sturdy traditional Vatta systems reset themselves, and they might, Osmond could regain control, and then things would be far worse. And time was ticking away. The enemy warships would be in range in a few minutes. She had the other mine. She had the skills herself, or she had had them. What was now a year and a half ago standard. Her scores on EVA maneuvers had always been clears, no faults. On maneuvers she had practiced repeatedly in the zero-G gyms. Standard maneuvers in standardized conditions. This was non-standard. A dull clank reverberated up the main passage. From the hull? Something had made it through the screens? "Helmets," Ky said, before analysis had begun to catch up with instinct. She'd forgotten. She turned the exterior analysis mode off. The hatch! She was moving now, down the passage, boosting the implant feeds, grabbing for pickups as she went. "Airlock in use," the implant told her. "Outer hatch open, inner hatch shut. Shut outer hatch," she said to the implant. Unable to comply, "physical block of outer hatch" came up on her display. Jim had closed it. She knew she had secured both hatches, but emergency hatches could be opened from either side. A blinding flash of insight. Not all those hurtling bodies out of Osmond's airlock had been casualties. His crew was trained in boarding techniques. She had not sent anyone outside to be sure their hull was clean. Idiot that she was, with that misplaced sympathy for the crew she'd assumed was dead or dying. After a moment, her heart steadied again, and she felt an icy calm. "Enemy aboard," she said. "Everyone get your suits sealed. Section seals coming down." Her implant showed who was there, scattered, since she'd given them permission to relax from the first alert. 2 in the head, 1 in the galley, someone at duty stations, some in their bunks. The icons moved now, but not quickly enough. The section seals came down, securing them wherever they were, with whatever weapons they had in hand at the moment. "Expect decompression," she said. It was the simplest way for the enemy to disable them. They were probably rigging a way to shut the ship up again quickly. She herself was now cut off from the bridge, from her cabin, from the other mines in Cargo 3. The elegant little handgun she'd bought at Lastway, loaded now with frangibles, was the only weapon she had, other than the one between her ears. That one stopped her before she entered the last stretch of the passage to the airlock, still out of sight of the enemy. Her implant's display gave her a visual of the airlock. 2 figures in pressure suits. What blocked the outer hatch was a suit of space armor, apparently immobile. Through the implant controls, she zoomed the image. Inside the faceplate of the armor, a ghastly image. A face, blue-gray, mouth open, eyes wide with horror, dulled with death. She changed the focus of the pickup and saw that the 2 pressure-suited figures were indeed working on the inner hatch, attaching the ends of a hydraulic cylinder. They did not appear to be safety lined in yet, though she saw coils of line around the shoulders of one of them. She did not recognize the weapons they were carrying, but the tool set they were using on the hatch would certainly open any other hatch in the ship in time. If there was enough pressure, and she opened the inner hatch, then they could be blown out themselves, if that armor wasn't stuck too tightly. It probably was. They wouldn't have left themselves in that vulnerable position. The implant gave her a quick calculation of the amount of force needed to dislodge the armor. No, they'd wedged it in well. It would take another 50 kilograms of mass, and she didn't have that handy, not with the mines now sequestered behind a compartment lockdown, where they could do no good. She could manually open and shut each one, but she knew that would take too long. Well, she did have 50 kilos of mass, but if she let go the safety grabons and used her own body to blow them out the lock, then she'd be out there, accelerating away from her own ship. Not where she wanted to be. Not a good tactical choice. She found another vid pickup just inboard of the airlock and aimed it up passage. The packing cords that had launched her mine lay in a tangle. She could tie on to them as safety anchors. They'd pull her back. It wouldn't work. It couldn't work. But neither would letting Osman and his crew aboard. How many of them were there outside? She didn't have enough external pickups. The implant couldn't give her that information. There are 2 of them in the airlock, she said to her own ship intercom. They have some space armor wedged in the outer hatch. Decompression alone won't blow them back out. It'll take more mass. How much? Quincy asked, ever the engineer. Oh, 50 kilos would do it. Unfortunately, I don't have a spare 50 kilos. Quincy would have a fit if she knew what Ky was contemplating. Ky didn't much like it herself. Reopen the seals to the rec room and grab something, Raph asked. I'm there. I could toss you a chair. Are you suited? Ky asked. Yes. Upshift hatch is sealed. The galley hatch should hold for a brief decompression, and that would add additional volume. These chairs aren't that heavy, but they might be enough with the additional volume. It was an idea, but she knew it wasn't going to work. The implant confirmed that when she queried it. Captain, that was Martin. Give me the codes for manual opening and closing. Let me come help. Where are you? Ky asked. I'm right beside that carton of EMP mines. I'm closer, Raph said. Only 1 seal away. I have the skills, Martin said, hand to hand in vacuum and 0G. Just what she needed. 2 men squabbling over who was better equipped to help her. She would like to have had them both with her, but they weren't. You'll both stay where you are, she said. She rifled quickly through the emergency tool locker in the passage. Fire axe, 0-pressure sealant canister, long utility knife, pry bar, boards, first aid kit. She couldn't take it all, but the fire axe and knife went on her belt. The implant noted that while she was 92% likely to break the space armor loose from the outer hatch, she was 83% likely to break bones in the process, and 24.3% likely to suffer fatal injuries. But the alternative chances were worse. If Osman caught her, she'd be 100% dead after suffering she didn't want to contemplate. No choice, really. Her suit, customized, top of the line from Deere Limited, was supposed to have superlative impact resistance, a combination of reinforced panels and impact-inflated cushions. She fed the suit data into her implant, and the probability of fatal injury dropped to 6.2%, broken bones to 21%. That was more like it, though a bone was either broken or not. She moved on down the passage, the borders she could see, if they chose to look, through the window in the interior hatch. But if she was quick enough, all they'd see was a blur. The tangled cords lay in front of her now. She hooked them with the end of the fire axe and pulled them slowly to her. Best not to depend on the strength of her grip. She detached one of the packing cords, purple, breaking load 1,200 kilograms, and looped it through the reinforced loop on her pressure suit designed for tethers, then around the other cords and secured it. The implant display showed that the intruders were still intent on their work. No, one of them was looking up and around now. No more time. Ky backed into the loop of the packing cords, pulling them as taut as she could, then told Lee, I'm opening the inner hatch, but you're... Her implant took over. She had time to think this was really a stupid idea, Then the combination of elastic cords and escaping air flung her down the passage. She had thought she could hold herself rigid like a spear until the moment of impact, but the vortex of escaping air twisted her, threatened to slam her flailing body against the hatch opening. She pulled herself into a tight ball, fists locked on the cords, and struck the boarders with her right side, slamming them into the space-armored figure wedged in the hatch. With a shriek she could feel as much as hear, the space armor broke loose in that instant, and she and the others flew out the open hatch. She could see, in the external lights, someone else splayed flat against the hull. One of the boarders was loose, floating away. The other grabbed the tether, hands alongside hers, as it reached its full extension and began to retract. Simultaneously, Ky and the boarder each took a hand off the line and tried to shove the other off. The enemy managed to grab her wrist. His grip, possibly augmented by his suit, tightened painfully. She didn't need to hear what he was saying. She could imagine it. They rotated, struggling in the combination of forces, the lack of gravity, the pull of the retracting tether. Ky let go the tether with her left hand, flipped it around her leg, and grabbed the clearing knife from her tool belt. Her enemy never saw it before she had slit his suit up under the right arm. Air puffed from his suit, pushing her away, yanking her arm. The suit's repair functions oozed foam, confining the loss to that limb, but immobilizing his arm. She stabbed again, this time ripping the left arm. His hand spasmed, releasing her. They rotated away from each other. 5 seconds to impact, her implant warned her. Ky struggled, trying to see, to curl away from hitting the ship head-on. There! But something grabbed her leg and pulled. She could feel the elastic cord stretching. She twisted. A hand clamped around her ankle. The suited figure trailed a thin stream that glittered in her headlamp. Powered suit. He had a powered suit. Of course he did. That's how they crossed the interval in the first place. Her mind gibbered wildly. The implants threw up a screen of information about powered suits, most of which Ky had no interest in. She was trying to curl up, avoid whatever that was coming from the other suit in case it was corrosive, and get that hand off her ankle. Her contortions made the other figure writhe, and their vector shifted irregularly, but he didn't let go. She had been told zero-G fights were chaotic, impossible to predict even inside closed spaces. Outside a ship, just don't get yourself in that situation, her instructors had said. Fine, but no help now. The suit resisted her attempts to bend over, get her hand and knife near the person clutching her. It had been possible in ship atmosphere, but not here. She tried another tactic, using alternating arm movements to impart a longitudinal spin, and that finally brought her arm close to the other. He had something that looked like a wrecker bar with a pointed tip in his hand, but she was inside his guard and almost behind him. She clutched him firmly to her with her right arm and ran the knife blade up, in under the suit, up again. The knife parted his suit from hip to shoulder. A mist clouded her faceplate briefly. He let go, and Ky managed to orient herself, finding her ship by its brilliant outside lights, its lights visibly nearing, as the elastic cords accelerated her back toward the open airlock. If she stayed connected, she would smash into her own ship. If she didn't, she was hanging out here with no power, no way to get back. Except that she was already moving back. Was it fast enough? Ky cut the tether to the cords and watched them move away from her, writhing like the tentacles of the sea creatures she had watched on the reef at Coralay. She queried her implant. She would hit the ship, but not hard enough to damage the ship, or herself. She looked around as best she could. That dark-moving blot across the starfield was Osmond's ship, tumbling. The line of brilliant lights was her own, with its externals on, with its airlock still open. A larger area of light on the aft hull. She cut her suit comm back on. "Captain to bridge." "Where are you? What did you do?" "I'm closing on the ship now," she said. "On Colleen?" Bewilderment and near panic were clear in Lee's tone. "No, on us. I went out the hatch with the bad guys. 2 of them anyway." She bounced up the zoom on her helmet scan, looking for the one who had been starfished to the hull beside the hatch. He wasn't there. Where was he? "What's your internal scan say?" "Somebody's inside, in the emergency passage. They won't answer. We thought it might be you with damage. Maybe... We were just thinking of shutting the external hatch and airing up so we could open the compartments." If she hadn't been in a suit, in free fall, she'd have pounded her head with her hand. Stupid, stupid, stupid! Captains should never leave the ship in dangerous situations. She'd had that pounded into her time and time again at the academy. Never! Whatever the temptation, the captain stays aboard to deal with the peril. And she had flung herself out the hatch, grandstanding, as Mac Robert would have said. Correctly. And one of the scum-sucking bastards had made it aboard her ship. "Lock the hatch open, Lee," she said, even as she wondered why the boarder hadn't closed it already to keep her out if she escaped his allies. "Don't break compartmentalization. Scan for other powered suits between us and the Colleen." Abruptly, startlingly, Fair Colleen's running lights came on, the beacons defining bow and stern, blinking, and the others holding steady patterns that outlined her shape. Either the automatic reset had worked, or someone aboard was able to get the systems up. Reset wasn't a problem, but the other possibility... Now that it was too late, she could think of other things that might have worked better. "We lost vidscan in the emergency passage," Lee said. "We're still compartmented." "Good," Ky said. "But we don't know where whoever that is has gone or what he or she is up to." She knew. She knew with the absolute certainty that had not yet failed her. He was going to blow up the ship, and her family with it, and all he needed was the time he already had, the time she had given him. A flicker of despair, the first touch of a black wave. But she had no time for that. "Patch me to Martin." "Right." A pause, then Martin's voice. "Ky, Captain, what's happening?" "Martin, you're in the same compartment with the mines, right?" "Yes, but..." "Take one with green markings, like the one I used before. Open the side. You saw me do it, you know where. There's a manual control, a dial. Turn it to the left, all the way. Point the forward end so it will intersect the emergency passage. Set it to a 5-second delay and get as far away from it as possible." An EMP pulse could be focused to some degree. Her implant threw up a schematic showing what ship systems would be in the way of that destructive beam. Too bad. Better than complete destruction. "But that will..." "Do it now!" Then she tongued ship-wide, and never mind if her enemy heard it. "Disaster stations! All hands! Disaster stations and hold position!" A second passed. Another. 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 As suddenly as Fair Colleen's lights had come on, Gary Tobai's vanished. Her ship, her responsibility, now lay blind, all systems knocked out by a pulse of magnetics strong enough to injure the crew in some cases. The hypocritical part of her mind screamed at her. "Really smart, Ky. Now you've disabled your ship and you're barreling toward it and can't even see when to brace for impact. And that's if Osmond doesn't blow it anyway." Then she hit, hard, the suit's protective mechanisms cushioning the blow. But the jar was still enough to take her breath for an instant. Her gloved hands scrabbled for something to hold on to, as rebound took her away, tumbling, and the loop of elastic in her hand caught a protruding stud. One of the 82 external mounts for the new defensive suite. There was a control, if she could just get a boot onto the hull, and the rotation from that one tenuous handhold brought her left heel down long enough to trigger it. She lost the handhold, but her foot was attached now, thanks to the emergency gripper attachment built into the boots. Now to get her other boot down. There. So fine, the nasty mental voice went on. Now you're stuck to the side of your ship like an old-fashioned bowsprit ornament. And what good does that do? Ignoring the voice, Ky leaned over slowly and gripped the nearest external mount. The faintly adhesive pads on the glove fingers gave her a good grip. The far more adhesive pads on her boot soles gritched loose, one at a time, as she lifted one foot carefully, obtained a second handhold, put that foot back down, and then lifted the other. The whole trick in moving on a hull without safety lines, the instructor had said, is not to do it in the first place. But just in case you're blown out of your ship and onto an enemy ship, here's what you can try. Move slowly. Always have 3 points of contact. Be aware of gravity fluctuations. That at least she didn't have to worry about with her ship systems down. Artificial gravity bleed-through faults in the external containment were the least of her problems. Finding the airlock, for instance, was likely to be a harder task. Figuring out what to do when she found it could wait until she found it. Chapter 21. The flashing beacons of the other ship stung her eyes and gave, as she moved, intermittent glimpses of her own ship. After months in space, Gary Tobai's hull was no longer as immaculate as it had been, but it still gleamed dully when the light flashed on it. Except where the dark hole of the airlock gaped, now under her feet just 2 meters away. Her enemy was in there, somewhere, armed with a ship-destroying mine, she was sure, and personal weapons as well. He could blow the ship now, but he would want to be sure she was there to see it happen. And he also wanted her implant. He would wait, at least a while, to see if she came for him. Clearly he could handle himself in free-fall and hard vacuum, but the change from a lighted passage at 1 standard G to a dark passage in free-fall should have done something. He should be blind, disoriented, his suit comm and any electronic suit functions dead. That left his ship killer. Had he attached it yet? Had he armed it yet? Her implant, protected from the pulse that disabled her ship, told her the minutes and seconds since she'd left the ship. Plenty of time, if he'd gone in immediately, to attach and arm a mine, to set the delay. She felt around the hatch. As on all external hatches, geometric shapes defined the top and bottom, making it impossible to attach hatches, transfer tubes, or other equipment upside down. She was at what would be the deck side if gravity were on. Carefully, she worked her way around, keeping the hatch itself between her and whoever was inside. He should have been on the deck when the ship had gravity. What happened when the systems went out would depend on what he was doing, but his mental orientation should still be that the deck was down and the overhead up, whereas in freefall it didn't matter. She eased cautiously into the airlock, as flat against the bulkhead as possible to occlude as little of the star field, in case his vision had returned. Through her gloves, she felt some vibration, as something collided with the surfaces of the escape passage. She dialed down her own faceplate's transparency and turned up the implant's visual display to full bright. Working off the suit's external monitors, it gave her a ghostly pale sense of a tube with something lumpy moving erratically in it. She couldn't identify the mine she was sure the enemy had brought aboard, or how far away he was. She needed light. Her suit light, up to full power, blazed, searing the passage with brilliant white light. She knew that, though her view was blocked by her mirrored visor, by her enemy's response. She had the one bit of luck she'd prayed for. He'd been facing aft, and the light hit him full in the face, half blinding him before his faceplate could adjust. The arm thrown up across his faceplate, the rotation that gave him, all gave her an instant in which to scan the passage for the... And there it was, at the moment flat on what would be the deck. But whether already adhered or armed, or just there accidentally, she didn't have time to find out at the moment. She pushed off the hinges of the outer hatch, turning her light off, aiming at the spot she wanted with the clean image her exterior vid had picked up and recorded. She bounced off the bulkhead just beyond the inner hatch, flicked the light on and off again quickly to let the vids pick up enough to refine their image. Though it seemed agonizingly slow, this zigzag approach got her to him before he had controlled his own rotation. Then, her light blazing directly into his faceplate, she struck, the saw-bladed knife ripping into his suit fabric. He was bigger, heavier, undoubtedly more experienced in space brawls on ship and off. He clutched her arms, pushed her off the bulkhead, moving them perilously back toward the outside, and worse, toward the mine on the deck. Another kick, off the overhead, and she knew they would hit it if she didn't change their vector. Twist, curl up to spin faster, stretch to slow. Like a grotesque ballet, they rebounded again and again from the bulkhead, overhead, deck, missing the mine by centimeters several times, and only because Ky had marked it on her implant's view, and instinct drove the maneuvers that avoided it. She got one hand loose, briefly, and ripped her gun from its holster, remembering as she did the salesman's comments on zero-G and variable-G gunfights. No matter. Recoil would give her a vector she could not control, but she could not wait for something better. The first shot shattered on impact, the many fragments each sharp enough to slice through a pressure suit. Her arm jerked back. She fought it into position and fired again, again, again. The helmet would be armored, as hers was. He might wear torso armor, but the legs, the arms... Even in the created view her monitors gave her, where his blood was shown turquoise, the smaller droplets pale, the larger blobs dark, it was grotesque. His grip on her other arm first clutched tighter, then loosened. The force of the impacts moved him away from her, and she was pushed back. Now she was no longer centimeters away, but a meter. Another meter. Again. Again. She dialed her faceplate's protection down, slowly, letting her eyes adjust, seeing finally in true colors what she had done. It was still shocking, how red the blood looked, how much blood hung in the passage in packets of red mist, blobs, strings. His suit leaked foam sealant from 100 holes. Too many. Arms and legs motionless, imprisoned by the suit's attempt to save his life. The face inside the helmet looked gray now, the eyes wide. But still alive. He blinked. Beyond him was the black maw of the open-air lock hatch. The way he was moving, he would rebound from the bulkhead before he floated away. Ky bumped gently into some surface and pushed off in pursuit. She caught him as he hit the bulkhead. She had a leg locked on either side of the inner airlock hatch. When she pulled the head close, his eyes stared into hers. Osman. Rage greater than before rose in her like a tide of light. His eyes shifted, back to where the mine was positioned. Then he grinned at her and stuck out his tongue. "You killed my parents," Ky said conversationally. He could not hear, but he could no doubt figure out what she might be saying. "You killed my brothers and my uncle, and far too many people I cared about." including the ones I didn't know. She had him braced against the bulkhead now, immobile. Jerry's little girl, she went on, as her utility knife widened holes the frangible rounds had made. Jerry's little spoiled bitch, I believe you said. You were going to have fun with me, you thought. And now the knife had opened the front of his suit, along the seam, and she ran it up under the helmet seal, up through his chin, through his tongue, through the roof of his mouth. And his eyes went blank, and she was covered with a disgusting mess, and the mine was still there. The surge of exaltation, this time mixed with righteous rage, did not diminish so much as she pushed it aside. Later to savor that kill. But now for her ship. She eased slowly back toward the mine, brushing the vacuum-frozen flakes of Osmond's mortality off her suit, and examined the device. A standard, sturdy, inexpensive-shaped charge limpet. One of the several varieties they'd studied. Her EMP had fried its electronics, no doubt. The status telltales that should have indicated attachment and arming status were blank. If it hadn't been attached, then she could move it, slowly and carefully. If it had, trying to pull it off would trigger the pressure-sensitive override. One standard method of determining attachment involved a short blast of compressed gas, but she had none. Except she did. The emergency buddy breather built into all pressure suits to allow partners to share air if necessary. In this model, the auxiliary supply tube had a safety interlock, which took her long seconds to disable, but at last she could direct a stream of air at the base of the mine. It quivered, then slowly slid across the deck. Ky let out her breath. Not yet attached. Not yet attached usually meant not yet armed. To the military, anyway. Who knew what Osmond had done? She used the tip of a finger and the slight current of air to tip it up, letting her see the critical undersurface. There, the non-electronic mechanical switch showed orange. Pre-armed, not fully armed. Unless Osmond had changed the settings, but she didn't think so. She could disarm it, but just in case, that would be better done somewhere else, with the charge aimed somewhere other than her ship. Slowly, she nudged it down the escape passage. Its deadly undersurface pointed away, past Osmond's corpse, now bumping on the overhead. She was about to give it a final push when she realized that would take it toward Fair Colleen, now lit up but still tumbling. It would kill her or it wouldn't. Ky reached around and flicked the switch to disarm. Nothing happened. The mine was, or should be, inert now. She used the remnant of elastic cord to her waist to secure it to the exterior hatch facing out, just in case, then pulled the hatch shut, dogged it, put Osmond's body in the airlock, closed and dogged the inner hatch, and at last had a moment's leisure to consider what she might have done to her crew, her family, and her ship. Somewhere along the passage, there, was a data port connection. She attached a suit connector, keyed the implant, and asked for analysis. Automatic system reset, 92 seconds. Override? Had the fight taken that long? She chose override. Weight landed on her shoulders and hips, then wavered, then returned. Pink snow fell to the deck. Artificial gravity functional. Lights and life support should come back first. Gravity was nice, but the others were more important. She felt a vibration in her boot soles. Life support functional. This compartment, 0 pressure. Repressurize. Pressurization reserves. Data unavailable. That wasn't good. If life support was back up, she should have access to the life support recharge capacity. including air reserves. She made her way to the forward end of the emergency passage. That compartment division had a window into the passage beyond, with a partial view of the wreck space. She doused her light and looked in. Red emergency lights only, and aiming her suit light through the multiple layers of transparent material only gave confusing reflections. A flicker of light, then another flicker. Onboard power, 65%. Define light patterns. Ky looked at the ship's plan her display threw up. Bridge, light displays, one overhead light. Controls. Remaining power reserve, 14.3 hours. So, the drive was down as well. That was a problem. Wreck space. She needed to see something. One overhead light came on, showing 2 tables, someone slumped over a fallen chair. Not good. Not good if they were all hurt. Disabled. She would not think dead, though she already had. She needed to get where she could do some good. Air up emergency passage, Ky said. The passage filled with vapor, her faceplate fogged, then cleared as its automatic functions dispersed any surface contaminant. Temperature? Ship ambient temperature 299 degrees standard. Her implant thoughtfully provided a scale with normal shipboard range marked across the scale, within reasonable limits. Her suit eased its grip as the pressure rose, as the vapor slowly cleared. The pink snow now looked like what it was, smears of blood, rehydrated from the inflowing moisture air. Finally, it seemed to take forever, but was only minutes. Pressure equalized. Compartment lockdown? Reverse, said Ky. In front of her, the thick compartment seal slid back into its recess. She could now hear the hiss and squeal and imagine as well the power being used. She left her helmet fastened, her suit light on. The figure in the wreck area was Raph, helmet fastened, eyes closed, but she could see the movement of his breathing. Alive. She would worry about the rest later. Up the passage to the bridge, and as she passed her cabin, she heard the sharp, imperative yips of the puppy. She opened the hatch there. Toby on her bunk, with Stella's arms wrapped around him, both unconscious. The pup, tail wagging vigorously, yapped and scratched at them, trying to wake them up. He growled at Ky, making dashes for her boots, sniffing, backing away, his back hair raised in a miniature ruff. She probably did smell like death, and not even warmed over. It's just me, she said to the pup, who continued to wrinkle his lips at her. She backed out, closing the hatch behind her. On the bridge, Lee was slumped in the pilot seat, but stirring, groaning slightly. Ky looked at the boards. Drives, red, no response. Defensive suite, stand by. Communications, red, no response. Environmental, yellow. Emergency power level only. Personnel, red. Nothing picked up from the sensors or implants, but she knew they weren't all dead. Drives had to be the first priority. They needed internal power. She tried automatic restart first, without much hope, and wasn't surprised when nothing happened. Manual restart was a long and tedious sequence that led to nothing but the discovery that there was no longer any electrical connection from the bridge engine controls to the drive. Power consumption analysis. 40% artificial gravity generator. Of course. How had she forgotten that? Cut to 25%. Reconfigure reserve. 28.6 hours. That was something. Not enough, but something. Ugh. Ow. That was Lee. Lee, talk to me, it's the captain. Don't want to talk. My head. Lee. She went around in front of him and unsealed her own helmet. The stench from her suit almost made her gag. Lee, what is it? What hit you? His eyes opened, the left one bloodshot, his gaze unfocused. Captain, when you get back, where we are. She couldn't see any sign of head trauma but that bloodshot eye. Where we were, Lee. Did something hit you? Inside. Spike in my head. His gaze wandered past her, then focused again. Thought you were outside. I was. I'm in. Intruders are dead. Ship's got some problems. Others? Unconscious, the ones I've seen. Haven't been everywhere yet. The drive's down. I can't get it started. But we have air and some gravity. Don't try to get up. I had to cut it to conserve power. He looked pale and slightly green now, and gulped visibly. His eyes sagged shut. Feel lousy. What's that stench? Just stay there, Ky said. I'll be back. Said that last time, he said. Then his head lolled and he was out again. But he was alive. She opened the door to her cabin again, and again Rascal rushed her ankles. Bravely but uselessly. Toby was stirring uneasily. Stella didn't move. Toby, Ky said. Toby, wake up. His eyes opened slowly. Ky? Captain? Yes, are you all right? I'm alive. Which is good. Hurt anywhere? My head. Stella groaned and started to roll off the bunk. Ky steadied her. Her eyes opened. This is the worst headache I've ever had. Ky, is it over? Not entirely, Ky said. The ship has a few problems. Just stay where you are for now. Toby blinked several times. I could get up. Then his gaze locked onto the front of her suit. Captain, you're hurt. Not my blood, she said. She had left smears on Stella's suit, she now realized, and a smudge on the edge of her bunk. I really could, Toby went on. Help? I have a headache, but it's going away now. Let him go, Stella said in a slurred voice. I need sleep. And she, like Lee, went limp again. All right, Ky said to Toby, but leave your helmet on and locked. Ship systems are coming online very slowly, and our power supply's limited. But yours? He stopped himself. Can I bring Rascal? Sure, Ky said. Just don't let him bite me. He doesn't like my smell. But with Toby awake, the dog was more interested in licking her boots than biting her ankles. Gruesome, Ky thought, suggesting that somewhere in the dog's ancestry was not a boy's best friend, but somebody's worst nightmare. Toby fairly bounced down the passage in low G with the resilience of youth. I could fix something to eat, he said as he came into the rec area. Raph was still sprawled over the fallen chair. We're conserving power, Ky reminded him. Help me move Raph. That was easy enough in the fractional gravity. They stretched him on the padded ledge along the far side of the compartment on his side. His eyelids fluttered but didn't open. They made their way then to environmental. In the dim light, suit lights flashed. Mitt, Ted, and Mahar. Mitt and Mahar both with pistol bows aimed at Ky, until they recognized her face in their headlamps. What happened, Captain? I made some mistakes, but we still have a whole hull, and clearly you people have life support working. For now, Mitt said. Did they set off an EMP mine? Is that why we lost power? It was an EMP mine, but I set it off. One of the intruders was setting up a limpet inside the ship. Only way I could think of to disable its programming before he could set it off. Well, we also lost a few circuits in life support. I gather the drive's down. And how are the others? Some unconscious. Toby here's fine. I haven't checked everyone yet. Must have been quite a fight, Mahar said, nodding at Ky's suit. It was strenuous, Ky said. Her back was beginning to tell her how many times she'd tried to tie it in a pretzel. She ignored it. How many of them were there? I think 3, Ky said. But let me check everyone else first. We can tell the stories later, when the ship's back up. Want help? Yes, Ky said. Number 2 cargo and engineering will be the worst. They were closest to it. Mehar came with her. They found engineering dark and silent. She looked around. On the far side of the compartment, a heap of bodies. As she watched, one of them rolled over, shook its head and looked up. Jim. What happened, Jim? He shook his head, pointed to his ears. Blast damage? Ky came closer and spoke directly to his face. Can you hear me at all? A little. Scared I don't know what happened, Captain. Quincy ran over here, said get down, and then everything blew up. Not everything. We're still in one piece. The others? She was already checking them for pulse, for any visible injuries. Don't know. I just woke up, kinda. His voice sounded strange, uninflected. Quincy was underneath the pile. She, Elaine, and Seal were all unconscious, but alive. Ky relaxed slightly. Let's get Quincy to the med box, she said. Jim nodded, clambered up, staggered a moment, then steadied. Low grav. Yes, we're saving power. Mehar, you help me. She didn't trust Jim's balance. In the light gravity, Quincy was easy to lift and carry. They were halfway to the alcove where the med box was installed when Ky remembered that it wouldn't be functional now. On second thought, we'll just put her in her bunk, Ky said. We've got to get the drives back up. They tucked Quincy into her bunk, and Ky hoped for the best. Then she checked on Cheryl. The navigator had been in her cubby when the mine went off. She was just rousing and claimed a mighty headache. Now for the cargo spaces. Ky dreaded what she would find. Number 2 was as dark as engineering had been. Again, Ky ordered on the overhead lights. There was the weapon, chalked up to point at the emergency passage, and a large hole in the bulkhead beyond it. The stench of melted plastics made it through the suit filters. Martin laid sprawled a few feet away, alive but unresponsive. Number 3 wiring nexus, Ky said. Damn. If we're lucky, that explains why the drives don't come on. Let's get Martin up near the med box. If she could get the power back on, he and Quincy would have to take turns. She called Jim and Mehar to start working on the damage as soon as they were able. When she had made the worst cases as comfortable as possible, she went back to the damage site where Jim was poking at the melted mass of the Hold 3 Nexus. Going to be a bitch to fix, he said. Or we could just cut it all out and start over. And how long will that take? On a ship this size, with the shop and equipment we have? Maybe a day, maybe 2. She didn't have a day or 2. None of them had a day or 2. Can you patch controls onto the drive end of the mess in a few hours? She could see the desire to show off, warring with his awareness that soft soap and bragging wouldn't work this time. Maybe if I had help. I know, sorta know, most of it, but... Toby, do you know how to patch in controls? I know the main functions, but not the auxiliaries, Captain. But is there a reference manual in your implant? Was there? She still had not had time to access the special functions. Get started on the main functions, the 2 of you. I want the in-system drive up enough to give us onboard power. Then we can worry about the rest. Use anything in stores you need. In her mind, the enemy warships moved ever closer, targeting her with weapons against which her defense might not hold even if it were up. With the crew all accounted for, she headed back up ship. Raph had managed to sit up and blinked as she checked him. Did we win? He asked. So far, Ky said. How are you? Headache. My implant tells me it was scrambled, but it's recovering functions. Good. Toby and Jim could use your help down in engineering. Can you make it there? Yeah, I think. He stood, wavered, then headed for the exit without another word. Ky watched him a moment, then went to her cabin. Stella was up too, slumped against the bulkhead. Where's Toby? She asked. Down in engineering. You? Do you have any idea how bad that smells? Stella wrinkled her nose. Yes, Ky said, but I can't clean up yet. There's other problems. Always other problems, Stella said. She sighed, pushed herself more upright. So what can I do to help? Feel better, Ky said. I need some clear thinking from my staff. We have only reserve power. The in-system drive's down. Osmond's dead, but his allies with the big guns are out there somewhere, and we don't have scan. Where are the mercs? I wish I knew, Ky said. I hope they're coming to help, but I haven't heard from them in a long time. When Stella said nothing, she turned away. I have to get to the bridge, she said. It'll be good news if the lights come on full. Fiat looks, Stella said. But we have a hull and air, right? Right. And Osmond's dead? So we won. A battle, not the war. You're such an encouraging commander, Stella said. Thanks, Ky said. I try. On the bridge, Lee also was awake. His left eye looked more normal now, and he was working his way across the boards. Drive's not responding at all, he said. There's a disconnect somewhere. Number 3 Nexus, Ky said. Slagged. Engineering's working on it. Can I have some power for scan? She had to know where other ships were. If nothing else, a large ship was wobbling around not that far from them. She also needed communications. Yes. Just let me. She plugged her suit interface into the data port and instructed her implant to supply power to the communications and navigations boards. Their status lights went from red to yellow, and finally to green. Lee's screen lit with the current near-scan passive data. Fair Colleen still rolled erratically in the near distance. 3 other icons appeared, 2 whose position and courses were compatible with Osmond's allies, and 1, her heart lifted, whose icon already carried the McKinsey ID. Only 1? But of course, they would not have left the rest of the convoy unprotected. Ky flicked on the communications board to the pre-arranged frequency. Gary Tobai, come in. Gary Tobai, Ky said. Bogies in system. Copy, not a problem. They're boosting out. Your condition? She didn't want to let the enemy know that, not even if they were running. Later, she said. Do you have an experienced boarding team? A boarding? What's going on? Then another voice. Rig secure contact. Give us a visual. Can't do that right now, Ky said. We have a few problems. This is Captain Vatta? Yes, this is Ky Vatta. We have disabled Fair Colleen and I intend to claim it, but I do not have personnel experienced in boarding operations. You, your crew? All alive. Can this wait until you've seen those raiders out of the system? Oh, we'll see them out. A distant hum, and then suddenly the lights came on full. The internal comm crackled, then produced a loud drone, then went silent. Then Raph's voice. Calling the bridge. Can you hear me? He sounded normal. Yes, Ky answered. Good. Drive's up. We have it patched into the number 2 Nexus temporarily. All diagnostics show it normal at this end. So I went on and turned on the lights. Jim and Toby are working on attaching the bridge end connection. How's Quincy and Martin? Still out. Cheryl's keeping an eye on them. Nothing she could do about that now. Although since they had power again. Can we draw normal power now? If the connections to whatever aren't messed up, what do you want? The med box for Quincy and Martin. Can do. Shall I send a lane up to move her? Yep, we'll be drawing bridge power for a secure comm link. Want to use Mine? You'd let me? You know about it already. Security matters. It's secure. And I've got a power source right here. Cuts the message lag. Yeah, Ky thought a moment. Can Jim and Toby handle the rest of that? Yes, Jim's got a knack, and Toby's read and memorized every manual on this ship, I think. The boy's got potential. Between them, they could probably make a functional ship out of drink stirrers and rubber bands. Then yes, thank you, and come to the bridge. Right away, Captain. Ma'am. Chapter 22. By the time Raph reached the bridge, Ky had the scans on full power. The defensive suite had come back on its own when the system resets were complete. She now had exact vectors on the 2 raiders and the McKinsey ship. The raiders' icons showed them boosting, but they would still pass near enough to take a shot at her if they were minded to. Fair Colleen, rolling drunkenly, continued to block them at unpredictable moments, but that was not protection she could count on. At least they were far enough away that they were not in danger of being struck. Lee, perhaps you'd go down and show Jim and Toby what controls you need first, Raph suggested as he came onto the bridge. If that's all right with you, Captain. Yes, unplug your board, Lee, and take it down with you, Ky suggested. They know wiring, but they don't know piloting. I'll need scan access, Lee said. I can't pilot blind. I understand, Ky said, but just give them some hints. Make sure they don't power up the wrong component or something. Lee shrugged, unplugged his board, and set off down the passage. Thanks, Raph said. Now, we'll need to set up the visual. You can do visual? Yeah, Raph pushed back his helmet, unsealed his suit, and reached inside, wrinkling his nose as he did so. Bit of a whiff about that suit, Captain, if you don't mind my mentioning. I know, Ky said. You might want to clean up before the mercs see it. I'm sure they've seen worse, Ky said. He stopped and looked at her. Are you performing some religious ritual of self-punishment, or is there something else I don't know? Her patience snapped. Like perhaps I have not had 1 second since I got back aboard without something critical for me to do? You and the others were all unconscious and all the ship systems were down. Everyone? His brows went up, and he continued to dig about inside his pressure suit, finally coming up with a length of cord Ky recognized as a connector of some sort. He tucked it into his waistband, then took his helmet all the way off and set it in Lee's seat. He pushed back his hair, peeled back the flap over his implant access, retrieved the cord, and inserted one end of the connector into the implant orifice. I didn't know that. Everyone, Ky said, fascinated. Raph glanced at the scans. There were 4 light minutes out. You'd have time to clean up now. I'll call if anything happens. This time she felt a wave of exasperation. Why do you care how I look? First impressions are important in anything, he said. Right now you look like a bloodthirsty, violent killer, not a nice, sane trade ship captain of a good family. Ky grinned. She was aware again of those surges of pleasure she'd felt when killing. I am a bloodthirsty, violent killer. I told you that before. It's not funny, Raph said, shaking his head. I'm serious. Your mercs weren't happy with you staying behind in this system anyway. You need them to see you as sane and sensible, which is what you really are. It was not the time to make her point, but the words were out of her mouth before she could stop them. I'm both, she said. But your point is taken. She turned on her heel and headed for her cabin. Stella was dabbing at the blood marks on the carpet. She looked up when Ky came in. Situation? Improving, Ky said. I'm actually going to clean up a bit. Thank you, Stella said with feeling. I'll go to the galley then and start heating some soup or something. Her nose wrinkled, and she was pale. Ky started to get out of the pressure suit, then decided it would be easier to clean under the shower. A hard vacuum would have been easiest, but that wasn't available without going out past Osmond's corpse. The shower sluiced off the worst of the mess on the suit. She cycled it twice, then peeled out of the suit and her ship suit and ducked through the water. She could still smell Osmond's death, but less. The drying cycle, into a clean ship suit from her cabin. She looked at the pressure suit with distaste. It was damp from the shower on the outside and sweaty on the inside. She hung it over her shoulder and made it to the bridge in 5 minutes. Raph glanced at her and murmured, "Your hair." Ky raked it with her fingers. He'd winced dramatically, but said nothing more about it. Instead, he pointed to the cables he'd attached to the bulkhead outlet, her desk comm's output, and his implant. "You can use your own comm as usual. The video pickup's just the same. I've already entered the initialing codes for the Ansible hookup, and the device itself is live right now. I can't move around much. I need to be attached to the power supply." "Right." Ky sat in her chair, the pressure suit draped across her lap, and glanced at the scan screens. The 2 raiders were still boosting for jump. The mercenary ship had gained on them. She entered Gloucester's Ansible access number. Instantly, so it worked. Her comm screen lit with the initiating call icon. She glanced at Raph. He looked blank and said nothing. She guessed he was monitoring the Ansible function. Gloucester, no visual. They should have her visual. "This is Captain Vatta of Gary Tobai. We have established a secure link now. Captain Vatta." The screen now showed the Gloucester's comm officer and Lieutenant Commander Johansson. "What's your status?" "We're repairing some damage," Ky said. "Ship stable at this time. All personnel alive." "Do you need immediate assistance?" "Not immediate," Ky said. "Fair Colleen is damaged. I don't know her crew status. Her captain's dead." "What happened?" "He had boarded my ship and was setting a mine," Ky said. "I killed him." Again, that surge of joy she must conceal. Stronger now as she had time to reflect on it. "Anyway, Fair Colleen appears to be tumbling, and if she's not to be lost, I need a boarding team to go aboard and get her back under control. We don't have any way to get over there." "Then a prize crew—" "Prize crew?" He scowled at her. "She was a Vatta ship. She was stolen. I'm taking possession in the name of Vatta Limited. You do recall the details of our contract, do you not? You agreed not to act on that letter of Marque." She had forgotten that letter again. "I'm not doing this as a privateer. I'm doing this as Vatta. The ship belongs to Vatta. I'm taking her back." "I see." He did not sound convinced. "Whatever you think, Captain Vatta. This is skirting very close indeed to breach of our agreement. Privateers take prizes. We do not. We will not jeopardize our status as legitimate mercenaries by taking a prize or putting a prize crew aboard. We will, however, board the ship and attempt to stabilize her, and take prisoner anyone on her. If you can then arrange a prize crew out of your own, we will transport them in a penance to the other ship. The only reason I agree to that much is the Vatta ID of the ship's beacon. If a court decides she's stolen property belonging to your family, that's different. I reserve judgment. Is that clear?" "Quite clear," Ky said. "Thank you." "Meanwhile," he went on, "it seems important to chase those 2 all the way to the jump, if they were involved." "They were," Ky said. "Ah. Also part of the conspiracy against the Ansibles, you think?" "Definitely." "Any objection to our taking them out?" Ky thought of stating the obvious, the 2-to-1 odds, but refrained. "Not at all," she said. "We'll be back in a few hours," he said. Then the Mackenzie ship vanished from scan, only to reappear in a tangled web of uncertainty brackets. Vector unknown, velocity unknown, that dissolved to show it in the perfect position to fire up the sterns of the fleeting raiders. One blew almost instantly. The second produced a burst of acceleration that, less than a minute later, ended in another explosion. Ky caught another whiff of her pressure suit. She would want it when she went aboard Fair Colleen, and she'd prefer it dry and clean. It needed its internal power pack recharged as well. She was unlikely to need it immediately, with the raiders gone. She hung it back in its locker, hooked up the cable to the power pack, and set the self-clean cycles to maximum. The Mackenzie ship stayed in the vicinity of the explosions for more than an hour, looking for survivors, Ky assumed, while her own crew continued to work on rewriting the drive control panels. She spent the time finally exploring her implant's data structure. It was tempting to explore family files and see what her father had said about her, but she searched the files for more on Osmond instead, and there it was, what she could have known ahead of time if she'd not been so reluctant to insert this implant. Her father suspected that Osmond had killed his own father, though it could not be proved. Certainly he had lied, embezzled, and made sexual advances and threats to crew. He had inherited his father's shares of Vatta. He was going to be trouble no matter what they did. Her father and uncle, then the company troubleshooters when their father Arnulf was CEO, had been given the task of taking care of Osmond. For a cash payment, Osmond had been persuaded to give up his shares. He had decamped with the ship, and they had not prosecuted, on the grounds that they did not want him that close ever again. Osmond's section ended with her father's recommendation that any Vatta captain coming across Osmond take extreme precautions and report anything learned to HQ. Ky scowled. Someone should have blown him away years ago. It would have prevented a lot of trouble. And she would like her father to have known that she was the one who ended that threat to the family. Ky turned from that to the section headed Political. Osmond might not be their only enemy. Interstellar Communications. Under that heading she found subheads, contracts, policies, negotiations, potential conflicts. That looked promising. Lee came back up to the bridge with his board, glanced at Raph and the extra cables in the bridge, and slid into his own seat without commenting or touching any of them. He plugged his board back in. "All right to test functions?" he asked. "Go ahead," Ky said. Her implant followed along the test patterns, offering her a choice of views. Then, as time passed, she checked on the medbox. Quincy, the medbox reported, was physically stable, but had suffered some blast damage, probably due to her age. Consultation with advanced medical care for long-term therapy was advised. Ky told Elaine and the others to take Quincy out and put Martin in the box. She would have liked to check on them both herself, but she had to stay on the bridge. With the drive now fully functional again, Ky warned her crew and instructed the ship to bring the artificial gravity back up slowly. As she settled deeper into her seat, she felt the aches from her exertion. At least she was sitting down. Her screen came alive again, a call from the Mackenzie ship. "We got both of them. Picked up several prisoners. Your ISC rep will probably want them taken to ISC offices." "I'm sure," Ky said, with a glance at Raph, who still looked blank. "We'll be back with you in another hour," her liaison said. "Out of communication for maneuvers until then." "Understood," Ky said. She watched as the Mackenzie ship disappeared from scan again, reappearing twice on its way back to her. Slaughter Key Space Force had a few ships with that capability, but not many. She wondered what it felt like, those rapid transitions in and out of FTL flight, and how they navigated. She turned to Raph. "Raph, you might as well take a break," He nodded without really looking at her, unplugged himself, and shook his head. "Makes my ears feel strange," he said. "That and the smells." "Monitoring transmissions?" Lee asked. "Something like that," Raph said. He rotated his shoulders, stretched, and folded back up neatly, cat-like. Stella appeared at the bridge hatch with mugs of hot soup and a plate of ship biscuits. Ky sipped the thick broth, realizing as she felt alertness return just how much of her reserve she'd used. "I've already fed the others," Stella said. "Toby asked me to defrost one of Aunt Gracie's fruitcakes. He hasn't ever had one," she grinned. "Some people like them," Ky said. "Boys that age will eat anything," Stella said. "He's on his third slice." "Stella carried that thing all the way from Slaughter Key," Raph said. "I asked her why, and she wouldn't tell me." "I had 2 of them," Stella said. "The command implant was in one." "Is that where it was?" Raph said, brows rising. "And I have no idea what's in the other," Stella went on. "If anything, Aunt Gracie's sense of humor at work." "We need to get the escape passage cleaned up," Ky said, "and the airlock, and Osmond's body put somewhere." "Why not just space it?" Raph said. "There will be formalities," Ky said. "I'll need documentation. Anyway, I don't want to space it right now." She didn't want to move right now. What she wanted, suddenly, was a night's sleep. "Heat soup, slice cake, clean corridor, move a body," Stella said in an odd tone of voice. "My, what my life has come to. Of course, I am still alive. And don't think I'm not grateful, Ky. I was very, very glad not to have to play the captive princess close up. And I'm glad you foiled Osmond's last ploy, however you did that." She paused. Ky thought of giving a blow-by-blow, but decided against it. "But," Stella resumed, when Ky said nothing, "when I thought of life as Vatta's secret agent, it didn't mean domestic chores. Though it has, as often as not, more's the pity." "I'll get some of the others on it," Ky said. "I could use your advice on some of the things I'm finding in Dad's implant." "Seriously?" Stella asked. "Seriously. You've been home, well, in contact with home, the past 4 years, and I haven't. Just a second." Ky called environmental, and after making sure everything was functioning normally there, told Mitt to take over cleaning up the corridor. "It's nasty. I'd suggest wearing suits. There's a body in the airlock. Put it in a sealed bag and into one of the cargo holds. We'll move it over to the other ship if we can." "Do we have to touch it?" "The corpse?" "Yes. Why?" "As far as I know, it's not infected with anything. And you'll have gloves on." "Well," Mitt sounded less than eager. "Why don't you let me take care of Osmond's mortal coil?" Raph said. "If you happen to have body bags." She didn't. She hoped very much never to have a corpse on her ship again. But there he was, dead and in the way. "Not standard issue," she said. "Can you improvise?" "Sure. I'll just go looking for something. Or we could wait for the Mercs to show up. I'm sure they have body bags." Raph went out. Ky told Mitt that Raph would deal with the body, but might need a help finding the right container. "Oh, we've got some supply sacks that might work," Mitt said, sounding more cheerful already. Ky thought privately that getting the passage clean would be worse than stuffing Osmond's corpse into a sack, but she wasn't going to argue that. "Fine," she said. While the environmental techs worked on cleaning up the passage, she and Stella compared implant headings. "I don't have ship functions," Stella said. "I told you that before. Mine's optimized for financial analysis and contact information." "Who do you have at ISC?" Ky asked. "I've got about 40. Everything from, Marella Costin, executive assistant to the Slaughter Key main rep. And her too, of course. To Lou Permina. I remember him. He came to Correlay several times. 40? I have both of those, but only a few more. Do you have Reliando Verise in outside contracts? Yes. I wonder why Dad kept Louise Sims DeLaunt in this list. She's just a file clerk. Even as she said that, the implant unpacked the reasons and displayed them. Louise Sims DeLaunt had been too willing to look something up for him 5 years before, a willingness he interpreted as a possible security leak for the relationship between Vatta Transport Ltd. And ISC. What relationship? Ky wondered, and the implant suddenly flooded her awareness with a cascade of numbers, names, dates, reasons. What's wrong, Ky? Stella asked. Ky shook her head. She couldn't answer, not now. Stella reached out, shook her arm. Ky, answer me. Had Stella known? Too much information too fast, Ky said. She took a long breath. How much do you know about the relationship between Vatta and ISC? Relationship? We depend on ISC's communications like all shippers. They've used us as general carriers. I don't know what their total tonnage is, but I'd say we have a reasonably healthy fraction of their business, perhaps a dominant share on our main routes. Vatta always supported the monopoly. We didn't want to risk fragmentation of services and uncontrolled charges. Several other major long-line transport companies have done the same. Yes, and some have argued for open communication standards and competition. Pavarotti, for instance. Oh, Pavarotti. She wrinkled her nose. It's more complicated, Ky said. How much should she tell Stella? How much of their present problems related to the data on her implant? The implant that had been taken from her dying father? This implant, she said finally. It's something we need to talk about at length, I think, in private, if we're what's left of Vatta. There's Aunt Gracie, or was when I left home. Yes, well, the compressed data under that heading was another problem. Ky had found it hard enough to reconcile her memory of the prickly, prudish Aunt Gracie of the fruitcakes with what Stella had told her. The Gracie of the implant was several orders of magnitude less familiar. You know she was almost tried for murder? Gracie? Our Aunt Gracie? Yes. They finally decided it was post-combat stress and hushed it up when the family put her in the spaghetti farm for a year. Stella's eyes widened. They thought about sending me to a clinic. Aunt Gracie said no. She'd take care of it. But if she... Why did they listen to her? Because she had more dirt on both our fathers than you could imagine, Ky said. The internal memos recorded on this implant had more detail on that than she wanted. She wished Aunt Gracie had been there. She could have argued for her own father's memory. He had always been so upright, so honest, so sensible. She could imagine he might have been a bit wild as a youngster, but not as... The word conniving slipped in and out of focus. Not her father. Not her father dead after the attack on the Vattas. Or Stella's, though she'd always wondered if Stella's wildness came from her father rather than her socialite mother. She was head of Vatta's internal security. You know that. That's the kind of work she had you doing. But she was also working with the Slaughter Key government. Well, part of it anyway. You don't suppose she set it up? Was working with Osman or something? No, Ky said, even though the same dire suspicion had flashed through her mind a minute before. The implant made it clear how deep Gracie's dislike of Osman ran. I'm sure she didn't. But the fact is that all three of us now have to work together if Vatta's going to come back. Or just survive. We have to survive, Stella said. There's Toby. Yes, well, was this the time to admit to Stella the real reason she had resisted using the implant? No. No more than she could confess her disgusting joy in the act of killing. We'll need to spend considerable time, as I unlock various cubbies in this thing, figuring out what to do with what's inside. That sounded lame, but she did not want to get into the whole thing now. For one thing, she still felt limp. And we don't want to involve Raph. There's a lot of stuff about ISC. Oh, I agree, Stella said, but he'll probably keep trying to worm it out of you. That peeling a lime thing. She sounded annoyed. Ky laughed. I'm not susceptible to his type, she said. Or any type, at present, she added more soberly. She pushed away the memory of that brief, crazy dance with Raph. That was post-implant befuddlement, nothing more. Dad told me you were involved with a very nice young man at the academy, Stella said. It's too bad. But maybe you can get together when this is over. No. Ky lowered her voice after that emphatic negative. No, that's over and done with. Well, there will be others. Not until this was over. Not until she understood more of herself. Not until she found a man who would not be horrified at what she really was. And would she want a man who wouldn't be horrified? She was horrified. Besides, she said, hoping to distract Stella, he's yours, isn't he? Stella flushed but shook her head. Come on, Ky. He's not a commodity to be possessed. Besides, he wouldn't be mine, in that sense, even if he were. You said you were attracted. Yes, attracted. But now, at this moment, we're busy with something else. I'm not controlled by my hormones, you know. Whatever my reputation in the family. Sorry, Ky said. I didn't mean it like that. Good. He's interesting, yes. Skilled. But I don't know if he'll ever be someone to partner with long-term. I was worried that you might fall for him and get hurt, when all he wanted was your trust. Never walk in on women discussing men, Raph said, just doing that. Stella, I don't know whether to be flattered by your interest. No one analyzes so minutely someone they care nothing for, or appalled at its erroneous conclusions. Stop that, Ky said, as Stella flushed again. I don't give a flip what your relational strengths and weaknesses are. Your timing is atrocious. My timing is impeccable as always, Raph said, settling against the bulkhead. I came bringing peace to your soul, Captain. Osmond's corpse is safely stowed for the moment, but retrievable when your mercs show up with the proper body bags. Stella, did you know your baby cousin was a very thorough killer? I'm sure she would do whatever was necessary in an emergency, Stella said. I'm sure that his other wounds would have killed him without that stab through the throat to the brain, Raph said. His gaze, deceptively mild, had settled on Ky. She felt the heat rise in her own cheeks. That's not just a military cut direct, so to speak. That's more, isn't it, Captain? Fatal, I'd say, Ky said, trying for an offhand tone. After all, I thought he was dead the first time, when their ship security was breached. It seemed a good idea to make sure. Raph shrugged. Whatever you say, Captain. She was glad to have that conversation interrupted by a call from the Mackenzie ship. It was close enough to use conventional communications. I see what you mean about the Colleen tumbling, her liaison said. Do you think there are any live crew aboard? I don't know, Ky said. I haven't tried hailing her since the running lights came back on. Better tell me what happened, Johansson said. Ky explained briefly, starting with Osmond Vatta's relationship to the family and continuing through the full sequence that had ended with his death. Johansson's professional expression wavered several times, but he didn't interrupt. She was glad of that. She could imagine his comments on her idiocy in letting those boarders through the lock. "So, you fired an EMP mine inside your own ship to scramble his mine's electronics," was all he said at the end. "Yes," Ky said, and clamped her teeth on justifications. She didn't need his approval anyway. It had worked. "And his lock was disabled by the combination of your EMP mine and his limpet." "Yes." "Interesting." She knew that interesting wasn't as mild as it sounded. "We'll be sending a pinnace with a boarding party to, Fair Colleen. You might want to back off another 1,000 clicks or so, just in case. Can you?" "Oh yes," Ky said. She glanced at her pilot. "Lee, back us out." "Glad to," he said. Ky followed that exploration by relay. The McKinsey boarding party found that the main entry airlock was too damaged to function, and the entry passage was still open to space. However, inner compartment seals had shut when the ship's systems reset. They rigged a temporary airlock and convinced the ship to let them inside. Inside, they found 16 dead, 7 in space armor, dead because their suit systems had gone down, and the rest not even in pressure suits, victims of decompression. As they worked their way from compartment to compartment, they found a few survivors in those compartments that had been aired up. Some were injured, some not. All were taken prisoner, even the 3 in a storeroom off the galley who claimed to be prisoners of the crew. In the midst, Martin appeared on the bridge. "The medbox says I'm cured," he said. "Sorry I dropped like that, Captain." "You weren't the only one," Ky said. "I'm glad it didn't scramble your brains permanently." "Why didn't you just have Lee shut the ship systems down?" "Osman had a limpet mine inside the ship," Ky said. "This was the only way I could think of to knock out its systems." "Oh." Martin gave her an odd look. "You take the big jumps, don't you, ma'am? And I suppose you killed Osman?" "Yes," Ky said. "Very thoroughly," Raph put in. "Martin, we're going to be taking over the other ship," Ky said, before Raph could get started on that. "We need a prize crew. You'll be on that, of course, since that ship may have security issues the rest of us wouldn't recognize." "Yes, ma'am," Martin said, looking more alert by the moment. "They'll have traps in her and such, same as I set here against boarders." "Exactly. I can provide your implant with the layout of the ship as she was built and in use originally. We need a boarding plan as well, and if you have recommendations on crew." "Yes, ma'am. I'll get right on it." Johansson called Ky again when his personnel were sure they had cleared the ship to explain what he intended to do with those found. "We can sort 'em out later," Johansson said. "I'm not having strangers running around loose on this ship. They don't claim to be Vattas anyway." The engineers with the boarding party began to stabilize the ship's tumbling once they reached the bridge. Systems had reset correctly. It was simply a matter of giving the correct commands. In a few hours, Johansson informed Ky that the ship was ready to receive a prize crew. "She's down on reserve air, as you'd expect. Cargo holds are still aired up. Our engineers recommend pumping that air into the crew space once you've done something about that airlock. The ship inventory lists useful spares. Here." A block of data came across. Ky's implant sorted it and displayed it for her. "If we use your temporary airlock, we should be able to get to section B4 and put that replacement in," Ky said. "Are Colleen's repair bots functional?" "Some of them appear to be. You want us to run system checks on them?" "Yes. No sense risking lives if the bots can do some of the vacuum work." The McKinsey pinnace transported the survivors from Fair Colleen to Gloucester, while the repair bot started work on installation of a new airlock. Ky itched to get over there and see what her command implant could pull from the ship's computers, but she had no way to transfer. Yet. She had to organize a prize crew anyway. Johansson had made it clear that providing such a crew did not fall within their contractual obligations, and he was not minded to widen them. Minimally, if they did nothing but transport the ship to the next port, the ship would need a commander, pilot, navigator, someone in environmental, someone in engineering. "We need a Vatta commanding both ships," Ky said finally, to Stella and Toby. "Toby, you know more about ships, but Stella's old enough that station managers might accept her, even though she has no papers." "Captain, why don't you go aboard the Colleen?" Toby said. "This ship's simpler. If you left Stella here and a few of the old hands, she wouldn't have any problems with her." "It's an idea," Ky said, "but think of the trouble I got into by leaving this ship, even briefly." "This is different," Toby said. "That ship, nobody here knows her. She needs more crew and more expertise. You should take her." "I agree," Stella said. "If you'll let me load some of the ship's system stuff into my implant, I'm sure I'll be able to do what I must." "I suppose." Already Ky knew this would work. She ran it all as a fast sim in the implant. Yes, it was the best solution. Now to choose who would stay and who would go. She needed Lee and Cheryl with her. They could set up a tape for Gary Tobias' crew to follow. Martin, of course. That meant Elaine had to stay on here. She would be responsible for cargo. Environmental. She had to have someone from there and an engineer. Mitt and Mahar, she decided. Raph for his expertise with non-standard ansibles. By the time the pinnace came back toward Gary Tobai, she and her prize crew were suited up and ready to leave. On scan, the pinnace edged closer and closer. Then came another call from Johansson. "My people say there's a limpet mine on your outer hatch." Oh, yes. She had forgotten about that. That's the one Osmond tried to blow up the ship with. Facing out? Is it armed to repel boarders? "No," Ky said. "That just seemed a good place to store it." "To store your enemy's mine? Any particular reason why you didn't just give it a good shove out the hatch?" "I didn't want to hit the Colleen with it," Ky said. "Besides, a mine is a terrible thing to waste." Chapter 23. A long silence, during which Johansson turned dull red and appeared to be having trouble breathing. Then a harsh bark of laughter. "Captain Vatta, you are indeed interesting. We'll send the pinnace to ferry you and your prize crew aboard." Fair Colleen up close looked even more battered than in the external vid pictures. The damage Osmond's limpet had done to the airlock, for instance. That was going to be expensive to fix properly. The implant gave estimates. The repair bots had welded a replacement in, roughly, but it was not the kind of work Ky wanted on any ship she owned for the long haul. Once into the crew quarters, she found not the squalor she had expected from an outlaw ship, but a tidy, workmanlike arrangement, marred only by stains from the recent conflict. The bridge, easily 3 times as large as Gary Tobias, resembled that of the ship she had apprenticed on, but with the addition of an extra row of boards. Weapons, her Marque escort pointed out. He's taken out part of 2 cargo holds to mount them. We haven't checked them all out, but I wouldn't hit those red buttons unless you want to kill something. We didn't inventory the munitions either, but the hold hatches had warning labels on them. We've checked out the bridge for booby traps and have discussed the rest of the ship with your security command. He glanced at Martin, who nodded. Ky looked at the control boards. Well, she had always wanted to command a warship. This thing could almost be a pocket cruiser if the holds were full of missiles instead of cargo. No question at all that Osmond had been a pirate, which might help when a court adjudicated possession. Whatever they thought of privateers, courts always thought poorly of pirates. "Thank you," she said. "Captain, environmental's salvageable. The cultures are fine. The higher taxons are badly shaken up, but I think we can boost production in the next few days." "That's good to hear," Ky said. "Stores?" "The ship's supplied for a much bigger crew, Captain, and none of the supply lockers I've seen so far was damaged. We won't have any problems for another 3 standard months at least. There are more lockers, but I'm not yet sure it's safe to get into them." "Good," Ky said. "So we're good to go then." Mahar and Toby hadn't said anything, but the drives boards were all green. Quincy, back on Gary Tobai, had said things about idiots who went off to strange ships with greenies for engineering crew. But she was still recovering from her blast injuries, and Ky wasn't about to put additional strain on her. Quincy had finally subsided when Ky pointed out that Stella, as a completely inexperienced captain, needed the best engineer on Gary Tobai. The Mackenzie boarders had already tested the communications, ignoring the box they didn't recognize, which Ky knew was the ship-mounted Ansible. Now she called up Johansson. "We're ready to go as soon as your people are back aboard your ship," she said. "We'll be rejoining the convoy after jump, correct?" "Correct. If your navigator is at the board, I'll transmit the coordinates." "Go ahead," Ky said, nodding at Cheryl. "We're on our way," the Marque escort said. "See you somewhere else, and good luck with this thing." "We'll be fine," Ky said, with more confidence than she actually felt. At last they were on the move. On Osmond's excellent military-grade scans, Gary Tobai boosted for jump ahead of them, crawling along at less than half the acceleration Fair Colleen could offer. Ky was not about to go off and leave her first implant, though. Behind them, the Mackenzie ship loafed along, keeping watch behind, weapons live. Ky kept Colleen's locked down. In those hours, Ky's implant explored the ship and her data banks, easily circumventing Osmond's security routines. At root, the ship was Vatta, purpose-built for Vatta, and her deepest levels of programming gave anyone with the Vatta command dataset complete access to anything added later. Ky was able to tell Martin exactly where physical traps were located and how to disarm them. The cargo holds with the weapons held ample munitions for them, Ky found. In fact, the modifications Osmond had made to the ship cut down her cargo capacity to just over half again as much as Gary Tobai's. She would be uneconomical as a pure trader without ripping out all the changes. But as a privateer, she was perfect, except that the universe knew her as a pirate. She needed a new name, a new ship chip, an identity unsullied by Osmond's years of criminal activity. And what was in the other holds would easily pay for that new identity. The cream of a half-dozen piracies at least. Osmond had kept all the compact, highly valuable prizes, luxury items such as jewelry, art, bioassays, implants. Implants taken from interesting prisoners. Some had been downloaded into his own ship's computer, and some awaited that treatment. He had reloaded saleable data onto data cubes. A good part of his profit for the past dozen standard years had been from the sale of proprietary information gained from such implants, she found when she looked at his records. Pirate he might be, but he kept financial records like any other businessman. He also had a store of ship-mounted Ansibles for sale to potential allies in the war against ISC. Ky mused on this as Raph went to work on the shipboard Ansible console. Should she tell him about the others? No harm, probably. "There's about a dozen of these things in the hold," she said conversationally. Raph looked at her. Like this? Yes, according to his internal records, he used to have more, but sold some. Do you need to know to whom? I suppose I should, Raph said, but that cat's well out of the bag by now. I told them 2 years ago, but they wouldn't listen. He turned back to his work. By the way, you think Osman was the only reason Vatta was attacked? Was he just working out his grudge while helping his allies? I'm not sure, Ky said. If they were looking to make an example of a shipping firm to put pressure on the others, which is what some of the other captains at Lastway thought, then Vatta is reasonably conspicuous and has supported ISC's continuing monopoly in the past. Osman could have been a blessing to them, with his inside information and his personal interest in seeing Vatta suffer. There are other systems that don't like Slaughter Key flags in general, Raph said. I don't suppose you know this, but Slaughter Key runs privateers. Her own letter of marque seemed to be burning a hole in her uniform. She was very glad Raph was looking at the console's internal bits and not at her. I had heard something, she said. I wasn't sure whether to believe it. Oh, it's true. Cheaper than enlarging their space force, I suppose. Privateers support themselves. From our end, we never knew Vatta to be involved in that. But this ship, your corporate headquarters disavowed it. But I did sometimes wonder. You knew about Osman before I did? And you didn't warn me? She wanted to add, but didn't. Not for sure, Raph said. And if you were making rendezvous with the family privateer, I wanted to know more about it. Now he did look over his shoulder at her. Don't look at me like that, Captain. It doesn't violate our partnership. Check the terms. And I warned you as soon as I knew for certain something was bent. Small comfort. She tried to think of something to say, but at that moment, Cheryl announced that they were entering countdown for Endem transition. All stations secure for FTL, Ky said, instead of any of the lame comments she'd thought of. Section seals locked. Raph got off the deck and strapped himself into one of the spare seats on the bridge, while the others acknowledged. Ky's stomach nodded. How would the Colleen handle transition with that crudely repaired airlock? At least, if it blew, only the passage behind it would lose air. Fair Colleen slipped through the transition as easily as Ky herself would have walked through a doorway. Of course, a pirate would keep his ship perfectly tuned. After a brief hour and 12 minutes of FTL flight, during which Ky thought of all the things that might have gone wrong with Gary Tobai, and then what might go wrong if any of them re-entered normal space at the wrong relative V. The ship dropped out as smoothly as she'd gone in. Ahead of them, Gary Tobai appeared as their scan cleared, and behind them the Mackenzie ship dropped out, still at the same interval. Brilliant job, Lee and Cheryl, Ky said. She felt a wave of relief. There on long scan were the other Mackenzie ship and the rest of the convoy. No unknown ships in the system. Here, the Ansible wasn't working, but Raph would fix that. She reversed the compartment lockdown. 10 hours to rendezvous with the convoy, Johansson said. 10 hours. She could not stay awake another 10 hours. Who could? Toby, come to the bridge, please. Toby of the inexhaustible energy. On their present course, with no changes to be made, he could surely keep watch while the rest of them recovered. Commander, most of my crew's dead on their feet. I'm going to put us down and leave one on watch. Good idea. Call if you need anything. Toby, with Rascal bouncing at his heels, came onto the bridge. Yes, Captain? You have the bridge, Toby. No need to ask if he was alert enough. His eyes sparkled with delight. See? I told you you'd make a captain someday. Yes, Captain. I'll call right away if anything happens. You do that, Ky said, and clambered up. stiff in every muscle and joint. Martin had checked out enough of the crew quarters that they could each have a private cabin, though at the moment she was sure she could sleep on the deck in a pile with 20 others. The captain's cabin was half again as large as hers on Gary Tobai. Osmond favored black and gray with red accents. The cabin had an odd smell, which she supposed was essence of Osmond. Ky kicked herself for not having thought to have the fresher cycle on during those hours on the bridge. She pulled everything off the bed. She was not going to sleep on his sheets. In a locker, she found another set, synth silk, in black, shiny and slippery. At least they didn't smell like Osmond. She threw the other bedclothes in the cleaning bin, turned the cabin ventilation to high, propped the hatch open, and was asleep before she thought to turn out the light. She woke briefly once as the light went off, then again when Toby's voice announced that it was time. The time she'd said, but if she wanted to sleep longer, everything was fine. "I'm up," she said. "I'll shower." In Osmond's private bath, which deserved the name, having a tub as well as shower, she found the kind of mess she'd expected from the first, though most of it was due to the tumbling in 0G. Smears of green and yellow and pink goo streaked the black marble walls and floor. She took one look and dialed the cleaner bots into action. While waiting for them to get the broken glass off the deck, she rummaged again through the lockers in his cabin. Clothes. He certainly liked black. And silk shirts, blousy silk pants. Shore rig, Vatta uniforms, including an old one worn thin. What must be costumes suitable for different worlds, various colors and styles. Underwear. It was a moment before she realized that the underwear could not all be his. It was a collection, male and female styles in various sizes, and all of it. She shuddered and put the entire contents into the recycler. Maybe it would have been evidence, but she didn't want to share space with it, even behind a closed door. In one drawer, she found other evidence of his proclivities, restraints, masks, items she almost understood and didn't want to. She opened only one of the zippered leather cases. The array of tools horrified her, and she left the rest untouched. She found clean towels, black but smelling of nothing but soap, just as the bots announced the bathroom was safe. Her implant informed her that the black marble wasn't really marble, but a tunable crystal. Ky changed it to frosted white. Now she could feel clean. Maybe. The shower worked as well as her own back on Gary Tobai, and she took extra time to comb her hair in front of Osmond's, mirror. That, too, was a tunable crystal. She changed the lower 2/3 to frosted white rather than reflective. One by one, her rested crew came back to the bridge or their stations. "Could we redecorate the cabins?" Cheryl asked her. "What? The gruesome murals bothered you?" Raph asked. "Raph," Ky said, then to Cheryl, "Of course, it's our ship now. Osmond's cabin was pretty grim. Were the others bad too? Let's just say that Scovald's famous mural of the invasion of Bettany does nothing for my dream life," Cheryl said. "Not even when the previous occupant has added his own commentary and sketches to the original. And it smelled like that kind of person had been living in it." "Not nice people at all," Raph said. "I found what I thought was a simple one, plain walls with just a few pin-ups easy to ignore. But the instant I lay down on the bunk, the sound system came on. It left me in no doubt that whoever had that cabin was someone I do not want to know except over a weapon." At Ky's look, he nodded. "Gone now. Flushed it. I figure you have enough on these people without that recording. And it was the only way to get it to shut up without dismantling the bunk, which I was too tired to do. I put some things in the recycler myself, Ky said, and I'm tempted to flush the bedding too. Oh yes, Lee said. In fact, I did. I'm not sure any cleaning cycle would take care of what was on those sheets. Well, on our next long cycle with nothing much to do, we'll all get that cleaned away. There's plenty of crew space. We won't be bored next transit. I suppose disgust is better than boredom, Cheryl said. And it's better than excitement, too, she added. I'll get on it. There's nothing for me to do before rendezvous, unless you're hungry and want a meal. Hands went up. I just hope I don't find sliniki worms or something in the galley, Cheryl said as she left the bridge. Within the hour, she reappeared with trays. The smell of fresh-baked bread preceded her. The galley's fine, she said, and the supplies are what I suppose pirates can afford. Pre-packed from a scallion catering. They're gold standard rations. I had to bake the bread, that was all. This is like that stuff the luxury liner had, remember? It seemed a lifetime ago that there'd been a fuss over gold-eyed raspberries. Yes, Ky said, around a mouthful of warm, fresh bread spread with something sweet and crunchy. I suppose we should share this with the others, Lee said, smearing his bread with a different spread, this one a rich purple. Already done, Cheryl said. I called 'em. That silence you hear is people eating rather than talking. She started on her own meal, and silence covered the bridge, too, for a few minutes. Better than Aunt Gracie's fruitcake, Ky said when she came up for air. She had not realized how hungry she was. We can save it for another emergency. Which I hope doesn't come too soon, Lee said, stretching. Ah, that's good. As soon as they were close enough, Gloucester sent a pod to pick up Raff so he could work on the system Ansible. While he was gone, Johansen called Ky. We have another problem, he said. It's your ISC agent, so-called. Raff? What now? We've been running analysis of events since we left last way. It looks to us that Mr. Whoever he really is has to be the one who set up that trap. We're going to bring him back here when he's done with his Ansible and have a look at his implant. You can't think that, Ky said. He's been fixing Ansibles. He led us to the ISC conspirators at Lastway. It's not unknown for conspirators to sacrifice some of their people for long-term gain, Johansen said. To gain your confidence, to gain ours. And then he helped us survive the attack, Ky said. You say. I'm not sure you're competent to judge that, Captain Vatta. How else could Osmond have known which system we'd be in? Nobody at Lastway knew that. How else could he have contacted his allies so easily? I believe Raff is, or was, associated with ISC in some sensitive position, but the evidence is clear that he's using some kind of clandestine communications device. You can't just invade his implant, Ky said, all too aware that they could just do that. He's my crew. He's under my protection. I'm afraid we must disagree on that, Captain Vatta. Your safety, and the safety of others in the convoy, is our primary mission. We believe he compromises that safety. I appreciate your sense of honor where your crew are concerned. But we can't risk it. We don't intend to harm him. We'll just check out his implant. Raff would suicide first. Ky knew that, even though he'd never said it in so many words. He was not about to let anyone get access to his implant, or to that implant-mounted Ansible. Yet she knew that telling Johansen that Raff would suicide might convince him all the more that Raff was one of the villains. After all, would an honest man commit suicide just to conceal the fact that he was honest? Raff has told me things about his background, Ky said, trying to think what argument might work. There is sensitive material. Things that I agree should not be widely known. We aren't planning to publish it, Captain Vatta. Just find out if he's part of the conspiracy. If you wish, I can promise to wipe the record, provided he's innocent. What would he consider innocence? A bad boy? A remittance man? A rogue company spy masquerading as a petty criminal? A smuggler? A gambler? Whatever else Raff had used for cover? Hardly. Do you think I'm part of the conspiracy, Commander? You? That had clearly stopped his train of thought. No, of course not. Young, inexperienced, foolhardy perhaps, but not a conspirator. Fine, then perhaps you will let me examine Raff's implant, rather than your people, if Raff would let her. Johansen looked flustered. Captain Vatta, I don't mean to belittle your integrity, but you're a young woman, and this Raff is a good-looking man. Oh, for goodness sake, Ky said, falling back on one of Aunt Gracie's expressions. I am not a silly teenager, Commander. Yes, Raff is handsome. So is my pilot. So is one of my junior engineering techs. I'm not romantically involved with any of them. You have no attraction to him at all? Of course not, Ky said. He's too old for me. And anyway, he's not my type. Well, I'll talk to the captain. Minutes went by. Lee glanced at her. Handsome, am I? You know you are, Ky said, in a rugged, sturdy kind of way. Lee grinned. And which adventure vid are you quoting from? None that I remember, Ky said, though I watched plenty of them in my school days. But I'm sorry, Lee. You just don't do anything for me otherwise. Nor expected to, Lee said. I'm even older than Raff. He sobered. You know, though, some of us did worry. Stella was certainly smitten. I am not Stella, Ky said, and Stella's over it. She told me. Maybe, Lee said, but he is a charmer when he's not being arrogant, sarcastic. He likes to tease, Ky said. Get a rise out of people if he can. You're defending him? Against what Mackenzie suspects? Yes. You were there. You know how he was in the crisis. If he'd wanted us to lose to Osman, he could have done us a lot of damage. Captain Vatta, Johansen was back on screen. Are you willing to come aboard the Gloucester when we bring your man in for questioning? Absolutely, Ky said. No promises, but the captain's willing to hear your argument. Thank you, Ky said. You'll send a pod? For you. We send the pinnace, Johansen said, smiling. It seemed to have no edge to it, but Ky wondered. Raff was under guard in sick bay, strapped into a recliner when Ky, Johansen, and Captain Penzig came in. He looked pale and stubborn. Your captain argues for you, Penzig said. I'm not persuaded that a young female, even one with her background and experience, isn't liable to influence from someone like you. Someone like a mess to be scraped off one shoe, said his tone. I have no romantic interest in her, Raff said, not meeting Ky's eyes. She's too young, too naive, and entirely too priggish. And, no insult intended, she does not meet my standards of beauty. You were aware of his opinion, Captain? Penzig asked Ky. Ky shrugged. I told you already. Raff's not my type. I'm not his type. I respect his ability, which is considerable, and I'm convinced he's been honest with me and true to our partnership agreement. But romance? No. Our information from the Sabine incident suggests that you are susceptible to young men. Ky flushed. He's not a young man to me, Captain Penzig. and I would respectfully suggest that your report from Sabine was an error. That idiot that caused such trouble there was a new addition to my ship, a refugee of sorts. He was in your cabin." Ky realized that this was being played out for Raph's benefit as well, and that only increased her irritation. "He ran into my cabin without my knowledge," she said, "against my orders to stay in the wreck area with the others. He'd never been in it before." She let more of her anger show. "Whatever you think, Captain Penzig, I am not a hormonally dominated brainless twit who falls for every pretty face that comes along." "I didn't suppose that," he said. "But before I trust my ships and my responsibility to your interpretation of this man's implant data, I want to be sure you will report it without bias. If he is in fact collaborating with the people who killed my parents and my brothers and the rest of my family," Ky said, "I will be glad to tell you." "Very well. Raph, whoever you are, will you consent to having Captain Vatta connect implant to implant to determine if you are the traitor I suspect?" "Yes," Raph said through set teeth, "on condition that she swear in front of you all not to reveal anything she finds in there that is not relevant to that one point." Captain Penzig glowered, but finally muttered, "All right with me." "I swear," Ky said. She sat on the matching recliner and lay back. One of the military medical techs pulled out a cable with identical plugs on both ends. "This won't hurt," said one of them, lifting her scalp flap and plugging the cable in. At first she felt nothing but a weird hum on that side of her head. Then the other technician made the connection with Raph's implant. The sensory analogs of connection flooded her, smells, tastes, textures here and there on her body. Then she had control, a sense of some kind of pipeline, and she was in Raph's implant, faced with the hierarchical structure in his organization of his implant's data. She could ask him for keys, but keys he gave her could be contaminated. She searched on key words, values, and finally reached the area containing ISC-related information. Some subgroups were secured even against direct connection. Ky pushed harder. At her touch, Raph opened secured subgroups. Ky raced through them, trying not to remember anything she saw that wasn't relevant. She needed message logs to prove that he hadn't been in secret contact with Osmond and others. There, she reached into that area of the implant. And time-space exploded around her. In her implant, the self-repairing modules scrambled to rearrange data, make new connections, build what was required. Ky stiffened. Was it a brainworm? Was Raph taking her over? Her vision clouded, and suddenly a strong, unpleasant stench seemed to rush up her nose and make her sneeze. "No! Desecrations! Don't do that!" That was Raph, but not the Raph in the recliner. This Raph was in her head, in the implant. Direct contact through the cable? No. Function transfer. Don't tell. Don't tell what? She managed not to say that aloud, opened her eyes. When had she shut them? And said the first thing that occurred to her. "He has some fairly disgusting porn tucked away in there." "Oh, not unexpected," said Penzig. "What about ISC?" Ky took a deep breath. "Well, he is one of their agents. No, he's not a traitor. I got into his message logs for all forms of communication. He drafted everything in his implant. There's no record at all of any communication with Osmond, or anyone we didn't already know about, between my meeting him on Lastway and our meeting with Osmond. He's innocent. Of that, anyway." "You're quite sure?" "Yes. What we think is that Osman and his allies have shipboard Ansibles. You think that's more than a rumor? I'm sure of it, Ky said. Now, if you can have him return to my ship, there's something I'd like to discuss in private. You still don't trust him, then? This is something that doesn't concern him. Something between us, Vatta and Mackenzie. I can take a walk, Raph said, if someone will release me. When he was released, Raph asked directions to the bathroom and left Ky alone with Penzig and Johansson. Raph does not know about the letter of Marque, Ky said, and I don't intend to tell him any time soon. Ah, Penzig said, the letter of Marque. You were right. We do need to discuss that. This matter of the prize, or return of stolen property. You'll take it to court, of course. If I do, Ky said, it will be seized and sold for payment of debts, defaults on delivery and the like. Vatta needs that ship. You're planning to seize it without due process? Not exactly, Ky said. I'm just planning to keep it out of the hands of the breakers. Penzig looked at her a long time before speaking, his lips folded tightly. I'm trying to be fair, he said finally. You are young. You have been through a very difficult time. Nonetheless, I have stretched our regulations to their elastic limit and beyond. If you do not submit that ship and its title to proper adjudication, I will have to consider your acquiring it as an act of privateering, which, with possession of a letter of marque, clearly makes you a privateer, someone we cannot have a contract with. I can take the rest of the convoy to the next system with the market, but my contract with you is null and void at this point. You mean we can't come along? Oh, I suppose. I'm in enough trouble already. But we're not bound to protect you. Sorry, Ky said. Oh, and you might want to change your ship's name, so we don't just blow you away on spec someday. Ky smiled and said, So, you will transport us back to my ship, right? As soon as possible, Penzig said. Immediately, in fact. Back on Fair Colleen, Ky took Raph to her cabin, past the appraising eyes of her crew. We have to talk, she said. What was that? That, dear Captain, was my cranial ansible. So how did it produce that bad smell in my nose? A theoretical problem with the tech, Raph said. The reason there was only ever one. With an implant-to-implant link, if the implant is advanced enough, the possibility existed that the ansible would replicate itself in the linked implant. We now know that's possible. You mean You have one too? Yes, he sighed. I should have just blown my head off. I didn't think the theory would hold in real life. I wish you'd warned me, Ky said. Thank you for not telling them, Raph said, not responding to her comment. And by the way, I don't really think you're ugly, immature, and priggish. Nor do I think you have absolutely no feelings for me. Trying it on, Raph? He moved closer. I think you're a very accomplished liar, Captain Vatta. Her heart beat faster, but she kept her voice cool. That's for me to know and you to find out, Raph. And I intend to, Raph said, closing the distance. Without thinking, Ky hooked a foot behind his leg, blocked his intended embrace, and shoved. He hit the floor hard and looked up at her, eyes wide, shocked out of his usual pose of amused superiority. Not like that, you won't, Ky said. This concludes Marque and Reprisal. Please visit our website, www.tantor.com, for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers, or Call toll-free 877-7-TANTOR to request a catalog.